Good morning, everybody. Uh, I thought I set up everything. Oops. Oopsies. Oh, Majike, with the 86 months, one of the OG's faux show. Alrighty. Let's get into this. Oh, hey, they literally just started. We missed nothing. Corgi, the Corgi is not in my room right now. Alright. Well, I'm actually trying to do several different things at once here. To set things up properly. So some thongs never change. Well, I hope people change their thongs, you know, in due time. Could I mean either Hera or Siscon will win this, but will either Hera or Siscon should they win this? That's the real question. All right, we will be starting with Komir. I think we are now starting the round of 32 officially. Wow, what a game, guys. Siscon already with the upset, taking game number 1 after a nail-biting 36-second game. I mean, like, what on earth was Hera supposed to do against Siscon's amazing strategy of not spawning with a transport ship? I mean, just all over. What do you do? Wait a minute. Hold on. It is. Are they now allowed to play Armenian? Did they actually get a patch? Hold up, hold up, hold up. I mean, Armenians and Georgians were just straight up banned because they're bugged. Siscon didn't spawn with a transport ship, so they read. But yeah, I mean, Armenians are picked and Georgians are also picked, so let me see what the update to that is. Yeah, apparently there was a bug where they researched mule cart technologies instantly. That was like not great, obviously, but they were still allowed to be played. And Armenians and Georgians return to the draft. We can update the build. Huh. And we have this version number. Okay, hold on. I need to check this. Preview version 101, 103, 30471.0. Okay, yeah, I'm on the right version. All right, so the Portuguese are also fixed, so the Portuguese are actually buffed now, as they should be. Apparently Burgundians were also bugged. But it's good that we actually have the full slate of civs in the game again, because, kind of ridiculous. Anyway, no idea what the issue was this time, but they're also out of the game again, so... Who knows, who knows? Ban Chinese? Wait, are we in best of sevens now? No way. Oh, they actually added two specific bans. Yeah, this has actually changed. It used to just be the 8 admin banned civs. And now they added 2 more bans. Trying to get a little bit more civ diversity. Silk Song? I don't know Silk Song. And hello there, Rolp. Alright, third time's a charm. Silk Song, that's not saying much. I don't know anything. Silk Song is definitely not an anagram of Undertale. The third time was not the charm. Oh, jeez. Undertale? I don't. Guys, I play AoE 2 and Borderlands. And that's it. And then Nintendo games. You know, Pokemon, Zelda, Mario. Usual stuff. Kirby. Pikmin. Fire Emblem? No, I actually didn't play Fire Emblem. I did play TF2 back in the day, for sure. I mean, I played a lot of games over my lifetime. What am I drinking right now? Cranberry juice and sparkling water. All right, guys. It's an actual game of AoE 2. What? Okay, now I need to freaking Google this. Hollow Knight. Kind of interesting art style. Like a platformer? Kind of looks like one. S tier or nothing. We will see. We will see. 2D platformer Dark Souls. Interesting. Anyway, here we are, guys. In the round of 32, we'll have Siscon playing the newly reinstated Armenians to the southwest of Khmer, and to the northeast in the blue as the Koreans. It will be Hera, of course, heavy favorite, but Siscon is a very good player. And we haven't seen a ton of upsets in terms of, like, match results, but we have seen games lost by players who are, you know, 700 plus elo ahead of their opponent. And Hera, although extremely good, is not 700 elo better than Siscon. Tanking his elo for content? What did he do? I just realized, yeah, he dropped a lot. Not that it really matters. With this one, I don't hate Hera. I mean, again, his elo doesn't matter at all. Anyway, the ships just passing each other, and we have to remember that on this map in particular, men-at-arms rushes are extremely strong. The rush distance is so close between the two TCs. 1890? Oh, man. I hate so many more people than I ever thought. Oh, yes. The video proof. So, Armenians, of course, a civ that you're happy to men-at-arm rush with. Strong early economy. I mean, yes, in theory, you could go all the way up to longswordsman, but it's going to be very difficult to actually go for longswordsman when you also have to invest in water. That's just a lot of resources to try and spend that early on. And, you know, especially as Armenians, you want to pick up double bit axe as quickly as possible. In old, yeah. It's also completely taken out of context. Invest in water? We will have to see. There aren't any oysters nearby for Siscon, and what we see people do is, as a way of streamlining your early build, you just go for the oysters instead of a mining camp, so you save 100 wood and you can go and attack even faster. Since I joined ICE, oh no. I've seen the job postings, man. Epstein files, not with this administration. See his face? Yes. I'm not a fat, hateful coward. Seriously, they're all over Chicago. They're causing so much stress and doing nothing useful for many, many people. Yoink the sheep. Oh, no! He's rustling! He's rustling, guys! What a rustler. I mean, that is annoying. But interestingly, guys, Siscon is just not at all bothered with going men-at-arms. So, this is the first time on this map that we have seen neither player go for men-at-arms in quite some time. So it's just pure galleys. Double dock here for Hera. Koreans do get that 20% wood discount. So losing the sheep is annoying, but not like the end of the world. But Hera is simply faster in getting his production going. He's getting his own third dock on the way. Yes, the Armenian galleys do have that extra projectile, which is nifty. Oh, nice. Oh boy, there you go. There's Hera. Gets the scout kill, gets the extra sheep anyway. And so he's going to be able to delay his farming even longer. Very, very helpful when you are needing to spend lots and lots of wood on the water. That said, Syscon does have 6 fishing ships to 3. So if you can withstand the early pressure from Hera, this might still be a very nice setup here for Syscon. Yes, galleys. And I think that it's actually a little underrated, even on this patch, to just go for galleys early on, because if you just open hulks, if you have enough sailing distance, like this particular situation, then I think it's totally fine going for the galley approach. Anyway, both players lose some ships here, but still just the 1 loss for Syscon because he lost his scout cavalry. 5 to 4 galleys, both on 3 docks, both with double bidaxe. There's the blacksmith already in here for Hera. The blacksmith is on its way for Syscon. Yeah, Koreans have a wood discount, 20% less wood. No. For us regular folks, the big water patch will be next year. Okay, fletching coming in at the same time-ish for both players. But so far, Syscon absolutely holding his own against Hera. He's slightly ahead in resources. Of course, Armenians are going to have a much better eco than Koreans with the super mule carts. And on top of that, you just have those 3 extra fishing ships. Don't hide into those regular folks. I mean, it's not like I could do anything with the patch. The only game I played on the patch was that game against Fodler on stream. Right, again, numbers are quite similar. There is the 4th dock in for Hera, though. As of right now, Syscon's still only on the 3. Drive to work? Oh, I'm sorry, Majek. Alright, Hera gets a kill there. And again, sometimes the AoE is just as simple as, well, they know exactly what they need to do. It's all about the micro. Hera is trying to repair that damaged warship, so very nice from him. That should be, yeah, another kill for Syscon. 12 to 11 ships. Remember, Hera has 1 more dock than his opponent. And, of course, he has the closer reinforcements. Idle time still relatively low for both, though. And yet, in this situation, it is as simple as you need to out-micro Hera. And that's such a tall task. And Syscon, he's at least hanging in there. But Hera's production really is coming online with those 4 docks to 3. Yeah, it's just out-micro Hera. Easy. I mean, anyone can do it. Yeah, I'm thinking it should be worthwhile to add in fires as either player. Oh, gotta be careful there with the reinforcements. Okay, there's a kill for Syscon. And a kill for Hera. And another kill for Hera. Fishing ships do need to be careful. They are fairly close to the front lines. Hera also somehow banking up more food. Make that make sense. How does Hera so far ahead in food collected? When he has had half the fishing ships of his opponent. Be dominating? It's 1 extra damage. Because usually it's all about the overkill damage anyway when you're microing around a group of galleys. It isn't that big of a deal. Those sheep? Yeah, but he hasn't even gone through all of them yet. Anyway, Syscon gonna look to click up to Castle Age, already selling his stone, but Hera's just clicking up. No market usage needed at all. Wild stuff, man. Hera up ever so slightly faster, but just with a more efficient eco, despite being behind by 500 resources. Seriously, Hera is good, you know, at everything in AoE too. But his biggest superpower is just being ahead in resources in Feudal Age. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh, dearie goodness gracious mercy me. Uh, Not sold on that for Syscon exactly. I'm not sure why Syscon did that. He just sailed into the jaws of death. But, well, to be fair, Hera's never really tried DM. I'm sure he'd be great at it if he put his mind to it, but it's just there hasn't really been any deathmatch tournaments ever in a long time. It's what has allowed Andy to have an S-tier win under his belt. Alright, 15 to 19 warships. Again, if both players are only making galleys, then the guy who's ahead in galleys is going to be at a likely insurmountable advantage. A single unit? I mean, right? It has to make sense to switch into some fire ships. Battle Royale? Well, not everyone can be as elite in that game mode as Draken. Alright. Medium warships and Bodkin both on the way. Hera also able to afford Bowsaw and a University. You got a University coming in here for Syscon and Bowsaw as well, so things are still very, very even. But I think especially as Syscon, you need to mix in something here, right? Otherwise, Hera's just going to go for mass turtle ships right now, for sure. Oh, was it T90? I thought it was Draken. Alright, I mean, again, they're still doing basically the same thing, but Hera's just taking pretty decently better fights. Still on 4 docks for each player. Hera's going to have like a 7-second ballistics advantage, but that's not likely going to be all that significant. What's this guy doing? He canceled his villager. Like, look at this difference in idle time as well. Kinda weird. I mean, Armenians still have fantastic galleys. Oh, we got the clinker construction. I mean, it's 25 to 29 warships. You do have that extra projectile. Both players have ballistics. It's hard to tell if you have ballistics over your opponent before you fight, as in, it's impossible to tell. So Hera's kind of testing the waters, seeing if he had ballistics. Hera doing his little dance back and forth. I mean, again, you do have a little bit of extra DPS here as the Armenians, and now both players are engaging in peak real-time strategying. Clinker construction is in. You have the extra movement speed, I guess, but I mean, Hera just has more warships. Now he's getting his own clinker construction. The clankers, man, are getting constructed. But yeah, this just doesn't feel like a winning formula right now here for Syscon. He's well behind in resources destroyed. I mean, I guess his wood income is actually quite a bit more efficient because of the mule carts. Raiding coming in, I mean, that's going to be helpful, but... Again, you're literally doing the same thing as your opponent, but worse right now. And of course, Hera sees he's got a numbers advantage, so just go for it, man. Paris trying to come in. Now, we are closer to the reinforcements of Syscon. And careening is a nice addition, and now Hera's making fire ships. Again, I'm just surprised that neither player tried to do this sooner, but hey, they're doing it now. That dock is getting low. But yeah, Hera's macro is just better. Neither player's transported to the outside yet. Or dancing, dancing, dancing. Another dock now coming in. Is Hera on 5 docks yet? No, he's actually still only on the 4. He is transporting villagers here to the north. He could add a TC, he could add a lumber camp, depends on what he feels like. Okay, so he's going to go for TC. I mean, it is a very Hera-like thing to do to just try and get that better economy going. Looks like there is a transport over here ready to whisk the villagers away. Greening now coming in for Hera, so he will be all even Stevens there. But remember that extra attack for the Armenian war galleys does help against the fire ships. Gives you 1 more damage. And yet, I mean, it's still even enough. The resources are still good for Siscon. Remember, Armenian bowsaw is extra yummy. Because apparently bowsaw is delicious. Greening now in. Now, both civs get siphons, yeah, so if you wanted to switch into fire ships, you could, and Hera also could be going turtle ships this entire time if he believed in joy and happiness. Anikov? Ah, well. The more you learn. Okay, that dock is going to go down. Nice snipe there for Hera, of course, just stymieing the production as best he can. But Siscon is now ahead in the KD. But Hera is on the 2 TCs. Now, the thing is, yeah, you're on 2 TCs, but you have 5 vills on food, so it's not like your TC production's actually all that great. Not attack, yeah, but they're absorbing damage, so his own galleys can do more damage. Is this enough of an advantage here for Hera? Siscon and Hera both have some idols right now. You're, of course, right next to the production of Siscon. Is it enough of a lead for Hera? The numbers are still extremely close. 25 warships, but look at this. The macro is slipping from Siscon. He needs to be continuously making ships, but he just isn't right there. And again, if Hera's going to win this game, like he wins so many of his games, it is going to just come off of better macro, keeping those production cycles humming. And yet, at the end of the day right now, it's a 700 resource lead for Siscon. Resources destroyed is still in favor of Hera by a little bit. Villager numbers are basically even. Hera adds a 3rd TC. Again, this only matters a little bit in terms of, oh, it's 3 TCs to 1 because both players have so few villagers on food. No, Hulks will mean they're going mass galleys. Hulks aren't going to be any good. Yeah, 65%, 65, 197. Hera stocks are at 41, 81, 93, and 94. Hera even picking up horse color. You can see Hera really getting that food income going. And he will just be getting ahead of Nico pretty darn soon. Okay, there's a second TC coming in here to the south for yellow. And he is also taking some food here as well. Yeah, Hulks are weak to galleys in general. They're good against fires and weak to galleys. That's like the basic water triangle. Are dead even. Well, remember that Hera is still ahead in resources destroyed. Alright. But yes, like I keep saying, Hera's biggest strength over other players is just his macro, especially in the early game, but, I mean, we're in mid-game right now, but... Again, it's the macro that really separates Hera from most others. But yeah, I mean, this is just intense for both players, right? This is just a lot of clicking you need to do. It's not like they're just sitting around with their galleys and massing up. It's like they are both being extremely active with their fleets. Little bit of miss micro there for Hera, of course, just as I say that. And it's going to lose some fires, but still, you're clipping some reinforcements there, which is super helpful. Oh, the ships are attacking the dock. And I mean, again, these little differences really do add up, what with all the snowballing stuff. Oh, Okay, random fire ship there is going to go down, but I think this is going to be a good fight for Siscon. Hera, honestly, a little bit of the S word there. You guys know I don't throw around the S word too often. More fire ships on the way. Again, Hera trying to work those fire ships into his navy. No. Sloppy. Apparently I said it a bunch of times on a stream and people are like, oh my god, he said the word! So now I need to censor myself before I say the word sloppy. Anyway, now it's going to be the exact opposite situation. Now you have Siscon going forward with his navy. And now Hera is the one whose docks are under pressure. He's adding in another one. For his part, Siscon's on 5. Hera should be on... Okay, soon to be 5. Hera gets siphons. He's getting it right now. You're correct. It was siphons. Incendiaries is the Imperial Age one. Siphons is the Castle Age one. Anyway, Hera still has 3 islands. He is ahead in Vils, but he's got a lot of idols, remember. So it's not like most maps where we can really sort of glean a lot about the economy just by looking at the T count and villager numbers. Really have to look at where those villagers are distributed. I'm sure Hera's got some idols. Where are his idol bills? Got a lot of idols somewhere. No idea. Oh, he's going to the west. Whoa. Okay, I didn't expect that. All right, so, I mean, I like that. You know, just expand all over the map as much as you can. Still, it can't afford to lose water. That would be a big no-no. And the fact that the Armenian galleys are stronger against the fire ships is a big help. I mean, that 1 extra damage is very, very good. But remember that Hera's also saving resources on all of his warships. I mean, both civs have very good navies. Yeah, that's going to be really sick for Hera, who now has 49 vills on wood to 35. That is very significant, and he's got a few more vills on gold. I mean, now is when Hera's eco might actually really start to take over with this very well spread out wood income. It's all efficient. Another dock goes down. Okay, so Hera has rebuilt them, so he's back on 5. That's important. But the ship numbers are good for Siscon. He's also mining stone, and Hera is not. Hera trying to do like a little flankadoodle here with the fire ships. Cute move. Don't think it's really going to matter too much, though. The Navians. Oh, my God. Also, guys, I'd like to point out Masonry still has a huge effect on warships and their bonus damage. Remember that you get 3 extra building armor for your buildings with Masonry, so you literally have the bonus damage that ships do against buildings. Well, the galleons. But this is a very good and competitive game number 1, guys. Yeah, I would have liked to have seen the garrison fishing ships, but he's just trying to micro around his units, and that's still probably the more important thing to be doing. That might tip off Siscon to the fact that there be enemies in this area. But I mean, right now, guys, Siscon is just taking better fights. Really? With the fishing ship? Alright, that's 20 warships versus 32. That is obviously not insignificant. And YOLO! Uh-oh, that's a farm. There's literally a tower in already. Oh, my goodness. Oh, he's gonna get it. He gets it down. Uh-oh, and you can just... I would send more vills forward right away, and that is what Siscon is doing. Now, it is gonna be difficult because... Oh, no, Siscon, no. Okay, so he realizes that before things get too bad, although obviously not a good start to that fight. Okay, you got just send more vills over. This castle needs to happen. Or this is where Hera's significant amount of his food income is, which isn't important in terms of making more warships, but it is very important about potentially getting to the Imperial Age, which is one way that Hera could leverage an advantage as he now has a resources lead. And he just has a lot of like actual villagers here, which is always good to take down. And now it's actually Hera who needs to be paying better attention to his ships. Guys, this is just a good competitive game number 1. Trade cog? Our assassins are concealed in this trade cog. Alright, Hera is trying to remake his farming eco to the north of the map, as obviously all that is not exactly something you can do. Oh no, Syscon lost his transport ship and all those vills are stuck. That's really awkward. But still, it's the macro from Hera. It shall not be gainsaid. And now these towers are going to come in, and it's going to make it significantly more difficult for Syscon to try and push. Not the boar! What did the boar ever do to you, man? Oh, look at those fire ships. They are getting some value here at the back. Bill's still stuck over here. But now Hera looks like he really is starting to take over this game. He's got 3 of the extra islands. The fire ships are harassing the fishing eco at the back. Yeah, he doesn't have as big of a navy, but this navy can't do much because the towers are here. Yes, the TC is under threat from the castle, but again, Hera's got 3 islands. Gonna have so many more resources, as this wood isn't gonna last much longer. That's for my sheep. The boar didn't do anything to the sheep, though. So let's be careful. And guys, it really seems like it's not even slowing down Hera's Imperial Age time. What are you doing? Uh-oh. I mean, for as competitive as this game is, it's the eco from Hera. It's just going to lead to an incredibly powerful timing here. He's focused on the map control, and he did it early. He's getting so many of these side resources, and Syscon is going to run out here relatively soon. Wow, actually, Syscon, with the power of the market, all things are possible. So, jot that down. What? Don't get handcart, get him! There we go. I mean, I love the focus on economy, Syscon, but you do need the Imperial Age. Remember, guys, towers are even better versus ships than they were before. That said, without masonry, that tower can be focused down, and indeed it will be. Heated shot coming in, of course, always an important upgrade to pick up as Koreans on a water map, especially. Now some Hulks are on the way. I mean, Hera is making a ton of fire ships, so, I mean, that is gonna work out well. Still, Hera's gonna be around 40 seconds faster to Imp, but with a much smaller navy. And now another TC coming up on the side here for Hera. Again, now he's really just getting super far ahead in economy. Rough. Hera's in a great spot. He's on his way up to Imp. He stalls his opponent immensely by the guard towers, and he's got more map control. Syscon is from France. Yeah, Syscon is going to be out of wood extremely soon. Can't even get a castle up over there. More fire ships are on the way. Miss Imp ships? Yeah, Armenians still miss fast fire ship. And Koreans don't have demo ships at all. Reunion. Well, that is still a constituent part of France. Alright, guys. Imp is in. Hera gonna get heavy warships. Yeah, heavy warships. Not the fishing ships. It's still such a tough situation here for both players. Dry Dock coming in, getting that extra Pierce armor now. As Hera once again reclaiming the lead in terms of the KD. Yeah, fast fires are going to be insanely good here, especially with Dry Dock. Hera knows what he needs to do. Racer immediately on the way. Heavy warships as well. We got some Hulks out here to join the party. And yet, Syscon is hanging in there, but he's got 31 idols, guys. Look at this. You ain't got no wood. Hera's got all the wood. He's got a tower here now. Like, Hera's is literally all the wood on the map. There's only like 40,000 left. He doesn't even have a transport ship. Oh, we got carvo holes, and yeah, Syscon is just out of wood. Like I kept on saying over and over again, it's the fact that Hera took all those extra islands. And Syscon just had nowhere to go. This castle was, although annoying, didn't really slow Hera down because, again, he just already had the TCs up on 2 of the islands, and then he got the TC down on the 3rd island. Indeed, he did play the map better. And Hera takes game number 1, but that was a darn compelling game of AoE 2, and Siscon, did not roll over and die for Hera. 21 trade profit. Hera did actually get some value out of the trade cog. That's cute. You can just see how far Hera was in food collected. He's always ahead in food collected, man. Way ahead in text researched as well. 146 APM is wild. That is game number 1 to Hera. That is Komir going to Hera. Armenians losing Koreans, 1st and 2nd pick. Let's see what map number 2 is going to be. It is going to be Migration. So, I mean, as usual with this tournament, most of the civs are good on most of the maps. Are they allowed now? I think they fixed whatever insane bug there was. But they also added 2 civ bans per player. All right, 1 minute 40 seconds, and we will be getting into game number 2. Yeah, I mean, considering that the devs said we're not updating the patch, and then they actually did update the patch, we appreciate that. Bug, I don't know. There was a bug where they, their mule card upgrades researched instantly, which isn't supposed to be a thing. But that wasn't really game-breaking enough for them to ban the civs, and then apparently there was another bug that was game-breaking that we didn't even know about, and then they did ban the civs. But whatever those issues were have now been fixed, and now we can actually use the full slate of 50 civilizations, especially because Georgians and especially Armenians are very good on water maps. So you kind of want to see the civs that are good be played where they're supposed to be played. As we hear the lovely flute, we are in game number 2 on Migration, and look at this. Hera's going to be in the blue as the Bengalis to the west, just very, very, very strong all-around civ on any sort of map that isn't an open land map, but especially a map like Migration. To the east in the yellow as the Ketons, it will be Siscon. Huh. Remember, guys, I'll keep on saying it throughout the entire tournament. Hulks triple dip into attack upgrades. Hulks fire 3 hooks, and each of those hooks benefits separately from forging and iron casting and blast furnace. So you actually get +6 attack on your Hulks with Keton forging. However, Ketons are really bad at everything else on the water, so it's still a little unclear. Yeah, Keton Hulks are insane. Looks like there's a pause.
Yes.
And we are good to go. So migration, generally speaking, going to be fast castles these days. Because of the ability for fishing ships to garrison inside docks, that the full feudal age aggression, generally speaking, isn't as good. We're seeing a lot more of the FC style here in tournaments. And when I say tournaments, I mean specifically this one. So we'll have to see what the plan is here. Because remember, Ketons have an awful navy in terms of upgrades. I mean, you got fast fire ships and the fully upgraded hulks. I mean, as in you have Karak. But let's see. You have no dry dock, no shipwright, no galleon, no heavy demo, neither of the fire ship upgrades. It's not good. It's real bad, actually. Which, to be fair, the Ketons are pretty far away from the water most of their history. On land, that's generally not a thing. It's usually impossible to get enough damage done by, like, landing your opponent's island because it's so small and easily defendable. We'll have to see. Have a coastline? At the zenith of their power, yes. The Liao dynasty very much had a coastline on the Pacific. But obviously, it's not like that was ever a super important part of their empire. Alright, I'm gonna get some coffee, guys. I'll be right back. Alright. Keton hooks. Well, I mean, it's not like we've seen Ketons be a dominating civ in this tournament. In fact, we've seen them drafted several times, but at least in terms of what I have seen, they really haven't been played all that much. Villager numbers are even. Siscon has one more fishing ship. Nothing too crazy so far happening in the game. 2 docks. 2 docks. Nice and chill start to migration. Oh man. It's only 8 a.m. for me, guys. Not a morning person. But I will say the fact that everything in AoE runs on European time for the most part is helpful for my sleep schedule, because I'm at least working when most other people are working. Alright, Feudal Age coming in here for Hera, 34 population. This is not likely a fast castle. This is probably for some sort of Feudal Age play. Midnight? Or is it midnight? Middle East? Is it Australia? Okay. Wait, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Hey.
Whoa, hold on. That's a very early barracks. Now, we have seen a version of a build on this map that goes for barracks on your starting island, and then on the mainland, you go for a forward stable and just kind of play this like it's arena, except with fishing ships. So this, I think, is going to be what Hera's doing. You, of course, need the mill. It's actually going to be a little bit late for Hera if he wants to go for that fast castle. Also, the resources don't look super clean. But all I see, guys, is fish booming. This pond here, absolutely perfect for fish booming. I mean, like, why not? It's the safest fish boom ever. All right, there's the market. And there's the stable, like I was saying. It is for a fast castle variation. Meanwhile, Siscon, for his part, market and blacksmith coming in. And the first Hulk is already an enemy on the way. Same here for Hera, but do you want to get into a Hulk battle against the Ketons? That's like getting into a Hulk battle against Bruce Banner, man. His corner pawn? I know. Admin loss. All right, we're on 3 docks. Only 2 docks for Hera. He's going to start with his scouts here, taking map control. But although you do have the HP regeneration on your Hulks, which is very nice in a Hulk battle for Bengalis, because Hulks are very bad at killing each other. Oh, well, Siscon had a very solid game number 1, even though he lost. I mean, he was up against Hera. And Dash has definitely been a good boy. All right, DBA in for both. Siscon did squeeze out 5 more fishing ships, so a good early build from him, and that was actually the same as the last game. It took Hera a very long time to get ahead in resources because Siscon was able to get out 3 extra fishing ships in Dark Age, and now he's got 5 extra fishing ships on the way up to Castle Age. But we got the 5+2 Hulks in right here, and they are very good. Oh my goodness. What a hooker, man. That is so much damage. Wow. Again, it's 21 damage. You have 3 attacks. Each of them deals 7 attack. But it is obviously triple affected by any armor value, but transport chips, for some reason, don't have any melee armor anymore. Transport chips are made of papier-mâché. But yeah, we are still going to need to see a transport chip. So Siscon can think about attacking the middle. What's a Hulk? It's the new ship. Exclamation mark, new navy. Iron casting immediately on the way. Medium warships as well there. And I'm sure Bosaw in just a second. Bosaw in just... Whoa, a university? I guess he wants the clanker construction, man. Well, I mean, those fishing ships, man. The Fisky Mother. Alright, Loom coming in. And you are going to want to get Bosaw. And you still need to start thinking about going onto the land. Okay, there's Clinker Construction. And there's the Demolition Ship upgrade. Hera going to try and use demos here. We'll have to see if they're any good. I have been really unimpressed with Demolition Ships so far. Okay, there's Bosaw. Oh, from both sides. Because remember, guys, now you're at 9 attack times 3. The Hulks have 5 melee armor. Okay, there's the demo. I mean, it's like, okay, but demos are expansive. And now that Clinker Construction is in, things are going to be looking kind of scary here for Hera. Now there's another demo coming in. That one doesn't do a whole heck of a lot. And those ships are too expensive to be getting bad hits with. And yeah, although Hulks are not amazing against buildings really in any circumstance, I mean, yeah, it's just not even close with those extra attack upgrades. And Hera does have Forging, which is something, but simply non-comparable to what his opponent can do. Oh, the ships are too expensive to not be getting good hits with. You know what I mean. 8 villagers killed already. The transport ship is now in, and it's sailing away from all of the villagers because of a missed gather point. Rip. This gun's also still ahead in resources somehow. Okay, the transport ship really does need to come back home. It's kind of not great there. We have a Lancer of Fire. And Hera immediately just gonna tap out. He got obliterated. Now again, this is what everybody thought. Like, as soon as we realized how the forging upgrades affected Hulks, we were like, okay, Ketons and Magyars have to be insane. But we still haven't seen that actually pan out in the tournament yet. This is like the first game, like, okay, yeah, the Keton Hulks are, yeah, they're very, very good with their 9x3 attack. The strats? Yeah, I guess not. But, tied series. That is Migracion. That is Ketons over the Bengalis. So it was a third pick, too, getting Ketons. And now we're going to go to Pog Islands. Oh, boy. But yeah, expert analysis, 1 sparse. Ornlu stamp of approval. What? Of course, we only have the most hard-hitting analysis on this stream. Okay, 1 minute, guys, and we will be getting into Pog Islands. But yeah, the round of 32 is starting today. Have a moment. I can type. So now this is like the higher part of the bracket. We also have Andy versus Dogao today, so now we're getting into some good sets. Like Doubt versus the Crocs. I mean, after the Crocs beat both Miguel and Vivi, I don't think Doubt stands much of a chance. Let's be real, guys. Dark Sora, Vince Kingstone, Viper Jordan, Sato Kapach, Tato Stone Please, MBL Lucho, Leary Overtaken, Burles Mihai, ACCM Running, Sebastian Villesa, Yo Valas, Andy Dogao, Hart Kapach, and Nikov Lewis. That's a lot of good games in there, and it's only going to get better from here on out. Against Ketons? Well, I think Hera just didn't appreciate just how good the Keton Hulks are. How to play the meta? Absolutely. I mean, let's be real. Syscon's likely put a lot more effort into practicing the new builds and new maps than Hera has. S tier? It is A tier, I think. I'm pretty sure it's A tier. Yes. But again, I'd like to reinforce the idea that the Liquipedia tiers are meaningless. It's just a way of categorizing things. This is still a $25,000 tournament, and at most other points in in AoE2 history, this would be an S tier tournament. It's a World's Edge sponsored tournament. Filter a website? Exactly. All right, guys. Hera in the blue as the Vikings to the west, and to the east in the yellow as the Italians. It will be Siscon. Able to take the last game versus Hera. Now, I imagine this is Hera's home map. Indeed it is. Hera with, of course, Hera picks Immersion, man. The most hamstery of hamster maps. C-tier thought, exactly. So, when it comes to this map, it's really important to be able to wall your wood line that's on the mangrove terrain. And you can see here for Hera, he's able to do that pretty effectively. Like so. And actually even easier here for this kind of really nice map. Wall over here, and it is going to be very difficult for Hera to attack that. Stacked path. It certainly is a good one. What we want to see. Hera gets an extra hit there onto Siscon. Very nicely done. We've also seen Mongols go up on 15 pop on this map. No, Jordan is very far from fully back. I mean, demos can still blow up villagers on woodlines very easily. Yeah, Jordan is definitely... Bah. Alright, first dock coming in. Gonna be a little bit faster here for Siscon. Good build from him once again. Like I said, all 3 games, Siscon has had the better build than Hera. Which clearly just shows he prepared. It's just as simple as that. ACCM in the finals? I feel like ACCM will do very well in this tournament. He is the cisgendered Khan. Khan! Do you think he was ever considered tied for #1? I mean, some people consider Jordan as tied for #1. I mean, he did win the best of 21 against Viper, but Jordan never had the results that Viper had on a large scale for any length of time. Even if skill-wise he was certainly right there neck and neck with Viper, but he never actually had the... He never had the results to really back that up. Like a month? Yeah, exactly. I was there, Gandalf. I was there 3,000 years ago. And even then I was like, eh. Bring back Chris? Yeah, that'll do it. Alright. 3 fishing ships reach. Uptime is still a little bit faster here for Siscon. Went up 1 bill sooner. No, he was there? Of course! One more games? Yep. I remember that one. It was that one in the best of 21 where people were like, oh, Jordan's the best player ever. And it was interesting, right? Because Viper was still all about just, you know, playing greedy and always just adding an eco and taking map control and going towards late game. Whereas Jordan was much more aggressive. Like, he was really all about, like a lot of mid-game pushes. They had somewhat different playstyles. Interestingly, Jordan's playstyle and Viper's playstyle converged much, much more later on. No, he never did best of 101. That would be ridiculous. Anyway, it's galleys for both. Do Italians really want to go against Vikings in a pure galley war, though? We have the third dock now coming in here for Hera. Stone walls are coming up here on the side. For practice? Jeez. Palisade walls? Not very good. Everyone is better? That's true. I mean, it felt like people had even more distinct styles back then. How do you describe my playstyle? I'll let chat describe my playstyle for me. They know. They all know. Yes, exactly. Full Ornlu. Alright. Galley's coming in. Great reaction there from Syscon. S-word. It usually is. Oh, fishing ship. Oh, there are too many spaces in the dock. But yeah, Hera's just here with more ships. He has the third dock up much sooner. Does he get the kill? Yes, he does. Nicely done there from Hera. Is he going to get punished and lose any galleys on the other side of it? It doesn't look... Okay, maybe he'll lose one, but he's going to get one, so that's, yeah. All totally good here for Hera. Also causing more idle time with those fishing ships, and this is actually getting really bad really fast for Syscon. More farms. Always more farms. Land units? Yes, they can. But their attack is extremely low. They have an attack of 3. Off the woodline? That's true, but it's not like he's getting to Hera's woodline, so it's kind of a moot point. How much did Cab play 1v1s? I always associated Cab more as a team game player. Oh, also look at that late double bit axe. I mean, Hera's just better execution here across the board. It's crazy that there literally have been 4 total units killed, and it feels like Hera has an insurmountable lead. But I mean, that's Bog Islands, right? It's a very aggressive map. Yep. I mean, yeah, the score actually says a lot right now. Yeah, no idea what happened to Hera's elo, but again, I personally I find like the whole elo race thing to be one of the least like exciting things possible. Viper Doubt, yes, Viper Doubt, Jordan Cab, and then Tyrant Warlords was Riot, Backed, Slam, and Riot, Backed, Slam. Losing my mind. Fire! Yes, fire! Oh my goodness. Mind equals lost. Yeah, guys, this is extremely one-sided. Elo race? Well, I just mean like, oh, we're gonna try and push 3k elo and 3k1 elo and all that stuff.
Win.
I mean, that was as brutally one-sided as you could ask for when it came to a mirrored galley war. Like, once you get up to the higher echelons, it really just becomes about how much do you grind ladder. Yeah, for some reason the docks always have chemistry, visual effects. Casual content? Yeah, it probably is. Anyway, Hera doing well. Vikings over Italians. Both have used a lot of their top picks, but Hera still has Persians. Was Hera's home map, so now we are likely going to Water Nomad, but the issue is that Water Nomad is played out extremely similarly to Bog Islands. This is all about the early execution, and it's like, can Syscon really compete with Hera there? Well, I mean, the more you grind ladder, generally speaking, the better you do, especially if you try and improve and learn from your mistakes. But I mean, again, once you get to that level, like once you get to around 2K6, 2K7, it's like, how much do you want to invest into grinding ladder? Compared to tournament game, I mean, I find it extremely dull after a while. If you turn your brain off, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, generally speaking, the more you play, the more you will improve. But you really do need to. You need to purposely play. You need to play with the intention of improving. But yeah, it's not like anyone is required to grind ladder and climb to the highest elo possible. You can just play AoE 2 to enjoy AoE 2. Wild concept. Anyway, minute 17, and we will be getting into game number 4. You die in real life. Oh no. Have fun? It's a wild idea, I know. You agree? Exactly. Speaking of which, I need to do another job application today. I don't think I did one yesterday. A professor of history? Maybe eventually, but I'd rather have some more real world experience. In my youth, such as is left to me. All right, guys, here we are. Tournament life on the line. It will be Siscon in the yellow as the Georgians to the north. Definitely an interesting pick for this map. The south and the blue as the Persians, it will be Hera. So my degree is in international affairs. Youth going to last? I don't know, man. Sometimes I feel like I'm already old, and sometimes I feel like I'm still a little kid. Great Chinese teacher? Oh my god. International affairs? I have not, no. Alright, so I'm a little curious, because like, Georgians are good in early game hybrid maps, but are they so good when you're up against a civ like Persians, who are just going to have a top-tier early economy and a fantastic feudal age aggressive naval play? Don't despair. I mean, I just want to get to the next stage in my life. I just feel like I've been waiting around for several years now. Goof around playing LTR, Game of Thrones, auto spam. Playing 1v1 solo. We got more of that back in ye old days. Picking up babies? Okay, well. You know. Time to get a flat. Well, I can't afford my own place right now, unfortunately. Renting? I can't. There really isn't any place I can afford right now. Well, thank you for the clarification, Bannister. All right, Hera's up to feudal age. Again, Persian should just be a better civ here, I think. But yeah, like, I'd love to live closer to a city. I would survive without that. I would rather not have a remote job because I know myself. And I would not really ever get out and do anything if I didn't have a job where I had to go out and meet people and do stuff. Oh, thanks, Bannister. Yeah, Twitch ads are quite a lot. All right, it's just another galley rush. Hashtag just another galley rush. But like I was saying, I fail to see how Syscon gets any advantage here. You can see Hera's already ahead by 200 resources. Wild stuff. I mean, he's on 2 docks. Hera's on 2 docks, but he's also Persians and has faster working docks. Hera has double bid axe. He's now getting loom. Yeah, honestly, I don't really see it. Second deep fish is about to go away there. Looks like Hera... it's fine. It's a little tricky on this map to fish because the deep fish are generally very spread out from each other. Third dock now coming in here for our Georgians player. Still around, what, a little more than 10% more resources here for Hera. That said, if you take good fights, you can fix a lot of eco issues you have, and I mean, this has nothing to do with the Civ. This is just all Hera trying to go a little too far forward, a little too fast, and that is an easy 3 kills there, right there for Syscon. And now Hera having to come in with a defensive watchtower. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. One might even say, uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. Yeah, Hera needs those reinforcements, and he needs some pronto status. There's the snag. And Syscon still hasn't lost a unit yet. Hera will kill 1 galley right there, though. The injured galley. Man, I hate it when my galleys get injured, man. You have to send them to the doctors, and then they need to get some stitches. I mean, you are now on 3 docks here as Syscon, but, like, Syscon has no bonus for himself right now. Like, none. And Hera has the faster working TCs and docks, and also his docks are super tanky. But yeah, you do have 1 extra fishing ship. The villager numbers are even. And Hera will still likely continue to power ahead in terms of resources. So annoying. And yet you come here all the time anyway, Bannister Esquire. So what does that say about you? Oh, is he going to get a fishing ship? Not quite. Still, 8 galleys to 4 with 2 fire galleys as well. Yeah, you'd think you'd play Georgians on a much more of a hybrid map than a Galley Rush map. Oh, gotta be careful there. Takes a lot of damage. Fletching's gonna be on the way here in just a moment, though. Oh, nice job cutting off Hera. The other way around. Mule cart next to the TC doing nothing. Yeah, like again, I wish I understood it. No, fletching does not affect fires. The reason I think that the fire ships have the 2 unique upgrades at the university when the other warships, not the water buffaloes, don't, is because the fire ships are not affected by blacksmith upgrades, whereas the other 2 mainline dock units right now are affected by blacksmith upgrades. That's my theory, anyway. Anyway, those fishing ships are not really gathering from a deep fish. It's like a shore fish very far away from the dock, and there you go. There's a kill for Hera. Nevertheless, I mean, sometimes it really is as simple as, okay, one guy can just micro better than the other in a given game, and right now that person is Syscon. But Hera with some really nice positioning. Fire galleys are still the slowest at killing fishing ships of the 3 mainline warships. Some hulks, yeah, it feels like just mixing in a few hulks would be quite easy. Anyway, the watchtower is very helpful. Those fishing ships are going to have a bad day. It's moving. That's no mule cart. It's a space station. No, wait, you're right. It is just a mule cart. Anyway, another forward dock here. This time, both houses going down. That's actually really annoying for Syscon. He just got housed. Awkward. Well, Hera loses another Vil. I mean, that's a lot of fires, and again, I don't know why Syscon is so reluctant to mix in and mix up his Navy numbers, or Navy composition. Ah, there we go. Better late than never. But yeah, we've got fletching in on your galleys. They're doing plenty of damage here. Dock is getting repaired as needed. Of course, you do need to be very careful here as both players. All about the micro. Oh, gotta pay attention. And now the hulks are out, and of course, they are going to be an excellent frontline unit against the fire galleys, unless you literally fight 1v5 by yourself. A demo here, I just have been really unimpressed by demo hits in general. That said, Hera is catching up in terms of military numbers, and he just is having significantly better macro, as it so often happens with Hera. Yes, it does feel like demos were over-nerfed. Where are the hulks, man? Okay, got a couple coming in over here. Yeah. Just Hera things. Not a good KD. Hasn't taken, like, any good fights all game. Doesn't matter. He's got a forward dock here. And easily reinforces Navy numbers. Oh, here's the galley blob. It's coming back home. Looks like he wants to take a bit of a more decisive engagement. Now the demos are coming in, and of course, like, this is still basically just as good as it always has been in terms of getting a free villager kill. Good reaction here from Syscon, though. Only gonna get one Vil. Nothing too impressive. That said, forging is in on these ships right now, and this could be a very good fight here for Syscon if he's paying attention, which he is. Okay, well, go that far forward. But I mean, yeah, Syscon's still taking good fights. That hasn't changed. Being Hera? Well, it still feels like Hera being Hera because most players would have accrued quite a bit of idle time in this situation. Semi-okay hit right there. There's still that demo, of course, hanging around in the back. Wait, Hera's clicking up to gasoline? What the heck? Oh my... Okay, well, he's missing the blacksmith. It's ridiculous, man. I mean, 1,600 more resources. Look at that. Way more food collected, especially. It's like, how much do these good fights even matter? Two-shot demos? With forging, they would still... Actually, no, yeah, they nerfed demo HP, right? It's only 40 or something. I mean, fireships are good against galleys, but... I mean, if you have fletching and you're microing around everywhere, then yeah, they're certainly not going to be that great. But this still feels like... Yeah, there haven't really been any good fights this game for Hera, but he still is just macroing up a storm! And he's gonna get to Castle Age, and those Castle Age warships should just crush the Feudal Age ones. Yeah, okay, this is where I see people are getting Hulks mixed up with galleys in Feudal Age, especially. It's definitely it's very hard to teleport these units in Feudal Age. Especially, like, sailing downwards like this. Dive the tower? I don't think he wants to do that. I mean, he probably doesn't realize how much faster Hera is to Castle Age. Oh, man, look at that tower. Gonna start to nuke those Hulks just like we were saying. Still gonna try and get some value, though. Medium warships and forging both on their way, but that is a lot of losses. Yikes. Big yikes. And it's not even big nomad. Yeah, this is probably getting pretty over pretty fast. Looks like the forward build was also sniped. But now we're going to run into the classic situation of the Castle Age is better than the Feudal Age, believe it or not. I mean, yeah, the Feudal Age Hulks can kind of work even against the Castle Age fire ships, but not especially well. Hera gonna immediately catch up and surpass his opponent in the KD. And yeah, that is just all Hera macro. Just got, I mean, it's in part the Civ, right? Because Persians in general are just going to get really far ahead in resources relative to Georgians on this map. But yeah, that was just way too significant of an advantage in the economy. And Hera gets that 3-1 win. Well done. Yeah, Hera's not even good, man. Not even good. Other Civ options did he have? Discon could have gone Woo, and he could have gone Malians, both of which I like more. Alright, so Andy versus Dogao isn't for another hour and 17 minutes. That is quite a while. Not Woo? Yeah, that one I don't really get. I don't think there's anything else to cast right now either. Wait, what? I didn't even know this was a thing. Tag Invitational. Tag versus LingYuan. Starting now. Okay. Let me switch back to the live patch for that. Yeah, I was gonna head off for a little bit because I'm like, okay, there's nothing else happening right now. Nope. We got stuff to do. They pull me back in. You only think you can escape. All right, let's cast the show match. Okay, so let me update the stream title. Hag versus LingYuan show match. Hag Invitational show match. Alrighty. Oh. Do that. That logo right now. This one, I think, my mouth. They pulled me back in. I can't do an Al Pacino voice. All right, so no idea the settings of this. No idea the context. Okay, looks like we have Arabia, Arena, African Springs, African Waters, Migration, Nomad, Team Island. So a pretty normal smattering of maps. Are the only 4v4s? Okay. So, in the lobby right now, again, I have no idea what the settings are in terms of like civs or whatever, but we have Sato, Vivi, Yo, Daniel, Lix, and Sora Kuma in the lobby right now. $1,500 prize pool, too. That is not insignificant for a day's work, even if it is spread across 4 people. So, Sora and Sato are for tag. Vivi, Yo, Daniel, Lix for LY. We'll have to see. Well, I'm gonna get some coffee, guys. I'll be right back. And I don't know. I love team games. I still think team games are the most fun way to enjoy AoE 2 personally. So I'm down. I'm game. What's up? It's your boy Ornlu coming at you with another video. Alright, so we got Mihai in the lobby as well. So Sato, Sora, Mihai. We need one more player for tag, unless they want to go 3v4. Always possible. And MBL, of course. How could we forget our favorite Taiwanese player? Literally the best Taiwanese player in AoE 2. Alright. We are in the lobby. Looks like it's going to be 4v4 Arabia. Again, I have no idea what the Civ settings are. We will have to find out ourselves. Yeah. I mean, it looks like it. He's in the lobby. Ah, okay. There is a Civ. Okay, so they're bans. And I can pull it up for you guys. So, let's see here. 10 Civs are banned each. You guys ever have this issue? Wait, hold on. What the heck? Where it's like half the screen is... only like half the screen is showing up? It's really weird. Like, and I need to restart the game for it. The Ghost of Taipei. But, like, why? Slide my monitor to the right. That's how it works. And again, it's on full, like, extended monitor screen, whatever. So but this time it's showing up on both sides, so I actually can click on the options and go from full desktop to full screen. So weird. Anyway, we are in the lobby, so we should be getting into this in just a moment. Hopefully, maybe. Don't know what's keeping them. We're all in the lobby. Yeah, there's literally only one Taiwanese player. But that's how they get them. They spread out the Taiwanese young women in AoE. Gotta get boyfriends of non-Taiwanese AoE players. But then I think MBL and Dragon broke up, and now it's just like MBL's still on tag. She left him, Taiwan didn't. Exactly. Okay, seriously, what is keeping them? Yo, MBL and Mihai have all not readied up. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know the romance specifics between MBL and Dragon. Vivi? Yeah, it's Lix, Vivi, Yo, Daniel versus MBL, Sato, Sora, Mihai. And we are getting into the game finally, guys. Let's go. Uh-oh. Okay, here we go. Little bit of a panic moment, but we're all good. Put up the scoreboard here. Soon? Yeah, we needed more downtime. All right, guys. I mean, I'll take any chance I can get to cast more team games. MBL is on the prowl. We will have to see. Where is MBL? He's in the red. Okay, so here we are, guys. MBL, the red Mayans on the flank for tag. The toe in the yellow as the Slavs in the pocket. Sora in the purple as the Franks in the other pocket. And Mihai in the orange as the Ethiopians here on the southeast. Oh, I just love casting team games, man. Again, 4v4 is just the most fun way to enjoy AoE, man. Whether you're playing it or casting it, in my opinion. Meanwhile, Lix is going to be here in the blue as the Mayans to the southeast. On the flank, of course. Vivi going to be in the green as the Franks in the pocket. So Yo will not be playing with Lix this time. Yo's going to be the Cyan Magyars over here to the west. And Danny Boy is going to be the gray Ethiopians on the west flank. So both sides rocking the Mayan-Ethiopian flank combo, which does seem to be the most popular these days in 4v4s. Britons are going to be up there as well, but I think that maybe players prefer Mayans plus Ethiopians. Maybe Shu up there too. I think Shu were banned. Yeah, Shu were banned. Britons were banned. So yeah, those would be the other picks, I would say, for like Arabia flanks. So, pocket combos. We got Slavs and Franks versus Franks and Magyars. So really the only difference in civs here are Magyars versus Slavs. The OG Eastern European civs. Is there one I really like more than the other? Not really. They're both good in different ways. But it's so funny that, like, we have these more simple and, again, in air quotes, fair AoE civs in the team game settings that we just don't see in 1v1s. Like, when do we get to see, like, Franks and Slavs and Ethiopians ever played in 1v1s? Mayans you still see in 1v1s, you know, reasonably often. Magyars only on some settings, only in the most aggressive settings. Like, these civs feel more like AoE civs than watching Bengalis and Malay and Dravidians, and I guess, Dravidians are fair enough. All these crazy eco civs. So, everybody on their way up to the feudal age here on LingYuan. Everyone except for Red. So, of course it's MBL who's the last one to click up, man. MBL already walling. MBL never goes up as fast as possible to feudal age, man. If MBL could still go up on 22 pop and not be throwing, he would do it, I'm sure. Oh yeah, I mean, it seems like a very balanced stack of players for sure. Last of a dying breed, indeed. Oh man, like, it honestly just makes me happy seeing, like, 4v4 action. Especially, like, 4v4 on, like, good standard maps. Looking forward to this. And a pause. I literally say, I'm looking forward to this. Immediately pauses. That's some, perfect timing there. Anyway, what is interesting is that Mayans and Ethiopians are on opposite flanks from each other. So it's not Mayans, and Ethiopians. So you still have that, I think, a bit more interesting dynamic. The map where there were walkable ponds in between each player's bases from Nations Cup. I'm sorry, I'm not thinking of it. Also, here we are. Excellent teamwork, of course, from Yo and Daniel here. Gonna instantly snipe one of MBL's villagers. Simply walling a little too late. And this is gonna be number 2, it looks like. Magyar Scout in there as well. And that it is not... What? It's like she walked right back into the maw of death. And that's already 2 villagers sniped of MBL's. And he's delayed in building his archery ranges. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. Look at this. Daniel already archery range number 1 in. Archery range number 2 is on the way. Double ranges and a preemptive defensive watchtower here from Lix. Double ranges from Mihai. And it's going to be, you know, just scouts from the pockets. Like, that's not going to be anything interesting. It's really going to come down to how aggressively the flanks play when it comes to dropping archery ranges, and how quickly they try and get things like double fit axe. Like, we can see here, Blue is skipping double bit axe right now, so Lix is not going for it. He's going for a defensive watchtower, so a bit more defensive than economic, whereas everybody here on tag has gone for double bit axe. Well, there's some maps where, like, the pockets have a lot more variety and choice in terms of how they want to approach things than the flanks do. And some maps where the flanks have a bit more variety and choice as to what they want to do, and the pockets just do the same thing. Reinforces my idea that I don't really think that, like, flank or pocket is easier or harder to play, or is easier or less or more strategically diverse. It just kind of depends on the situation and what you want. The Row Rage, yes, that one was a solid one, yeah, for sure. All right, archers and scouts coming on forward here on this side. Archers and scouts coming on forward on this side. Now, Magyars are a more aggressive civ than are the Slavs, but we can see here from Sito already getting his farming down with his farming upgrade even. Yo, not with horse collar in, so already a little bit of difference between the two. But look at this. Tag already under pressure on both flanks. That's already a couple of dead villagers here. Excellent scout movement from Vivi this time. And so far, LingYuan are already a vill ahead, but, I mean, look at this, guys. LingYuan able to take some excellent early fights. MBL is honestly just getting obliterated right there. Daniel loses, like, what, one archer? Oh, geez. On the other side. Lix does lose a vill. I mean, he's still a vill ahead of his counterpart. Like, that's fine. This is the only pure mirror matchup, by the way, is Sora versus Vivi. They're both Franks, so that's all even Stevens. But right now, my biggest concern for Tag is MBL, as MBL is really in a tough position. He lost 2 villagers early on. He lost his Archer Blob in front of his base, and he's already making skirmishers. Oh, boy. Never change, MBL. Never change. No, Mihai has very good archer numbers, and you are going to need to be careful with Lix. But remember, Lix had a very defensive approach anyway. He's walled, at least for the most part. He's got a defensive watchtower at the front of his base, helping to protect his gold miners. The +1 defense now coming in on the scout cavalry of Sora, and of course you do have that extra HP as the Franks. Added archer armor coming in actually on both sides over there. But as a rule, guys, scout plus archer is better than scout. Who would have thought? Sito definitely not going to be comfortable taking this until at least he gets +1 defense, because you're especially, again, dealing with the much more aggressive Civ in the Magyars compared to the Slavs. Now, there is that +1 defense upgrade coming in, like I mentioned, but it ain't here yet. And those closer reinforcements are going to be essential. And remember, these are Ethiopian archers on top of it with the faster attack speed. Meanwhile, big fight happening over here. Scouts and archers on each side. And right now, Mihai showing his skill here, taking a very good fight with the help of the Sky Bear. Meanwhile, Vivi did not have a blacksmith upgrade in whatsoever, and that is a much-needed win for Tag. As you can see, the populations are still very similar. I know, Genpo, it's so exciting. I love team games. DBA finally coming in for Lix. Remember, he was the only player who didn't research it, as he had the much more passive defensive approach. The triple ranges as well. But on the flippity flip side, Mihai's eco is probably going to be more streamlined, other than the 2 villagers that were killed. So he's still likely going to be getting a faster castle age if my analysis is correct. Oh man, it's like I know AoE 2 or something. Alright, defensive tower for Vivi. It always feels good to force a defensive tower from the pocket, because it means they just can't add 2 extra TCs without either binding stone or building a market. And forcing either of those things is always going to feel like at least a little bit of a win. One random scout over there, one random scout over there. Opposite ends. I mean, it's just fun, right? You get to see so many different players involved. Yes, we're seeing mostly mirrored civs, but it's just there are these little differences in the way the players are approaching their game. And it's like not a perfect mirror matchup. You can see Mihai, again, more of an economic approach than Lix, and he's faster up to Castle Age. He took those early losses, but because he had good micro on the other side and good coordination with his ally, Sora, they were able to push back their, his opponent and get up to a very solid Castle Age. He's got a ton of vills on gold. Of course, love to see archery range number 3 on the way up. And Mihai in a good spot. But over here, there is a big old blob, and that is a lot of yellow here from Sito, who has that forging upgrade as well as the +1 defense. Meanwhile, Mr. Yo has full upgrades on his scout, but still a very good fight from Sito right now. He's got bloodlines too. Now, there are some archers here for Daniel to support his allies. The second stable is in. But you can see Yo with the more economic approach in terms of trying to get up to Castle Age, trying to save those resources. And Yo should be able to click up very soon. Sito not even close to clicking up. Looks like maybe there was some unit that bled in here. Probably fine. So yeah, although Slavs are the much stronger civ economically compared to Magyars in general, Sito is liquidating that food into scout cavalries. He's on 2 stables significantly sooner, whereas Yo's on his way up to Castle Age right now. But of course, it's going to be the matter of, can you survive it? And that is, of course, much easier said than done. Everybody on LY on the way up to Castle Age. Everybody except for Sato on the way up to Castle Age here for Team Tag. Castle Age here in first for Mihai. Like I said, he had the more economic approach. He's getting a very good timing. The defensive tower is huge, of course, making sure he doesn't lose any more villagers on the gold mine. This wall to the side of the map is also really nifty. Of course, just limiting the routes into your base, but good move here from LY. Once again, look at this. You can't cross the map with your crossbowmen because, well, the archers are in the back of your base. And because Purple has lost most of his army at this point, there's no way to, like, trap and actually finish off these units. Now, you could certainly argue that once a few knights come in with +2 defense, then the archers are going to be having a very bad day and are going to die, but you're already in a pretty awkward situation here for Licks. So just the longer you can keep your opponent out of your base, the better. And look at this, guys. Stone walls here, defensive watchtower over here. Yes, Yo is going to be up to Castle Age in just a moment, but he is still under a ton of pressure. As Sato's scouts are looking mighty strong. Sato is, 2 minutes off from Castle Age. Very, very aggressive approach here. And what's fun about this game in particular, or this match I should say, is that all 8 of these players are very accomplished team game players. They've all made deep runs in various team game tournaments. And so it's not like there's any weak link here at all, despite, like on paper, Yo obviously being the best player. But they're all quite good and accomplished. Triple stables here for Yo, but that's a lot of archers here from MBL in the economy. Daniel's best team game performance. Remember, Daniel was with My Insanity, and they got some very deep performances with MYI. And he's also played with LY in a bunch of smaller events and show matches and stuff. Anyway, archers here from Daniel at the base of Sato. Again, he is the last player to the Castle Age. He has skipped out on the tower. He doesn't even have a market. He's on 4 stables. Yeah, and Daniel was a pretty big part of that team, too. All right, Lightcab is in, of course. Did you get that free iron casting upgrade as well? Look at all of those units. Sato having to micro on 2 fronts at once doesn't take the best engagement right there. And MBL himself going to be getting surrounded and killed. Again, the populations are still very comparable on both sides. Ballistics now in for both of the flanks for LingYuan. And on the flip side, both flanks here have ballistics for Tag. Second TC coming in now from multiple players. Look at this. Sora Kuma already on 3 TCs in the pocket as Franks. He's got +2 defense. I saw that earlier. But does he have enough actual knights? As Sato here going to be trying to help out his ally from the other pocket. Because the army of our purple player is all the way over here with Mihai. This is Daniel, right? This is Gray all the way over here on the other side. So what you need to do is you always need to try and keep track of the opposing player, right? The last thing you want is, like, Gray to be able to come over here and do a ton of damage to Sora because Sato lost track of him. But look at this. Beautiful, beautiful cleanup right there. And that is going to be a big army lead advantage now for Tag as Daniel is just getting absolutely mopped up. Now, MBL still under a lot of pressure on the other side. Remember, for his part, Daniel is on 2 TCs, but even some light cav of Sato showing up in his base. And as is always the case in 4v4s, things are getting very, very chaotic. They're tough to cast. And I know they're tough to follow, but I do my best for you guys. And there's just, there's always something happening that's interesting. Knights here in the back of the map for Yo, who is now getting husbandry. Then he will have fully upgraded knights. But yeah, Yo only on the 1 TC. Sato was able to add in a second one. And MBL and Sato running over here to the west. Yeah, Yo's got some knights here. But, Yo needs to do something, man. Mining stone. Where's he? Oh, here he is. But yeah, his economy is going to be a bit of a disaster. Especially as Magyar's, right? No eco bonus. And Mihai, guys, looking mighty strong. He is on his 3 ranges. He's got ballistics, of course. Did he research Thumb Ring yet to get the full machine gunners? Not yet. Not yet.
Meanwhile, not yet in for Daniel either. MBL, his part, does have Thumb Ring. Siege Workshop coming in. How many people go for a Siege Workshop in a 44? And look at this beautiful Flankerino. Classic. It's classic for MBL and literally no one else. Beautiful engagement here from Tag, and they're getting quite a sizable military lead at this point. Mihai has a big archer blob over here. Lix is coming in to do his best. He's got full upgrades on his own archers, but this needs to be a decisive fight for Vivi and Lix. Yo is also here. And look at this, guys. This is the 3v2 fight. Sito losing track of Yo for a little bit as Yo's been, running all over the map with his knights. And the knights, it's not like Yo had a ton of them, but they're screwing up with the attack here. Just enough of Mihai that the army numbers are getting so much closer. Lix has 3 groups of archers here. Yo coming in with some reinforcements as well. And that is just, you're behind by 40 military. But it just goes to show how important it is to play together as a team. And Mihai gets absolutely mopped up. I mean, they both get mopped up, but obviously Mihai lost the lion's share of his army. And as things stand right now, I mean, within 10 population on both military and economy on both sides. Imp, I mean, I know Mihai was having a pretty efficient economy, but this is pretty darn smexy, guys. I mean, it was a bad fight, for sure, but you know what? He is on his way to the Imperial Age. 1 TC, of course. Lix is adding in a 3rd one. In fact, Mihai is the only player on 1 TC in the game right now. Nobody has been taking the full aggro approach that we see semi-often, I would say. Like, if this was a Brazil-Argentina match, I guarantee you there would be at least 4 players on 1 TC right now. Oh, sorry, I forgot about Yo. Yeah, Yo is going to need to figure out a way to add more TCs because it's much easier to play 1 TC as flank than as pocket because your units are much cheaper. Anyway, this is getting pretty tough. MVL with a forward siege workshop and, rams and mangonels, because why the heck not? This is just, again, hashtag just MB things. Huge, huge army for him. But on the other side, look at this. Lix is here with his ally, Vivi, and poor Sito is getting obliterated. Oh my goodness. Again, just sort of losing the thread of your opponents. That said, Daniel's having a real rough time here defending, but generally speaking, it's better to have a pocket fully operational than a flank as we get into the later stages of the game. And I mean, this is just a fantastic maneuver here for LingYuan. And now we're actually starting to see a little bit of difference grow when it comes to the villagers, and that's going to be LingYuan ahead by 20 or so. Ooh, nice kill there. Meanwhile, again, there is so much chaos in this game. Sito here on the other side, able to do some nice raiding here into the base of Vivi, who's actually top scorer in the game right now. 81 vills for him, and we have a moment. Actually, great macro from Vivi. I mean, he's only been on 2 TCs, but he's at least been able to avoid most villager kills. Look at that, 30 villager kills for Vivi, and most of that was, of course, over here right now. Sito losing 41. Other than that, Lix 9 kills to 1 death, but his own eco's been relatively stunted. And on the flip side, just so many losses there for Sito, as this maneuver here from the opposing side is, again, you just cannot lose track of your opponent's army like that. Nice mangonel hit there for Daniel. Does get that hit, good enough there, but now look at this, guys. There are 2 pockets here, and this is enough knights to make it work. Yo's eco is still pretty bad, but he's having just enough knights in just the right place. Like, maximum value out of having very few units. Now, we do have Imp in. Still no thumb ring, by the way, for Orange. But basically, it's Lix's job to just not die right now and try and keep his opponents at home as long as possible because Sito's on 24 population. He literally lost his starting town center. That is wild. Now, this is a big, scary blob of archers, and archers can nuke TCs once you start getting ARB and chemistry. Because remember, TCs only have 7 pierce armor, so you can actually just start killing the TCs. And attack on fully upgraded ARBs will deal 3 damage and arrow to the TC. And meanwhile, Lix is just slowly but steadily growing. He's got a castle down. He's going to get another castle on the way. I mean, Mihai's still only on 1 TC. Yes, he's got a ton of arbs, but they're deep within enemy territory, and the longer he's not just obliterating his opponent's eco, the worse it's going to be. Great stuff here in game number 1. Imp on the way for Vivi as well. Again, he has just been doing quite well at just getting a good enough eco, getting the knights in the right place, and of course working well with his teammate Lix. That said, the Boomer Man, this game, the Ornlu Boomer Award, goes to Sorakuma here, who just went instantly to 3 TCs upon reaching Castle Age. He added a 4th one and a forward chateau here. And he is going to be on the way as well, and he is going to need to be in a good spot to help out his ally. But Vivi here, and again, you're losing the thread of your opponent's attacks. All of those knights going forward, and that is an extremely exposed gold mine. And Vivi is once again finding value. Really, feels like one of the big difference makers this game has just been the fact that LingYuan have found ways to get value out of their units by either attacking together with like 2 pockets attacking together, or like the other flank looping around. It's just sort of like pulling and stretching Hag's army and attention all over the map. Lifetime Ornlu Boomer Award? I don't know, there's a lot of good people out there. Am I doing real casting because they're viewers? I mean, also because it's team games and I like team games. There's always that. Anyway, Yo is at least on 3 TCs. He's actually on 84 vills. That's not half bad. Meanwhile, we have 3 players, everyone except Yo, on their way to Imperial here for LingYuan. Sora, yes, he's on the way to Imp, but nobody else is. It's not like poor Sito is going to be getting Imp anytime soon. He is just pretty dead at this point. Castle more forward? Oh, you mean like right on top of his opponent? I think he probably could have tried. But I think he just wanted to be a little bit safer with it. Just in case he is getting smashed. Okay, more running around here from Sito. Again, he is also trying to find value out of his units. But it is going to be getting very, very tough to maintain this going forward. We have a little bit of a score lead here. I mean, the overall villager count is still pretty similar between the 2 teams. But the Imperial age difference is going to start to become quite substantial. That said, those arbs are finding value. Still no thumb ring, just to make me sad. Yeah, Tag absolutely needs Sora to steamroll right now, and he is now in Imperial Age as well. NBL getting some good fights here, and again, it's not like there's a huge difference in populations between the 2 sides. Another castle coming up from Lix. I mean, Lix is just doing such a good job of surviving here. There's a locking down this side and making sure that there aren't a bunch of enemy units that are coming in from this entire angle. The one angle he isn't defending is exactly, like, this side of Vivi's base is exactly where Mihai was pushing because he's a good player. But you're still limiting the opportunities for your opponents to attack and making it pretty hard to for Tag to attack an undefended area. Meanwhile, MBL also starting to get his castles down. Cavalier in here for Vivi as well as +4 defense, but looks like the numbers are just going to be enough here for our purple player. And oh boy. Now, Daniel and Yo coming forward. Yo finally up on his way to Imp as well. On 3 TCs. It's not like his eco is great, but it's enough. And now, you still have a big old archer blob as Mihai. He's on 3 TCs as well at this point, so it's not like his eco is amazing. But again, it's enough. And here we are. Paladin coming in. Huge army value lead for Tag right now. Is this going to be exactly what they need? Vivi going to be trying to defend here as best he can, but he's only on 84 vills. He cannot afford Paladin. He's 40 villagers plus behind. We have Plumed Archers here for Lick, so he's actually making that Plumed Archer transition. Meanwhile, MBL just sticking with the Crossbowmen. But is this going to be enough? Looks like we also have Team Wall starting to come in, but look at this here from Sora. They need Sora to put on his carry pants, and that is exactly what he is doing. Because he is, you know, been set up by Mihai and his allies, just not taking too much damage, but now he needs to make something happen with it, and he is sending out his Cavalier, soon-to-be Paladins across the map. Elite Plumed Archer is actually in, so you're going to have full upgrades in just a second for your Plumed Archers here as our blue player licks. And now that is a lot of archers here from Daniel. Neither Ethiopian player has thumb ring, and both Mayan players do. Makes me so sad. Yep, no iron casting, at least not yet. And of course, as I say, guys, your rule of thumb is 40 minutes is when you want to start thinking about getting trade going. This game has been more aggressive than that, so its players are going to be a little bit delayed. But look at this, Capturaham's coming in. Of course, Ethiopians, not a great civ at pushing without their siege units, but that's exactly what MBL is doing here. There's already a defensive bombard cannon out. And now you have Mihai starting to push forward as well. You have Ray here with his archers, but they are eventually going to get cleaned up. There's iron casting coming in, so Thor has not forgotten about those upgrades, and turns out Frank Paladins are a good unit. And yes, Daniel's losing all the arbs over there. Still, the plumed archers are here. They're fully operational. And they are going to obviously perform extremely well versus enemy Arbalests. More stables here for Yo. He just now has Cavalier, but his eco being significantly worse is a big issue. It's kind of funny, though, because LY are still ahead in overall villagers, but that's just because Sato is so dead on his side. It's like orange and red are both on pretty solid economies. Purple's on the best economy in the game. And this might actually just be enough here for Tag. Yeah, a little bit of dancing back and forth. Again, Tag needed to have Sora really come online and get a lot of damage done, and that's exactly been what's happening, is they've just been striking into the heart of green, cyan, and gray's bases. And of course, that castle is going to be under very significant threat. There's Bombard and actually 2 Trebs. Oh, and he loses the Treb as well. Oh, man, that hurts. You do have Paladin coming in from both pockets, it is true. But now the Plumes are having to shoot and scoot. They're not going to be the best versus Paladins, although that is a lot of Plumed Archers, to be fair. And Daniel, of course, just trying to die as slowly as possible. Man, we never get to see Ethiopians and their cool architecture stuff. But MBL, max pop. Mihai, max pop. Again, both these guys doing enough to, yeah, you had the more aggressive openings. MBL took a lot of damage. Mihai took some damage and then only went 1 TC fast in. But they were never truly all in, and that is just such an important distinction. That's like as good of a fight for the Plumed Archers as you could possibly ask for. And now we have the fully upgraded Frank Paladins coming in on the other side, and now it's going to be MBL who's in a bit of a rough spot. I mean, yeah, that's a lot of arbs here. You still have the numbers lead, but kind of hard to ask for more than that. Is it enough, though? Again, the villager numbers are still comparable. It's still basically a 3v4 at this point. Daniel's still taking some losses, although, again, he's still at 130-ish population, which is okay. Yo is going to have Paladins here in just a moment. Well, I mean, remember, MBL hasn't had the best eco, so if he is going to get to 200 pop at all, it would only be mostly archers. And MBL still has 6 Caprams, but again, Daniel has been just expanding backwards, relying on his ally, and not completely getting obliterated, which is, again, exactly what you need. No +4 defense in is huge, though. And Mihai here with the fully upgraded Ethiopian Arbalests, doing so much work with those machine gunners. Paladins now running here, and of course, Mayan's just not going to scale as well into the later stages of the game. Mihai getting another castle here. There are castles right now with which to produce Plumed Archers. But Sora, I mean, he needs to be the guy who is making the damage happen, and he is right now. And yeah, obviously Yo has just taken so much damage to Sora in particular. Sora at 84 villagers killed. Yo losing 67, Vivi losing 44, Daniel 45. And of course, Mayans just not really the post-imp powerhouse that you want at this point. That said, that's a lot of Frank Paladins. But of course, gold is going to become a real issue quite soon. Vivi doesn't have any trade. Sora is starting trade, which is obviously super, super important. I mean, both sides have markets on the way. But it's been Sora who's actually been better able to establish that. And this is going to swing right back to be in favor of LingYuan in terms of overall army count. Remember, guys, the Ethiopian Arb DPS is better than Plumed Archers. More attack and a faster attack speed. The Plumed Archers are faster and tankier. But if you know, it's like Paladin plus Archer support unit. The Ethiopian Arbs are the better support unit. Meanwhile, over here, MBL losing even more archers as Daniel is just trying to claw his way back into this one. Lix has lost a ton of eco himself at this point, as again, it's a bunch of Frank Paladins and your Mayans defending against that. It's not really something you can do very easily. Now you're right back up to the Treb War. Castle certainly helps adding in plenty of DPS, but Vivi needs to get that trade going soon because his gold is going to run out real soon. Start with 31 on gold, and that's 12 trade cards, and that number, of course, will only be climbing afterwards. Look, as the Plumed Archers are also trying to attack the Arbs. Hussar coming in for Yo, because I guess that's all he can afford right now. That is a really tough situation for him, but look at this, guys. I mean, it was a huge lead earlier for Tag, then LingYuan, then Tag, then LingYuan. Really, really good game number one, and this is with mostly mirrored civs as well. Just goes to show how fun 4v4 Arabia can be, if it's not like a super early snowball. Alright, so over here, you've got the Paladins. You've got the Archer support units. A little bit of a detente as far as that goes, but Tags still have the overall villager advantage. Sato is approximately on 10 million town centers, so he'll eventually get back up to like 140 villagers pretty soon. No, that's other maps as well, but game number one is 4v4 Arabia. Just getting a few more snipes here. There, again, huge credit to Daniel. Bottom score on his team, and he's taken the brunt of the pressure. But, like, he is just, again, absorb the damage, fall back, make sure you don't get obliterated, make sure you keep some units alive, just sort of lose ground as slowly as possible. And even when his pocket wasn't able to support him as much as he could, again, it's just holding on. And Daniel's done a very good job of just dying as little as possible. Now look at this push here. So many Paladins here from Vivi. He's on 44 Paladins to 19. Chivalry's on the way, and that's going to be a big help in terms of production speed. Oh boy, and that is another big mop-up. Double the army numbers and triple the army value here for LingYuan. Vivi storming forward, and I think the 3v4 aspect of this game is really just starting to catch up to Tag, as Sora is just not able to stay at 200 population. He's out of gold income. He's lost a lot of his Paladins. Yeah, I mean, eventually Sato's going to want to go for Boyars, absolutely, but I don't think the game is going to get to that point. Sato also going to be looking to wall for his allies, again, because that's just one of the ways he can actually support his teammates right now. But this is looking really grim. Tags still have the villager lead, but how much is it actually worth? You're going to try and snipe the Trebs, and we'll be, I think, totally successful in doing that. I mean, good move there. And the castle's going to stand. But now the Paladins are coming forth here. You're going to try and reinforce those house walls, but it's not like house walls stand up all that well against Paladins. And look at this, Daniel's actually pushing back MBL here, and he's basically been getting punched around by MBL most of the game. Like I said, everybody's been playing well in this game. Nobody's, like, had a bad game, so to say. Hulche Javelineers coming in. Can Sato sling? I mean, I'm pretty sure they're slinging all over the place right now. It's actually been Sora who has sent most, and Sato who's received the most. Sato had a bad game. I mean, the biggest mistake was sort of losing track of the opposing pocket's army, but, like, you could argue that's a mistake from Sora and Mihai as opposed to a mistake from Sato. Datinet's coming in. Yeah, I mean, you want to switch to Boyars eventually. Castle here from Mihai in the trade route. Yeah, I mean, 180 bills is obviously wild. Gonna click up to Imp now. And yet, guys, the army values have gotten a lot closer. That said, that castle has fallen, and the pushing is still happening from LY. 22 trade cards to 34. So, I mean, you still have a good trade number as Sora. And you can see that, I mean, both green and purple are having to field a lot more light cav than they would like. Because Vivi is running out of Paladins. And, again, this is just where that trade is essential. Because Paladins, it's important to have Paladins here. But they're very cost inefficient, as in you just run out of resources super fast with them. Sato is indeed starting Boyar production. Mihai's army count is also low, and he has been losing ground because, well, I mean, these guys have just been under so much pressure on this side. And MBL's been having to basically play with only a very little amount of help from Sato, as, again, Sato just isn't able to send all that much. Elite Magyar? Well, Yo has only 2 castles. I mean, I think Yo would like to do more Magyar Hussars if he could, but yeah, 2 castle production's not very impressive. And you also need some expensive upgrades. Well, you need to get the upgrade first, and I mean, yeah, you could argue that. Oh, yeah, I guess he has one over here. 3, you might be starting to think about Magyar Hussars for sure. Anyway, Boyar upgrades are slowly coming in. I mean, these guys are fully upgraded for Castle Age. And now, LY back up to a big army lead. And they still have the greater portion of the map control. Daniel himself is having to mix in skirmishers to his army as everybody's trying to get their trade established, as everyone is running low on gold because there's been so much action happening all game long. At Siege Workshop's under threat. And there it is, Elite Boyar instantly coming in for Sato, and they are going to be a very powerful unit. Already have some pikemen coming in as well. I mean, if Sato can come back online eventually, then things are going to maybe start to look a bit different, because you can see that slowly but steadily on all fronts, LY is taking that map control. Yeah, I mean, Sato got Datinets after his first castle. Like, Sato was very much thinking long-term about, okay, I need to get to a lot of Boyars. Versus Paladin, Boyars are very good versus Paladins. You have 8 melee armor versus 3. And here we go, even getting crop rotation and 2-man saw. Sato's on 177 bills. Obviously, he will need to delete them over time, especially the lumberjacks. That's where you can lose a lot of them. And guys, we are, as soon as Blast Furnace is in, going to have fully upgraded elite Boyars for Sato. And they're going to come online, and this is where, you know, it's like I said in the beginning of the game, it's kind of a seesaw back and forth between Magyars and Slavs for in Arabia team game setting as to like which is better and when. Big Paladin fight over here, but Halbs and Ethiopian Arbs are being brought to bear as well, and that's going to force Vivi to retreat. Yeah, Warriors are actually decently worse versus Arbs because they have 30 less HP than a Paladin, but they are quite a bit better in an actual melee fight. And indeed, Tag now with the army lead. And they are starting to hold. An hour and 5 minutes into this game number 1, guys. BT dubs. And I'm look at this, guys. The stream is 5 minutes behind. Oh my goodness. That's weird. Add in Siege, but does MBL have the resources for Siege? I mean, obviously the Ethiopians... Or no, sorry, that's Mayans. Ooh. I mean, yeah, I guess you'd want Siege, but look at this, guys. Speaking of Ethiopian Siege, look at Mihai's resources. He's going to be storming back into this game. He's got Halbs and Arbs. Eventually, you just want to switch the Arbs out for things like Siege Onagers. And obviously, Mayans are going to have a terrible time against that, but meanwhile, you have Lix with his own tech switch coming in for the Elite Eagle Warriors. I guess everyone is playing well this game. Oh, man, Boyar is starting to come and get more value. Siege Rams for MBL taking down this castle, and Tag have a huge lead. Oh, did someone just now get Horse Collar? Oh, Lix is a big noob. Boyars do hit like a truck. And, I mean, yes, you are very gold hungry with the Eagle Warriors, but you do have 38 trade carts already, so that's not really that bad. Vivi trying to go with, I think, Onagers. Yeah, Onager coming in actually for 2 players right now here on Team LingYuan, but it is completely flipping. The fact that Sato came online just in the nick of time, really. I mean, Tag were about to be getting pushed into the corner of the map, but then you just had this wall of castles built by Sato. Really helped slow things down. And, of course, MBL doing what MBL does best, which is just hang in there and die slowly. You can see Lix is over here. He's trying to play both sides right now. That's giving a bit of an opportunity here for Tag to start to push back. And now things are looking mighty good for Tag. Max pop here for almost everybody. Where, as you can see, Yo still struggling a little bit in population. It's like, what do you even go for right now as Magyars? You can't really go Cav Archers because Gray's the player who's going for the ranged units. I guess he's adding in Halb, so maybe you try and go Magyar Cav Archers with a Halb meat shield from Ethiopians, who then you try and switch into Siege. But that's like a very big tech switch to try and make when you're under a ton of pressure right now. Meanwhile, the fortified walls are buying time as they need to. Yeah, the Boyars are doing very, very well. Also, they look awesome. Skirms here doing work here for MBL. The Boyars are finding their way onto the Plumed Archers. I mean, Lix, again, he's literally having to play two sides at the same time. And the Halbs are here. We have fully upgraded Ethiopian bombard cannons, and that's going to be another sort of minefield for Lix to try and navigate as, you know, otherwise, if he looks away at the wrong time, his units are going to get wrecked. And there we go. Yo is making that switch over into the Cav Archers with, yeah, Gray focusing on Halbs and Siege, so exactly what I said. But that's a tough switch to make when you're literally getting pushed, right? You have to get a bunch of upgrades instead of units. And this is just giving Tag more of a military lead. I mean, look at these guys. So much army. Elite Showtel Warrior coming in. Okay. Not sure what... I guess they're good against the Halbs and the Eagles, I think. All right, more CA upgrades are coming in, but you still haven't really made that switch yet. The Boyars are continuing to press forward. Oh, look at those bombard cannon hits here. There are 7 bombards from Mihai. They're doing so much damage. Onagers are on their way, but they're not in the fight right now. Oh my goodness. And yes, finally the trade is under attack from LingYuan. I mean, they've been the ones doing most of the trade raiding all game long. But yeah, this fight is going very well for Tag. This ranged support from Ethiopians just does so much damage. Yeah, it's Torsion Engine Bombard Cannons. Yes, yes, yes. Fully upgraded. 0.95 blast radius. That's just a hair less compared to a Mangonel. Torsion Engine Bombard Cannons have more blast radius than a Hofnitsa. Although obviously less damage. Hofnitsa are still better overall. But still, again, ranged DPS support unit Ethiopians really showing their class right now. As Mihai coming right back here. He's got Halbs, Showtels, Arbs, and Bombard Cannons. This is a very well fleshed out army. Like, this would be an amazing army for a 1v1, much less a team game. And we have, you know, Paladins here. Mayans are really going to struggle to make a good enough army. I mean, you're kind of running into the same problem on the other side as well. But the difference is that Slavs are generally speaking better than Magyars here. That said, Yo is back to... He's got fully upgraded Magyar Cav Archers. Does Daniel... Daniel's getting Siege Onager. Let's go! Does he have Torsion Engines? No, not yet. Not yet. And again, you're still having to make that tech switch. And now, LY... I mean, it's just been such a back-and-forth game. An hour and 15 minutes here. I'm so glad we got to cast this one live. Is this still going to be enough? Eagles running around, but that's what the Showtels are right here to help protect the siege weapons. And indeed, those Showtels are om-nom-nomming on the chicken suit men. Yes, again, the T-Nets, guys. The T-Nets is a really solid upgrade. Tato literally got the T-Nets after he built his first castle, so he's saved an enormous amount of stone. Castle on the hill for Mihai. Arbs continuing to push here, and it's just the efficiency for all the players here on Tag feels so impressive. Yo's trying to defend as best he can. SO is about to be in, and of course that's going to be huge against 2 civs that don't have Bombard Cannon on this side. I mean, I guess technically Slavs could go for monks, but that still doesn't feel very good. Torsion Engines is on its way, and then, I mean, You want a unit that you desperately need to be cost efficient against? Let's look at these torsion engine siege onagers. Oh, man. Actually, what else? Yeah. SO are getting sniped by the Boyars, though. And now it's going to be MBL switching to Elite Eagle Warrior, because again, he's running into the same problem that Lix is, where it's just hard for him to make an efficient army. Treb's going to try and help actually snipe the Bombard Cannons, and doing a good job of it. I think that one's also going to die. Yeah, 2 Bombard Cannon snipes with the Trebs of Lix. And the populations are still dead even. It's been such a back-and-forth tug-of-war on both sides. El Dorado now coming in here for MBL, so again, looking to finalize that switch, but the army values are getting very close. Oh! And now Daniel coming online. 22 kills on the Siege Onager already before it goes down. Again, didn't I have a long track record of saying that late game Arabia, both 1v1 and team game, is literally AoE 2 at its very best? Like, it would be like peak excitement if it were all 8 different civs, but even with, you know, only 6 unique, 6 civilizations out of 8, or you know what I mean. Almost all the players are the same civ. Like, it's just so it's so fun. Meanwhile, Lix looking to push back over here. Vivi still sending forth the Paladins. Oh, boy. And again, there's just pressure happening all over the place. Yo has a huge blob of Cav Archers and Paladins. He's got them both. Got some mangonels here. Of course, Sito himself could go Siege Onagers as Slavs, and that's exactly what he's doing. I don't know, guys. Whose position do you favor right now? I don't even know. Oh, Daniel using those SOs effectively with torsion engines. Again, it's, I think, 1.95. Yeah, 1.95 blast radius. That is sick. Oh, no! Secret Agent Daniel SOing Yo's Cav Archers. Traitor! Oh my goodness, now the show tells are here. Does Mihai have Royal Heirs? Yes, he does. Royal Heirs is very important with all the cavalry on the field. It's basically 3 extra melee armor, which is, well, very good, as you would expect. SO coming in. Now, of course, the siege is important for Daniel, but Daniel, he's on 160 bills, 52 trade cards. This is exactly what you want. Magyars have very bad siege, so that's, like, Albs are important, but the siege is really what you need to bring to the table to really start pushing this back, which is obviously what you need here as LingYuan. But look at this, guys. I mean, this has just been a constant in this game, is this push from both Mihai and Sora. Mayan should be at 150 trade units. You need the population space at the moment. Including C8? Yes, it does. It's a really interesting tech. I love the design of Ethiopians. They're such a cool civ that really feel like an AoE 2 civ. I think the new Royal Heirs is super creative, how it's like both a melee armor and pierce armor bonus, depending on what exactly you're facing. But it's still overall situational. Anyway, Magyars don't have fortified wall, so Paladins can actually knock down the gate relatively fast. Again, populations are still very even. Yo gonna look to do a big raid here with the Cav Archers. Looks like there was maybe a Siege Onager on that forest right there. And we still have a long way to actually get to the trade, as of course Cap Trade is gonna start lagging at this point. It does make Ethiopian camels viable in some cases, for sure. Yes, Mayan unit efficiency is very much lower than all other civilizations at this point. Especially the other flank being Ethiopians, right? I mean, Ethiopians have some of the highest unit value of any civ. Oh my goodness, guys. Let me look at this here from Daniel. He's coming online, and he's coming online hard right now. Oh, the CAR making it. Oh my goodness, the market walls here from MBL. Gotta be careful. I mean, of course, then Sato has all these castles here at the back as well, which is super helpful. But you know what it's also doing is it's buying time for Daniel on the other side to continue pushing forward, even with Yo's Paladins as well. So actually, the sort of 1-2 punch as far as that goes is quite good. The Boyars are not likely going to be sufficient in killing all this, I think. Actually, a lot of the Cav Archers have died. I mean, the Boyars do have 14 attack, to be fair. Why does Sato have 40 on wood? That does feel like too much when you're... Oh, actually, no, he's adding in Siege Onagers, so that's why he's got 40 on wood. Never seen the game go late? Oh, then you are in for a treat. CYXY. Again, like, I've been casting and playing AoE2 for a long time, and very consistently, I enjoy myself the most, both playing and casting. Late game 4v4 Arabia, late game 1v1 Arabia. I mean, just, of course, the Siege Onagers are also going to be very good at demolishing all these buildings as quickly as possible. But, like, this game hasn't been boring. Like, it hasn't been stalematey at all. It has been a very active back and forth. And players are continuously swapping their army compositions. It's not like you're just slamming the same units into each other constantly, except for, I guess, Franks just making Paladins, because what else are Franks going to make that's going to be good at this point? Post-him? Yeah, exactly. It's like post-modernism. We had Daniel coming in here with the SO, with the Hald. Trebs in the back, and MBL starting to lose castles at this point. And I gotta say, MBL did a better job pushing with Mayans and finding a way to get value out of that. Lix is doing a better job defending with Mayans and just sort of dying slowly. And I feel like that is just especially relevant at this point. You got a bunch of show tells running in here from Mihai, but they are kind of sort of getting to the meat grinder. But of course, if they get on top of the plumes, they're going to massacre them. And the Paladins, of course, going to be doing a little bit less damage with Royal Heirs, but they are still going to be fundamentally good against them. And now a castle coming in here from Daniel as well. And again, Daniel just methodically pushing down all of this production, slowly but steadily forcing back the tagged players. It doesn't matter at all in 1v1s, but yes, it matters a lot in team games. Oh, MBL, of course, doing his best to snipe the siege units and slowing this down. Did the counter... Yo wasn't cleaned up with this counterattack. Yo's still here with 15 HCA with Magyars. Doubt Castle, a little bit of a Doubt Castle. There's still a Vil. Oh, is she gonna do it? Is she gonna do it? Elite Showtel now actually in here for Daniel as well. Oh! You can do it! You can do it! Go! Oh no, more Vils are coming in too. Yeah, this castle's going up. I mean, there's a Siege Ram attacking it, but yeah, it's gonna go down. But yeah, look at this, guys. Yo is still here with his Cav Archers. And you have to devote so much APM to clearing them up because the last thing you want is a bunch of heavy Cav Archers sitting here killing everything. SO now coming in for Mihai as well. He's back to pushing. He's got, you know, plenty of his Ethiopian bombard cannons. Again, a very solid tool for pushing. Showtels are kind of just hanging around right there. You don't want them doing that. Lix is trying to defend as best he can. Oh, we are here, but look at this, guys. All the HC are going to go down. Like, sure, you might lose like 4 or 5 trade cards. That's not a big deal. Or is that... It becomes very inefficient very quickly as prices rise. I mean, eventually you'll have to do it as resources on the map run low, but not for quite a while. Anyway, another castle's up here for Vivi. Franks have their own cheap castles. Look at that heavy Scorpion coming in for Sato as well. So we are going to be seeing the siege units here in force. Now, what I'd like about this 4v4 Arabia that you don't get in 4v4 BF these days is that 4v4 BF these days is like the flanks are just completely killing themselves every time just to like try and lame and do as much damage as possible. And then it's like they don't necessarily get to contribute as much as the game goes on. Or at least not in the same way. Whereas here it's like all 8 players are really, really, really going at it. Yep, Cav Archers are back here, but Sato is keeping himself as on top of them as possible. We'll get Daniel's Ethiopians post-imp and MBL is Mayans post-imp, so that's kind of a big difference. Wait, why are there 9 petards? What? What? Gabby versus Fire? Is that the next Thalassocracy Cup set? Yeah, I don't... Oh, TTL Bronze? Oh, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, more pressure happening here, and it is still LY with a 7k resource advantage. And choke points in the better late game civs, more predictably win. Yeah, I could say that. Anyway, look at this, guys. LY, they were getting pushed back so hard. Now they're the ones who are pushing. This side is still much more even. But this is the side that you have the advantage in is tag, right? You have the Ethiopians versus Mayans matchup on this side. And again, the fact is that Ethiopians top tier post-imp civ, Mayans bottom tier post-imp civ. And I think that, you know, Lix needs a ton of credit here. I say that as he eats a huge SO hit. Yeah, Lix needs a ton of credit here because it's so hard to not die here. And yeah, sending the small raids in is also super helpful. And the fact that they're still not pushing here is just so important. That slow dying he really is. I mean, you still have the SOs on this side as well. I mean, MBL is falling apart, but again, like, how much can you realistically do here? And it's really down to the... It's really, really tough to die slowly. I mean, MBL is also extremely good at dying slowly. But it's just, you know, it's just a little bit better here for Lix with VV support on this side than it is for MBL with Sato's support on this side. That's a good hit. And right now, guys, despite the population still being even, and in fact, it's like population lead for tag, they're the ones who are starting to fall behind. Royal Heirs and Architecture coming in from Daniel. And look at this, Mihai still actually is getting pushed back. Eagles need to try and come in and, of course, snipe the SO as best they can. That's exactly what they're doing. Meanwhile, Vivi still has his 50 paladins in the big paladin mosh pit in the middle of the map. But this side really does feel like it is not getting stopped anytime soon. The Boyars, although very good in melee combat, are just not as good against heavy cav archers as paladins are. I mean, if anything, you'd actually think want Sato and Sato and Sora to swap. Right, you want to send the Boyars against the enemy Paladins, and you want to have the Paladins here to help deal with the Cav Archers. Trade? I mean, you can still see the trade right here. Just saying. I mean, everyone's got plenty of trade right now. Mihai actually has the least. I mean, again, this side is still pretty stalematey. I mean, all the paladins smashing into each other. Oh no, is this another Doubt Castle? It is. Oh, that's pretty funny. I think LY is winning. Score, generally speaking, does matter less in like these super late game scenarios, but is still usually relevant. Yeah, I mean, like, there's a couple units here and there in the back, but generally speaking, LY has done a better job with their rating. More help. All right. All right, those trebs are getting sniped as, I mean, Tag are still trying to hang in there as best they can, but look how close you're getting to the trade with the main push. I mean, that's usually the win condition, right? Tag do have the pop lead, actually getting a pretty decent pop lead at that, as Lix is really starting to lose a ton of population, as there's a lot more purple than green over here as well. 47 Paladins to 21. I mean, this is exactly what Tag were looking for on this side. And perhaps LY is overextending themselves just a little bit. Still some random units over there. Herbal medicine. Let's go! Castle is going to be killing a lot of their Shotel. Sea Trems there are getting cleaned up. Still, very, very, very competitive game still. It's not over. This is a great raid here from Sora as well. What is going to become a very real factor. There's 115,000 left on the map, which seems like a ton. I mean, it's still a good amount. But when that's split across 8 players, that's pretty tough. Boyar high pierce damage? Well, Boyars deal melee damage and not pierce damage, and they don't have that much pierce armor. They have 3 pierce armor, which is the same as a paladin, but because they have 30 less HP, they are in practice much worse. Eevee with another wave of reinforcements coming in. The repairs are being attempted, and I think the castle's going to stand, at least for now. Yeah, this feels like it shouldn't be happening. There shouldn't be Licks pushing me high right now. Like, this is all sorts of this should not be allowed. And yet, look at the Scorpion mass coming in right now, actually. Boyars once again charging in to snipe the Siege Onagers, and they will be successful. And now this side is starting to look a little bit better for Tag. Boyars... I mean, if it's just like Cav unit v Cav unit, yeah, they win against most of them. But like, that's what they're supposed to be extra good against. Another castle here. I mean, Daniel's been doing a very good job at like keeping the castles forward. There's Sora's. If he's got 50 paladins, they're all over here fighting the other paladins for the most part. Mihai is losing that castle, and it's like the pushing is now flipped a little bit. There are some Eagle Warriors here, but again, LY have been doing just a bit of a better job of making sure that their trade is as clear as possible. There are a couple Trebs over here, and that castle will go down. Even more Siege Rams coming in. Again, there's 100,000 wood left on the map, but again, that's 100,000 split across 8 players. Now LY have a big population lead. Even just mixing in some halbs here is really helpful. HCA doing a ton of work right now, and again, you're still pretty close to the trade on this side. Oh, lots of flattening there. Oh, now Yo is actually just going to be in full-blown retreat mode as Daniel's running out of units. Daniel really needs to get some reinforcements to the front line. He's got 28 Vills queued up right now. $11K. I mean, it's 45 Paladins and 43 Cav Archers. That's pretty good. Res? Oh, don't show the res. Show the res. Don't show the res. Mwah. Castle there is going down as, I mean, Sito and MBL are doing their darndest to die slowly. But this push is happening. Again, this is wild to me. Mihai's population is plummeting And they're going to be pushing into the heart of Sora's base. I mean, he's not just holding his ground, he's pushing. Yeah, Mihai is 1-vil on wood right now. And, I mean, if Mihai can't come back in his population soon, and he might need some sling from his allies, that is going to be one way to end the game real quick. And of course, the Plumed Archers, although not amazing versus Paladins, still do provide that extra nice damage support that otherwise turn the tide. And here we are, guys. The populations, again, are still relatively even. And you're doing a great job of dying slowly and even pushing back right now on this western front. But the eastern front, guys, the eastern front is a big problem, as it always is. Paladins now running around here in the back. And I don't see how Purple can just sustain this level of Paladin production. 54 Paladins to 37 with 19 more on the way. VV has Chivalry, right? Yeah, he does. Now, need to see some more stables here, just as Lix is making some more barracks. A bad cap. I mean, I don't think that the leadership skills are an issue. They're both teams are doing well. It's just feels like slowly but steadily, inexorably, LY is moving forward. I mean, there were Paladins all the way over here. Meanwhile, looks like MBL has been trying to raid with some Plumed Archers and Eagle Warriors, but again, LY have generally been a bit more on top of defending the resources. Lix with another castle coming forward. Again, Mihai is just really struggling to make units right now, which is tough to do when he has no wood. The Halbs are here to help out in the Paladin Wars too, which is of course very important. A few extra units are bleeding through, but yeah, looks like he always figured that out. And again, it's wild to me that Sato and MBL are still actually kind of holding on over here. But this is just completely in freefall mode. We are getting extremely close to the trade. A castle here from Lix, and this might just be over. Team play from Lix and VV on this side, absolutely fantastic. I got some units coming in over here, but oh no! Lix has arrived, guys. I was wondering what all the dead sound was, but I guess it's the water buffalo. Yeah, Lix is absolutely the MVP for me. In a game where 8 players played extremely well, I think Lix is actually the MVP. Holding Mayans versus Ethiopians in post-imp. And even pushing it back is, I think, going to ultimately be what triggers the GG. Making more bills? I'm not too sure. He was doing that for quite a while, though. It's not like he has he's not overboomed, but it's definitely something I did notice. Anyway, unless this is like an absolutely obscenely good fight, as now you have Sato having to try and help out this side as well, it's going to completely slow down the push on this side, though. And B, that is exactly what's happening as Yo here to be able to stall more with the Cav Archers. He's got, you know, 90 army. Yeah, I really would like to see some more forward stables from VV. He's kind of doing that, but again, I can see more of it. And, like, look how good of a job Lix is doing in that. He's got a castle here already. He's got barracks coming in for the closer Halb reinforcements. And don't even forget army exists. He had no wood income. He had no resources. Ow. Yeah, I mean, Sato is going to buy them a little bit more time by coming in over here, but this is going to make this side basically a 2v1 against MBL. Oh, wow, even Yo is going to be brought to bear, and of course the very sluggish Siege and Archers and whatnot are not going to be doing a whole heck of a lot. in the fight. Another castle here from Lix. I mean, everybody has really contributed this game for their team. Everybody has. GG. Just under 2 hours game time. And nothing truly felt stalematey. Wow. Like, that was one of the better games of AoE 2 I've seen in quite a long time. Jeez! Just fantastic play all around. A team game. Like I said, I love team games. I love casting team games. Oh my goodness. Missed exactly. Where's T West? I don't know. Yo actually did have the best KD, all things considered, with the help of his Cav archers. MBL, of course, having to throw so many hits into the meat grinder. But, like, look at this difference. MBL having a worse KD than Lix. And again, I still think it's incredible that Lix... He also had the most stone mine, which helps with all the castles. It's actually a play all 7, technically. But it's not all 4v4. But yeah, seriously, what an absolutely stellar game. No, it's not all Arabia. And guys, this is where we have a choice. Freakin' Andy versus Dogao should have just started, or will start momentarily, for Thalassocracy Cup. Yeah, it is a play all 7. Or do we want to keep casting this? Seen enough boats lately? Showmatch? Okay. We'll keep casting this. We'll keep casting this. The tournament is technically more important in the grand scheme of things, but... I mean... I love high-level team games, in case you guys couldn't tell. So hopefully someone else is covering that set, because, you know, we're having a lot of fun with this. Also, we'll give LingYuan their punto. And you just get to see in team games so many people contribute in different ways. People will play more? Maybe. Was that Italian or Spanish? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, it is technically a play all 7. Now, what I don't know is what the next thing is going to be. Is it the Cali War? What are you talking about? I would never grumble. I am a grumble-free caster when there is not good AoE happening. Okay, so Arabia and Nomad are played as 4v4. The other maps are played as 3v3. And the other maps are Arena, African Springs, African Waters, Migration, Nomad, and Team Islands. Live, I think it is. No, it is 4v4 Nomad. Oh, no more 4v4 Nomad? Okay. So I guess the rest are 3v3s? Mihai is leaving? Ah, unfortunate. So I guess it's going to be 3v3 from here on out. I mean, I still also love 3v3s, but... Come on. We want the whole set 4v4s, don't we? All right, looks like they are actually just going to be going to Nomad next. I'm sure it's also hidden pick, no repeat. But since they use mostly the same civs in the last game anyway, you could see, you know, whatever here. 5v5, I don't think most computers could handle that in late game. It would be the same as 4v4 with 300 pop, right? Or, no, 250 pop. Alright, so we have Sato, MBL, and Sora, so obviously Mihai is the one leaving. He'll be the one who is not playing. Meanwhile, we have Yo and Lix already in the lobby, so it will either be Daniel or Vivi. Run it down. Just make everybody's computers explode. No crashes? Oh, that would be fun. Uh-oh, the dashboard's offline! Panic! Okay, it's back online. No need to panic. In 250 pop, that's true. The maps would also have to be larger as well. All right, Vivi is back in the lobby. I'm gonna take a quick break, guys. But yeah, that game is just chef's kiss. BRB. All right. What's up, baby? Come on, these guys don't need a break. It's not like I just played a super long game. Alrighty, let's go. Only 2 overlapping civs. Well, I guess 1 overlapping civ, technically. Alrighty, guys, game number 2. It's gonna be kind of big Nomad, but not the biggest Nomad. Alright, let's do this. We'll have Lix here for LY. In my opinion, the MVP of the last game. In a game of tons of great players. There'll be the purple Huns to the north of the map. His allies will include the Sky... Oh, jeez. Hold on. I need to switch up their colors. We need Lix as green. this to truly make sense. And then MBL as purple. That'll just keep it consistent with the colors we use. All right, so let's try this again. Lix is going to be in the green as the Huns to the north. His allies will have Yo in the cyan as Dawei to the west. And to the east in the blue as the Berbers, it is Vivi. So you got 2 good civs and Wei. Also, did you notice how the last game didn't have any stupid OP civs that just really feel insanely unfun and unfair? Just like felt like good, solid, fair civs. Like really powerful, obviously, but not like broken. Anyway, Berbers here for Sora in the yellow to the west. So we do have Berbers on both sides. To the southwest, right nearby, it will be Sito in the red as the Lithuanians. And to the northeast in the purple as the Vietnamese, it will be MBL. Yes, this, you guys are dead on. You don't want to have all 3 players in different corners of the map. It is incredibly hard to support your allies. That is going to be very, very tough. Meanwhile, Sora and Sito are very well set up to 2v1 Yo. I mean, I guess you could argue that Lix and Vivi are set up to 2v1 MBL, but the rush distance still feels a little bit longer there. So, Yo first. It is totally possible, but we have to consider who's playing water. Because there's still a wide range of things you can do as any of these players on this map. Like, somebody needs to go water, because fishing is just too important to ignore completely. Who that person is, I think, is going to be kind of up for grabs. I mean, in theory, it would be the Berber player, as they have the best navy, and being able to chase down enemy ships is super helpful. That said, it still could be other options, because Berbers are also fantastic with the camel archers. So Berbers are a very flexible civilization in this context. Sora with a bit of idle time, though. Notice that. Now he's even getting loom. Rough. You can see early numbers very slightly in favor of tag. When it's game time? Oh, jeez. Is someone casting it, though? I feel bad if, like, everyone is casting this set and no one's casting the other set. The good navy? Oh, Wu have the good navy. Wei have a bad navy. Loco and I guess that's somebody. I'm sorry. And the tournament. Okay, I mean, so long as the set's getting covered. As things stand, though, overall, tag's still slightly ahead in the villager count. But if you look at the actual distribution, it seems like you have our red player, Sito, off to a very good start. Makes sense as Lithuanians. They always are going to have a more consistent start. You have the extra breathing room. You can send vills to wood sooner to get the fishing ships out, and then you just don't need to worry as much about idle time. So, Sito, with the civilization that out of these, I guess, 5 different civs. There's 4 different civs? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 different civs. There would be the one that have the best Dark Age, for sure. That said, MBL also, as Vietnamese, it's not like they have any real Dark Age bonus other than being able to see where your opponent's TCs are, which is helpful, for sure. There we go. So, yeah. See the TCs, and you see how they are far away from each other. But that's not like something that impacts you right now. But MBL also having a very good early game. And then it is going to be Sora who's having a bit of a rougher one with already a little bit of idle time. Meanwhile, on the flippity-flip, Vivi seems to be having a very good Dark Age, getting lots of fishing ships out as well over here. And then not the best opening for Lix, but you are also a little bit slower on Nomad because you can't go for the dock and fishing ships as early. So that's usually going to be the case for Huns in this sort of situation. And then Yo, kind of an average start. Or not Yo. Yeah, Sora. Whatever. Losing my mind. Chinese ton to thrive on? I mean, both teams are ethnically Chinese, Bannister. I mean, come on. Huns at least have the horse to help you gather resources and information early on, which is really nice. Wei, I don't really get as much. I mean, you can go for maybe a lot of land pressure and castle age, and Yo is walling himself off very early on. But yeah, that one's definitely a bit more of a question mark for sure. Berbers make tons of sense. Vietnamese make tons of sense. Lithuanians make tons of sense. The other ones, perhaps a little bit less so. I mean, I think they can both be fine. What I don't love, though, is that you have Wei and Huns on the same team, and both civs kind of do something similar, right? You do cavalry and cav archers with a good eco. Looks like poor MBL was walled in right there. Meanwhile, the first player up to Feudal Age will be Sito. Again, he had a very strong Dark Age, so that makes sense. And, oh, Yo's going to be going for the Tiger Cav. Meanwhile, Sito is just going to be going aggressive here. Let's see how this one's going to go. The walls are not in yet, and it's not like Yo has any idea. Oh, no. Uh-oh, Yo has just spent a lot of time. Oh, and there's even a spearman out already. Yo doesn't have loom. Oh, no. Not properly anticipating this. Now, he will get those gates in, but he's going to lose a Vil. I think. He should. Okay, there we go. Archery range already in here. We have Stonewalls coming in from Licks. They call him Stonewall Licks. And Licks will actually be the one who is going for the Navy. You can see right here, again, we're on the live patch, so no garrisoning fishing ships. And he is going to be going right after Sora's fishing economy. Meanwhile, Vivi, for his part, I guess he's also going to be going for a fast castle. Yeah, he's got... No, hold on. Yeah, Vivi will have enough resources for a fast castle. MBL, for his part, also going to be going for a fast castle. I mean, everybody's going to be going for a fast castle except for Sito and Vivi. I mean, Licks. All right, Archer is here. Villager going down there once again as Yo didn't have loom. Defensive tower over there on the gold mine. He should have enough stone for another one in just a moment, and will need one like right here. There's a blacksmith incoming, but it's actually with his stone miners. He needs to still drop off 10 more stones so we can get a defensive watchtower up in time. That archer's coming here to the north. Honestly, that tower is not done yet. Fletching's in on the archers, but we still have red not wanting to commit underneath it. What the? Oh, I just switched to Gaia's POV. Oh, another Vil dead. Yo has now lost 3 villagers. Mihai left. Mihai had somewhere to be. So now we're back to a 3v3. Meanwhile, a bunch of outposts over here. Vivi is on his way up to Castle Age, but notably is mining stone, actually, for the castle drop, and will probably castle drop MBL. Is MBL also mining stone? No, he's not. But what is MBL doing, actually? Okay, he's going for some fire ships. You can see, actually, both Sito and MBL going for fire ships, whereas we have a fire ship out for Vivi, but still, most of the emphasis is just Licks going pure water and then stonewalling behind. So he's actually going to be relatively safe, all things considered. But obviously, Yo's having a real bad go of things. There is a defensive tower coming in. The Vil is trying to escape, and it looks like it just might. And now you have these archers coming in here as well, and this just feels so ugly here for our Cyan player as Sito is doing an enormous amount of damage. Tower's going to be in, but the garrisoning is also pretty awkward, and oh no. What on earth is that Vil doing? She's going to die, and Yo has already lost so much to this aggression. He just did not get the wall in time. And now you're even going to lose the tower war at this rate as more Vils are coming forward, and you have the archers shooting at the bottom as well. Meanwhile, Castle Drop is incoming over here by Vivi, and MBL, he's getting War Galley to try and help push back on the water. but it's going to be hard to do anything effective on the water if you're also getting castle dropped. MBL's going to immediately add a TC here. He can't expand to the north because Lick's fully stonewalled everything. And this is a really precarious position for both teams. LY currently have a villager lead, though. Yeah, nice job getting the tower down there. And look at this. Sora's going to be dropping the castle now. And I don't like this. Yo's already kind of dead. Yo isn't the player you need to worry about. If anything, I would have castle dropped Licks. Like, Licks, you know, is going to be one of the slowest players at Castle Age because he went for the galleys. And Sato's already doing a very good job against Yo. Because right now, second TC coming in as well for Blue. It's okay that they're a little bit slower at adding the TCs as they are ahead in... Actually, are they ahead in fishing ships? 6, 15 fishing ships. I mean, they're slightly ahead, but Sato doing a great job of keeping his fishing ships alive as the galleys are still trying to sail all the way around the map. I mean, it is possible that Yo loses literally everything. He's getting a siege workshop. Oh, dear. So many dead vills. Camel Archer's in, Bodkin as well. Same for both sides. MBL with a defensive watchtower. Lix is on his way up to Castle Age. Sato is on his way up to Castle Age. But Sato, honestly, very good macro as well. He's still on his 6 fishing ships to 4. He's on 38 fills to 35. And yeah, just great play from him. I mean, you can build a dock. You can build a dock and sail all the way around to the south where there's more space. Still, MBL does have a fair few fire ships out. He still was able to gather all the resources he needs, so right now things are going fine for Tag. As Yo is, you know, on his way to getting defeated. But at the very least, transport ships can now garrison 20 units from the start, so Yo can send all 18 of his villagers over. Actually, there's one more vill somewhere. Oh, rip those vills. Left behind. Grot. Oh, I gotta pick him up. Alright, just gonna leave him to mine gold for now. Meanwhile, Camel Archers are here to the south going after Sato. Obviously, he's in Feudal Age. Sato has a few skirms, though. Isn't the player you need to worry about is the sort of thing with Yo would say? Yeah, that's true. You don't need to worry about Yo in the short run, though, okay? Okay. Extra TC coming in immediately here for green. And of course, Vivi also needs to be super active with his units. I mean, it's a big old villager lead right now for Tag, as Sato himself is also adding in TCs. The thing with Sato right now is that he has so much space to work with. Because Yo has been more or less eliminated, Sato's even going to go to 4 TCs. I absolutely love this. Just defend with whatever few units you can, and you can also help rely on Sorakuma to help keep you alive, as Camel Archers are good against other Camel Archers. And that does feel like a winning play right there, is because MBL can keep both these two players occupied for quite a while. And, I mean, they're just going to get to a point with that in the not terribly distant future where Sato's going to have 50 Elite Lei-Chai and kill everything. Ballistics on the way for blue, but those monks are in a very good spot. There's a nice conversion. Classic Vietnamese Camel Archer. EA coming over here to the north, but still, Lix is relatively safe. He's adding in a 3rd TC. But you're overall still going to be very hard behind in villagers, so how are you going to make up that difference? That's sort of the question here for LY. Oh, just kind of the way it works out. Let's switch that. Tag, they're the best Taiwanese players. It's, I think, pretty freaking obvious. Oh, wow. Great micro so far from Sora. Oh, wow. Wow, 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 wowie, wow, wow. Okay, holy bananas. Yeah. Might be even close to GG right there. Holy cow. 11-3 Camel Archers at the moment. Super one-sided fight in favor of yellow. He's got bloodlines to no bloodlines. Another Vill's gonna die. He's gonna rebuild his TC. Now he's on the other freaking side of the map, but already so far behind right now is LingYuan. And the random skirmers are showing up because skirms are the best unit in AoE 2. Sora's even going to be here to support. And this is looking like an excellent bounce back game here from Tag. So really, what I'm getting out of this game is that Mihai was the problem. Mihai is big noob. And there's GG, wow. Or Daniel just carried so hard. Earliest, yeah, I mean, but it was super over, and right now, Tag, I mean, they just crushed that one. East European sentiment on full display. Yep, that's me. But I mean, just so crushing from Sato against Yo early on. Just fell really far behind, and then Sora had that brilliant engagement versus Vivi, and then there was just nothing left at that point. Yo was way too dead. Nomad, but they did. And that's the thing with Nomad. Like, Nomad is inherently a little bit random. And they had the better starting positions at Tag, so that all contributes and helps out. Yep, who knows, man? Who knows? No, it's just these, they were on Tag because the MBL and Sato were both dating Taiwanese girls. It actually, like, that's actually how that worked. That's how the Taiwanese, that's how Tag gets ya. They send all the Taiwanese girls over to lure over the European players. Except I'm pretty sure that MBL and Dragon broke up. So now I think it's just MBL on Team Taiwan. All by his lonesome. Having no longer any Taiwanese question. Alright, 1 sec. Yeah, Mihai joining was a weird one. That one I don't understand. But at that point, I think you just want to play with MBL and Sato and Sora just because they're super good players.
Tag is ending. All right. So we have the 3 tag players in the lobby. Don't know what the next map is going to be, so we'll just have to see.
Rejects very seriously? They're not a team of rejects, guys. All right. LY players are in the lobby as well. So it's going to be just as simple as let's see what they pick next. Thanks to everyone who's been tuning in today. I know I'm casting this instead of Thalassocracy Cup, but I promise we'll go ahead and cast Thalassocracy Cup again tomorrow. I promise. Oh, arena. Much, I don't think the joke was, I don't think it was at all intended to be actually mean. About Beery? I mean, what is there to say? Oh, really? I mean, it's wild. I mean, it's like we haven't had any cheating scandal like this in quite some time. At the land in Argentina? He was cheering? What the heck? Why would anyone cheer that? Anyway, I'm ready to go to Clown Town, guys. Yeah, Beery signed up with 2 accounts to double dip into the prize money. But then he happened to run into himself in the qualifier, which is wild. Yeah, I mean it's just dumb. I mean, I think a 3-year ban is perfectly reasonable. I mean, how he got caught and how they sussed it out was impressive, but I mean, it's the actual situation. I mean, he did something really dumb and is getting appropriately punished for it. Oh, Bad Koala's going to be joining us instead of Licks. That's not cheating, that's dedication. Dumb. Real dumb. Come on, baby. Pick your color. Maybe. I have no idea. Vicious? Yeah, I think that's what T90 said, right? He said there was already a lot of suspicious stuff happening around the account. So then you start looking into it with World's Edge. And they can do that.
Here we are, guys. Game number 3. It is all tied up here at 1-1. Okay, hold on. Are the colors right this time? Oh, yes. Alright, not type. So, here, in the blue on the flank, as the Bengalis, it will be the Bad Koala. In the pocket in the green as the Burgundians, it will be Vivi. And in the cyan to the west as the Bohemians, it will be Yo. Meanwhile, Sorakuma going to be in the purple as the Turks on the west flank. MBL in the yellow as the Hindustanis in the pocket. And Sato in the red as the Bohemians on the east flank. And yes, it is absolutely unethical. Every game. Yeah, I mean, there's like basic fair play rules. You shouldn't try and game the system just to get an advantage like that. And yeah, it's basic sportsmanship. The sky one? Indeed. Is it the sky bear? Or the koala bear? You know, 1v6 easily. Alright, guys. So, both teams have Bohemians. In a pure Monk Rush battle, Bohemians and Bengalis are both very good. I might favor Bohemians a little bit, though. The Sky Koala, oh boy. Turks are interesting. Because they still feel a little slow. I feel like they're still going to be a little too slow for Bohemians. I don't think you can really fast imp on flank. Maybe you could just go like super fast castle Janissaries, but again, it's just Bohemians feel like they're way too good on closed maps. I mean, compared to Bohemians, yes, they are slow. And then pocket, Burgundians are just in general going to be one of the best pocket civs on Arena. You're able to spread out your cavalry, especially 3v3, right? You want something with mobility. And spread your cav on both sides, and your eco is fantastic. But that's where Hindustanis come in, and I think Hindustanis are going to work out really well as a counter to Burgundians. Because it's not like the flanks are going to have a ton of archers, right? That's very unlikely. I mean, maybe late game, you're going to have like hand cannons and halbs on one side and elephant archers on the other, and that'll be better against the imp camels. But if it's just like a low eco monk play, the imp camels are going to crush any cab civ, whether it was Burgundians, whether it was Poles would be another very good one. Slavs would be a reasonable one. So, did they go Lithuanians? Yeah, they didn't go Lithuanians, so they could have gone Lithuanians here too. Who's Bosa? Or we could just, I don't know. I don't even know what to do with Lithuanians. Or Bohemians, rather. Oh, Vivi with the big noob alert. Big noob alert. Flexible. I mean, Burgundians are still very good, don't get me wrong, and they have very good gunpowder support, as do Hindustanis, and they also have a bit of a better boom. Already have Horse Collar coming in, so I mean, it's not like it's a Civ win or anything. Yes, the Crocs. I saw that series. The Crocs played quite well, actually. Was very well prepared, and much more so than BB. Anyway, I was wondering if anybody would be tower rushing. That looks like a no. If somebody was tower rushing, they would have been up already. This is just going to be a super fast uptime with Bengalis, probably leaning into a monk rush. Ugh. Pretty bad at... Well, that's the thing, is that Bohemians are so bad at just playing a regular game of AoE 2 that they're almost impossible to balance. Mstislav Orthodoxy tech? Well, I mean, it's literally there for Bengalis. The effect is really bad as a unique tech, but very good as a Civ bonus. Is Bohemian's Castle Drop very strong? Yes, it is. Naomi troll messages? MB. Alright, so everybody is indeed fast castling. And the first one up will be Bad Koala. Very nice early build from him. Oh my god. Castle Age on the way, also here for you. So some very nice early builds here from LingYuan. That, yeah, I mean, the free mining upgrades are wild. But again, like, if you're playing an open map, it's like one of the only things that could even keep you in the game. Market Blacksmith coming in. I mean, everyone is indeed going up. Note that it is going to be a Market plus table. Okay, so I was wondering about this. You'd imagine Burgundians are going to go scouts because Burgundians will go, like, FC Light Cav literally every single game they possibly can. Hindustanis, it's a bit more up in the air, but yeah, both are going to go. Light Cav. Anyway, everybody on the way up to Castle Age. Note that yellow and purple are going to be a little bit slower. Or, of course, mining plenty of stone. Let's see, what is he up? 26 plus 2... Or 27 plus 2. This still could be for, like, the fast imp-ish kind of play. Character... Well, I mean, that's the issue. The issue is not that, okay, every Civ needs to be viable in every situation. It's that Bohemians are literally the best Civ on closed maps and almost unplayable in almost all other settings. Like, it's such a binary Civ. Wait a minute, hold on. Flemish Militia? Yep. It's CDN time indeed. And the question is, can you get up to Imp faster here than Bohemians? Teutons? Yeah, I mean, Teutons are awful against Bohemians. But never both. Yeah, I mean, it's just, they're so good in so many situations on closed maps. Like, Turks feel like they have actual weaknesses. Game sound? Yeah, you should be getting a game sound. Alright, Castle coming in here from Sword. Now, of course, the guy who goes forward is typically going to be slower in clicking up to the Imperial Age. Let's see if that's going to be the case here. Let's see. Yo, still, yeah. Yo, far away from it. Sora much, much closer. Okay, so there still is an opportunity for him. Are just Turks with insane halbs? Yeah, but Turks still feel more well-rounded, right? Because you do have also good cavalry on open maps, and you have a generally weak economy. Also, Janissaries are good, but again, a bit stronger. Of winning the championship? Well, again, it's about fair play and honoring the spirit of the tournament, right? So the question is, do you owe it to the tournament organizer to give every set your best? Every game your best? Are 1990 good? Wagons are 2020 good? Exactly. Not... I mean, I think it's a complicated question. And there is no, like, one clear and simple answer that everybody's going to agree on. But yes, the correct answer is, as a tournament organizer, you need to try and account for these situations, especially as it's not like the situation that that Sato found himself in was like completely, incredibly unexpected. Anyway, Janissaries are defending here quite nicely, and the only player who's really booming their heart out is actually Sato. Oh wait, sorry. Blue is as well. What am I doing? So yeah, it's so weird. Like, this side is as hyper as aggressive as it gets, and this side isn't. So just two different ways of playing Bohemians. In the handbook? I agree. That's why handbooks exist. You need to be as clear as possible. But this is where, like, the Sato and Beery situations are different, right? Like, Beery is actively subverting something, and it's one of those situations where you can't really, you know, prepare every single corner case of somebody possibly, you know, trying to work and break the rules to give themselves an unfair advantage. And you can't, whereas with the situation with Sato, it's something that is actively discouraged by, or it is actively encouraged based on the fundamental structure of the tournament. What Sato did was not try his best in a series versus Vinchester, in which losing the series would cause him to face Hera a round later. And yes, Beery was fundamentally dishonest, and Sato wasn't. Still only one relic in here for Grain. I mean, overall in this game, it's nothing too wild and decisive has happened so far. Uptimes are still... It's still faster for Bohemians. Not his fault? Yeah, I mean, again, what Sato did was, like, lame, but given the fundamental structure of the tournament, it was something that there was very reasonably going to be that exact situation to pop up. ACCM, yep. Double up money, exactly. Also, it's like, you set up something. Oh, wait, hold on. I mean, you lose some vills here, but it's 2 castles to 1. Trebuchet is on the way. Can Yo afford another one? No, he cannot. But with his allies Light Cav coming in, that's going to help a lot versus the Janissaries. Oh, there were 2 Janissaries. Ah, yes, the old units getting stacked on top of each other. I mean, it's also one of those things that's really difficult to enforce. Because it's like, how are you to judge if a player is trying their absolute best? Whereas it's really easy to be like, don't sign up with 2 accounts. You only get to sign up for the tournament once. Because that's called being fair and even with everybody. Anyway, again, this is where Bohemians are, and oftentimes just Turks, but better. Even with the, you know, the instant chemistry, you can still research chemistry on the way up to Imp as Bohemians. For that as well. Like, it's impossible to enforce, which is why the tournament structure needs to be set up to discourage that. Sato is absolutely not the first person to do it. I mean, I do think it's lame, don't get me wrong, but... But again, it's something that you just can't set up objectively unless you just actively discourage it per tournament rules. Anyway, whoa! Double Siege Workshop already coming in. Elephant Archers are already on the way, but the thing is, guys, I really think that Bengalis should just get smoked by Bohemians. But yeah, nice job here. Double Siege Workshop, emphasis on the Bombard Cannons. And he takes down both castles. He does lose his own, so he cannot make more Janissaries right now. Ooh, good shot there from Yo. Already eliminated? Exactly. Oh, it's an absolute real map. Anyway, MBL swooping in with his Light Cav. He's got good upgrades, actually. Fully upgraded Castle Age Light Cav. Big scuffle here, and of course the Flemish Militia are a little too slow, and all the Bombard Cannons fall, and Tag are pushing back really, really well. This is going to be very hard to stop. And I mean, it was like good early on pressure from LingYuan, but they are really starting to fall behind. That said, Imperial Age is in much faster here for green than it is for yellow. Yeah, I think it was Warlords. All right. Of course, the issue is that once Heavy Camel comes in, even the Paladins for Burgundians are really going to struggle. We have these extra gates on the way for Sora. He's adding in a second TC at this point. And this has just been a very, very good defense. For some reason, the score lead is still with the LingYuan team. And I guess they're still slightly ahead in Villagers. And the LE Archer numbers are climbing. But this is where it's going to be important to go for those halves as Bohemians that are going to be so tough to stop. Well, Heavy Camel coming in. Now, VV should still be better in terms of resources. Yeah, I mean, again, Burgundian Eco is better than Hindustani Eco. But now, with the Paladins here, it's like just in the nick of time. And the Flemish Militia do help out versus the Camels, although they're not as good as Halbs. Third TC coming in for Sora, whereas the second TC is just now coming in here from Yo. He has one Bombard Cannon, he's got a few Hand Cannoneers, but it's still going to be tough for him. And looks like Bad Qual's going to come in with a forward castle here as well. He's already taking the gold at the front of his base. 2 more Siege Workshops coming in. Yes, Heavy Camel takes a long time to research. It is one of those upgrades that you really feel the length to research alongside, like, Chemistry, SO, Hofnitsa. Everything, nothing, and booming. Yeah, it's very, very odd. Ike's on the way, and of course those Elephant Archers are really going to start to get super strong. That said, of course, the Hindustani Camels are at least less bad against Elephant Archers than most other units are. And you got the Halbs here as well. I mean, Vivi's going to have the fully upgraded Halbs in just a moment. Of course, Halbs, hilariously, the only unit that you get full upgrades for as the Burgundians. I guess that and their Flemish Militia. Get onto them, they sure do. And right now, that army value is a little bit better here for LY. You don't have Hofnitsa on the play, and I think you really just have to ask, okay, you're going for a full boom approach with Bohemians. it feels like you just want to laser into the Hofnitsa. Like, trying to go for early imp pressure against Bengalis feels like it gives them a lot more of an opportunity than if you're just say, I'm going to sit on my butt until I get to help Hofnitsa, because that kills everything, which it does. Meanwhile, on the flippity flip, guys, this is just going to be such a powerful push here. Sora going to be going in hard against Yo, who just has not been as effective as he's needed to with the forward. It was a good defense here for Sorakuma, able to take down both forward castles. Yes, he lost his own, but it just doesn't really matter when you were focusing primarily on the bombard cannons. Then the Trebs go down, and then it was just the good timing attack with the help of MBL as well. And there's Hofnitz on the way, but is it too little too late? Now you got the Halbs here for Vivi. He's going to have Blast Furnace in a moment. And I think that you just don't have enough time right now with Sato. But it's like, which position do you like more? I mean, on this side, Yo is like dead. On this side, Sato is pretty dead. Yana coming in, Siege Elephant on the way, and I mean, Bad Koala is a fully operational Bengali post-imp. Elephants, I mean, it's strong. Treadmill Crane even coming in. You're getting all the upgrades right now. And those Bengali Siege Elephants are also some of the best units in the game at demolishing buildings, because they benefit from pikes for the faster reload time, and they benefit from Siege Engineers. So it's kind of like a wombo combo of damage against buildings. Yes, exactly. The moral of this game is Bohemians are the worst close map civ. I think that's the only reasonable conclusion to draw from this game. Anyway, Camels and Paladins coming in. The Halbs, of course, need to be there to help out. Killing the FI one, I would tend to agree. And it feels like MBL also needs hand cannons. It's like you need both hand cannon and you need Imp Camel. It's the double gold army composition, but you still have plenty of gold for the time being. Why? Because Yo is saying we can fend off the pressure on this side, which is correct. YouTube ads experience was nearly as bad. Yeah, Twitch ads are pretty rough. Oh boy, I mean, Imp Camels are still very, very good, surprisingly, and those Trebs are going to be in danger. I mean, the thing is, you still do have Hofnitsa in, and you don't need a huge eco to make at least a few Hofnitsa. That said, I'm not sure if these Imp Camels are going to be enough. I just feel like both purple and red are in way too bad of a spot, and you can't just solo this as MBL. Eevee's done a little bit better job of supporting from the pocket. Because right now you have two players who are on a huge eco versus only one player who's on a huge eco. And even though the Imp Camels are super good, like, this is just too much to ask for MBL to overcome this. I mean, there's a reason the score difference is so huge. Yes, Yo did survive. Again, Vivi bailed him out at the time. YouTube ads? You don't? Wait, how do the YouTube ads even work? I don't watch streams on YouTube. And on YouTube? Oh, yeah, that is true. Always a good feature. I can't believe they haven't added that to Twitch yet. Ad blocker? Ah, yes. That's true. Wagenborg Tic-Tacs. Wagenborg Tic-Tacs on the way. Subs? Ah, okay. And Spahi, Ballistics both coming in right now, but I think it's just going to be a little too slow of a Cav Archer switch. And of course, the Cav Archers aren't going to be nearly as good as the Elephant Archers are. Origins? I wonder if there's a difference in revenue then. Who is that? That's Cap. What the heck happened? Capture Age. Hey. That was weird. All right, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. All right, Grand Trunk Road coming in. Again, the numbers are simply stacked so heavily against Tag at the moment. Also, you can start to get trade going pretty soon here. The void comes for us all. But, I mean, yeah, your Bohemians player is super dead. Yo still doesn't have a huge population, but he's hanging in there as he needs to. I mean, unless you can really take down this castle and get right back to pushing Yo, this feels like a very tall task. I mean, the Imp Camels are coming in here, guys. Populations are relatively close, even if the eco numbers are very different. I mean, that's good. I mean, it's a lot of Imp Camels. You'd think that he can't support it much longer, though, as the gold is really running out, and you can see that is exactly the case. Look at Vivi's gold. Look at Yo's gold. Bad Koala's gold is also low, but he can also take some gold from his opponent's base at this stage. I guess there isn't much left of that either. And there's Hofnitsa coming in here for Yo. I think he's been slung a fair bit. Yes, he is. So now he's going to be getting to help Hofnitsa, guys. The trade is also coming in for LingYuan. So even though for the very much right now time frame, it's okay for Tag, it's just going to be getting so much worse. And we already have a 50 population difference. Right, I mean, again, the only reasonable conclusion to draw from this game is that Bohemians are the worst Civ on Arena. I think that's both fair and accurate. Elite Quistelier in here for Vivi as well. BBT! Whoa, let's go! I mean, it's not like Yo's thriving. Siege Workshop's also, or the Siege Workshop that is researching Hofnitsa is also at the back here, which is really nice as it's unlikely to go down before that upgrade is researched. But yeah, I mean, you're going to be able to get trade established here from Sato's former base to the back of Vivi's base, and that's going to be really helpful. You're going to get a much better trade route than this over here. Like, how much gold are you even getting? That's right. For some reason, Capture Age doesn't show you how much gold you get per trip. I have no idea why. Uh, 63 gold per trip. Privacy settings. They don't want it to be public how much gold you get per trip. Pocket space. I mean, this is starting to get scary, though. I mean, that's the Turk Bombard Tower push has begun. Defensive castle coming in for Yo. He's got one Hofnitsa on the way. No artillery yet, and obviously artillery's huge because it means you can snipe the Hofnitsa with the Bombard Towers. But Vivi coming in and help protect his ally once again here. And look at this, guys. Again, these siege elephants are just fantastic for Bengalis when it comes to tearing down buildings fast. I mean, also, you're on 62 elite elephant archers with full upgrades. I don't know what more you want. Some raids coming in over here, but again, the trade is at least starting out here for LingYuan, and you're getting so much more gold per trip. I don't know why I just checked again, considering that, you know, again, we can't see the gold here. But it's 63 gold for MBL. And for the other side, it's... Wait, 25? Oh, why are they taking the short route? Hold on, what the heck? Okay, they have to get this sorted out. I mean, yeah, it's hard to not have fun when you just boom into like a gajillion elephant archers and siege elephants. I mean, those stables are going to be getting obliterated. Germans don't even have the last armor upgrade here. And there is the GG called as LingYuan strike right back and win Arena. I mean, it was kind of a wash on this side, but really it came down to the fact that Vivi was actually able to support Yo just enough on this side, and also come out on this side and help out just enough on the other side. And part of that is also the fact that Burgundian eco is just so much better even than Hindustani eco. Huge difference in food and gold collected, and a huge difference in the Imperial Age time. MBL also invested more into Castle Age, it's true. But as it happened, very, very good situation there for the Burgundians. Still, fun stuff, fun stuff. Really enjoying this series. LingYuan get the W. So we played Arabia, Arena, and Nomad. So remaining maps are African Springs, African Waters, Migration, and Team Islands. Now they have to play all the maps anyway because it's a play all 7. You get $214.19 per win. So we'll have to see. Okay, African Waters was selected by Sato. African Waters is the Warlords map, remember, with all of the elephants in the middle. It's like Cross, but you start right next to each other, and there are all the elephants there. It's that one! Good on Arena. I know this stream is nothing but hot takes, but yes. Hot cakes? Who doesn't love hot cakes, man? How many wolves versus one man? Too many, too many. All right, so looks like Migracion is next. Once I have map control. Well, remember that, generally speaking, especially in early game, you want to turn all of your resources into one of three things: economy, military, or aging up. And even having one villager mining some stone and having all of the villager time to build outposts in early game is definitely not what you want to be doing most of the time. Operation Southern, is that the stupid Venezuela pretending invasion? It's going to result in a lot of people dying and being displaced. Something on your strategy? Like on arena? Because I mean, you can't usually outpost freely in your opponent, like next to your opponent's base. Usually, your opponent will just attack you, and if they aren't making any units, then you outpost there sooner or later anyway. Yep, Venezuela. Protect it from what? Autocratic governments? There's a lot of those that we're not attacking. Is backing them exactly. Venezuelans? Yep. Oh wait, we're back. Wait. We have Huh? We had 5 LY players. Okay, now we're back. Okay, then we had 8 players, now we're on 5 players. Wait, Anatolia migration? What's that? It's not the map selected isn't migration, it's Anatolia migration. Yes, definitely not a distraction from the Epstein files. Venezuela was, yes, reasonably wealthy thanks to an oil boom, but a combination of corruption and terrible management and not diversifying their economy meant that when the oil prices went down, the country became super poor, and people are much more willing to tolerate an autocracy if they are wealthy and happy. Their socialist leanings? I mean, Norway did something, fairly similar, but managed it a lot better.
And Norway also lost very significantly less money to corruption than Venezuela did. Yeah, sanctions also help. And raising property prices, yeah. I mean, it's all about how you manage something like that. And so what happened is they had like a super over bloated, government bureaucracy. Okay. I mean, it's just like everything. They did everything wrong. All right, so here we are. Unfortunately, the civs are going to be much less diverse on this one. Run migration. We'll have Licks in the blue as the Vikings on the flank here for LY. They are now up 2-1, back playing. And Sato is going to be in the red as the Armenians on the other flank. And then I think it's the exact same matchup in reverse on this side. So we're purple Vikings and cyan Armenians for Daniel. So Galley War civs, Vikings, and Armenians, they are probably just the best too. Now, this is different, though. Byzantines versus Burgundians pocket. Now, Burgundians and Byzantines can both go for, like, fast fire ships. Both can go for, like, a big boom. Both can put pressure on the land, and they're just a little bit different. Cronyism was extremely prevalent. Like, again, there was a ton of money that was funneled away into corruption. Now, what I don't know is how non-diversified, corrupt economy Venezuela completely failed. But, like, the Middle Eastern oil countries didn't completely blow up. Because Saudi Arabia feels like it has the exact same problem as Venezuela. Tons of corruption, autocratic, non-diversified economy. Massively inflated government bureaucracy. Aided by the West, maybe. That is true. They have much better quality oil. I think also with Venezuela is that they had a lot of American companies or, foreign companies create oil refineries in Venezuela that were then seized by this Venezuelan government. Invests outside oil. That is true. But it also feels like they invest a lot of money into weird stuff. But again, I don't know the pure economics of it. Anyway, again, migration is kind of like the opposite of Arabia, where the pocket has... Like, on Arabia, pocket has to go scouts, and on Arabia, you have different types of archer or even drush openings. Going well, I guess. Actually, well, I mean, two things can be true. Venezuela is struggling a lot and is an autocracy, and also America has absolutely no business going in there and trying to blow everything up. To invade countries? Well, I mean, you could just always fall back on communism, right? Now you can't really do that anymore. You lost monarchs to your tribal warlordism? Exactly. When was the last time? Korea?
I mean, all of that stuff generally ended up better for the U.S. But, you know, once you got to Iraq and Afghanistan, it really didn't. And the thing is, it's not like, you know, South Korea immediately took off. It took South Korea a good 25 years to get ahead of North Korea. Now, a ton of foreign investment in it was a huge reason for that. But it's not like, oh, America brought democracy to South Korea, and that really helped. Did not get involved? That's a really tricky question. Because the initial power vacuum that was starting to be filled in Korea immediately after the end of Japanese occupation was a leftist-leaning but not communist government. Like 30 years ago? It was like closer to 40-ish years now, but yes, basically. Long time? Oh, yeah, sure. Up until the 90s at the earliest. Vietnam? Exactly. I mean, I do think that if both the U.S. and the Soviet Union just kind of left Korea alone, it would have ended up leftist-leaning, but like full-blown communist. But it's like, because both intervened, then you kind of get the current situation. And if only one intervened, then it would end up like, you know, all South Korea or all North Korea would be based off the preferred government structure. Communist? Exactly. Anyway, again, on this map, it's just super fast feudal age galley rush from the flank. That's literally all you can and should do. And do whatever you can to protect your pocket's fish boom, because the pocket's going to need a ton of fishing ships and is probably going to try and go up to him faster. The Bad Koala is now up to feudal age. MBL going to click up a little bit later. Kick more butts? Well, America was very isolationist, generally speaking, until World War II. After World War II, really. I mean, I say isolationist, and I mean isolationist from everywhere except the Western Hemisphere. America, at no point, was isolationist from the rest of the Western Hemisphere. Andy speed ran at 3-0. Okay, then it's a good thing we're casting this, because we've had some very good games so far. You just get bored sometimes and leave? Something like that. Except with the War of 1812, where the British got bored and left. That's why I requalified my statement. America was never isolationist in the Western Hemisphere, but very isolationist for anywhere else. Why is Sorakuma so slow on the galleys? Probably just had a slightly slower uptime. Yeah, no kills yet. Colonies? We didn't lose the war. No territory changed hands. The team game water meta? This situation, I don't think so. Barbary Wars? Yep. Although that was extremely early on in America's history. Anyway, the numbers is slightly more advantageous here for Cyan. But yeah, with some good micro there, Sora's doing just fine. Meanwhile, on the other side, it is likely going to be the same exact thing. Remember, what you're trying to do as all four of the flanks is get past your opponent's flank to go kill the pockets fishing ships. So, yeah, 17 fishing ships to 15 fishing ships. Gill nets coming in now. Feudal age gill nets, of course, for Burgundians. Oh, no, we see Burgundians on migration all the time. They have a great boom even on the water, and they're great at taking map control on the land because you can go for light cav and fast units. You do have fast fire ships on the water if you really need them in late game as well. Although they're not, like, ideal there. Alright, so it's most likely going to be the case here for the bad Koala, is he's going to go for a fast Imperial Age, go for fast fire ships, and really try and win water to sink the opposing fishing fleet. Also, on the land here, you can go for monks and camels to help defend. Nothing in World War II. Japan lost, like, almost all of its influence in East Asia. And yes, they absolutely lost most of the islands they conquered in the Pacific. Eco there is. It depends if you can go for the castle right away. I think that, generally speaking, it's going to be better to do exactly what MBL's doing here, which is go for light cav, add in some Flemish militia, and then just add the TCs, and then maybe go for the Coustelier a little bit later. Well, yeah, I mean, the 1v1 migration meta is very different than the team game migration meta. Alright. I mean, again, it's still just a little bit of a dance back and forth with the micro on this side. Overall, galley numbers 20, 18, 18, 20. I mean, all of that's very, very similar. Nobody getting a big lead here on the water. That said, Castle Age is on the way for red and purple and blue, which means that Cyan should be the last one up. And yeah, Daniel is slower than all of the other flanks. Imp is coming in now for Bad Koala, careening even for MBL, so he is still going to be focusing a little bit on the water, going like half water, half land. Korea, Manchuria, and Taiwan. And again, they had taken over a bunch of islands in the Pacific. And exerted a fair amount of political influence across all of East Asia. Yeah, you don't really forward dock on the middle island. Iraq lost several wars without losing territory? Kinda. Or is World War II? No. It's... When exactly World War II starts just depends on which theater you're talking about. The East Asian theater started sooner than the European theater, which started sooner than the African theater. So it just depends. Anyway, are we seeing longboats from any of the Vikings players? Not yet. All war galleys for now. That said, Bad Koala does not even have careening. July 1770. America! Alright. So, Bad Koala's in Imperial Age. He's getting fast fire ship. And that's going to be essential for pushing back here on the water. Because remember, MBL is playing much more of the Castle Age-centric style. So he's going to be able to push back more in the short run. But so long as the fishing fleet for really all the players remains intact, or at least mostly intact, which is the case, it's still going to be okay here. Bridge incident? I mean, again, it just depends on what exact... There is no real correct answer. That's siphons? Nope, it's actually fast fire ships still. Okay, the fast fire ships are coming in. Careening is going to be here in just a moment as well. 4 galleys only deal 1 damage to the fast fire ships there. Careening also coming in here for licks. 3rd TC coming in. That's it. Sito already doing a very good job. He's got 2 relics, one of course you get for free. Adding a TC over on the mainland, and it's of course very important for all 4 flanks to make it to the mainland sooner rather than later. There were some demo hits there as well, and the fire ship numbers are getting a little bit low, and of course it's important for Bad Koala here to make sure that he's trying to micro on multiple sides. That's going to be very difficult. But now you got the longboats in here for the Sky Bear. They're at least a little bit better against the fire ships. Yeah, MBL trying to take some map control with the Flemish militia, but he's not really doing a whole lot with it just yet. MBL also added a TC over here on his starting island, which is generally going to be worse than adding it in the mainland. MBL actually also has 2 relics, so Tag doing a very good job of picking up relics, and they do have a pretty consistent population lead across the board. Yes, what started World War I actually started World War II. This is the sort of learning we ascribe to here on the stream. Anyway, demo ships are coming in, and they are doing a good job of keeping the fire ship numbers low. MBL is ahead in fire ships relative to his opponent. I guess his counterpart, specifically in Bad Koala. And Bad Koala has fast fire ships, and also isn't going for any land pressure, whereas MBL is doing those things. Villager was able to protect herself, so that TC is at least going to be on its way, so that will leave... Actually, Cyan is the only person, Daniel, the only person who is not on the mainland at this point. And he's not even training a transport ship at this point, so that is also going to be a big, big issue. Longboat's pressing over here. Oh, Light Cav are here, and the Vill's gonna get converted, so I spoke too soon. And again, this is MBL having this presence on the mainland that was simply not there here for Bad Koala, who just has a bunch of monks sitting by his TCs, which obviously doesn't do anything to protect his allies. So yeah, the demo ships from the flanks are so huge and keeping things at least competitive against the fast fire ships. And now with MBL on his way to Imperial Age, things are looking super, super good here for Tag. Yes, it's very, very tricky to play Pocket on this map. Like, strategically and multitaskingly, whereas it's very mechanically difficult to play flank. So, I mean, it's just difficult in different ways. Called the Gulf War? Yes, it's the first and second Gulf Wars. One happened in the 90s, one happened in the 2000s. Anyway, double Monastery still here for MBL. 4 relics for him as Burgundians. Double stable coming in, and you're just not even pushing here on the side. And again, blue just now going to be getting that TC down. You're going to have a 3rd TC in for Sito and a 3rd TC in here for Sorakuma. They're doing a very good job of expanding onto the mainland. And it feels like there really need to be camels sooner. There's so many dead monks. So many dead monks. Oh, jeez. Gulf War? I don't know anyone who calls the Iran-Iraq War a Gulf War. Probably because both countries are on the Persian Gulf, and therefore any war between them would be a Gulf War. Well, I mean, Sato's on 5 total TCs. Thora's on 3 TCs. Fast fire ship coming in here for MBL. Like I said, Burgundians do get that, although you don't have dry dock. And obviously Byzantine fire ships are in general better. Alright, Cavaliers here in the middle. Where are the camels? They're just now in their fledgling stage. 92 vills to 97, but I'm sure MBL is ahead in resources relative to Bad Koala, and you bet he is. That is huge for MBL, ahead in everything relative to his counterpart. And again, those demo hits have been so huge. Does Iraq call it the Iraqi Gulf? They should call it the Arabian Gulf. Almost all countries that identify as Arab call it the Arabian Gulf. Whereas most everyone else calls it the Persian Gulf. All right, Paladin on the way for MBL. I mean, he is doing a great job of literally fighting on 3 fronts at the same time. It is so tough to do this from the pocket, but MBL is doing a pretty darn good job of it. Just has quite a bit of army. There's a forward castle here. There is no castle yet for green. I guess that one's about to be done, but it's not really in a very good position. Toe dropping the castle here on Lix as well. And right now, guys, things are looking so good for Tech, which is kind of funny because the scores are like switching back and forth. But if you just look at the game and sort of, I guess, more subjectively look at the, how all these players are doing, it's a very decisive lead right now for Team Tag. Identify as Arab, call it. I mean, it's more about, do they consider themselves culturally Arab or ethnically Arab, which is, again, down to those countries themselves. Fall of Ukraine? Well, at least Ukraine hasn't completely fallen yet. All right, heavy camels coming in, and that's still going to be essential. The Flemish militia will help out versus the heavy camels, but again, they're not as good as regular halves. Also, considering how much Russia is struggling against just Ukraine, plus, Western support, actually fighting the Western countries would be huge. All right, MBL is here, but heavy camel going to be in just a moment. But I still think one of the biggest advantages is, look at this from Sito. He's at 100 villagers as the flank. Nobody's even close to that. Even Purple is on 88 vills and just clicking up to the Imperial Age. Meanwhile, you also have Daniel in Imperial Age, but he's only on 73 vills. He doesn't even have a galleon yet. And although this is going to help push back on the water, it's still going to be pretty tricky. That said, Daniel is doing a good job with his fishing ships. He's even coming in with Drummonds, of course, a very good choice for Armenians. And the comp bowmen here as well. It's not like they're the best anti-camel unit because camels have such low armor anyway, as in no armor. But still, any range support unit's going to be pretty good. Meanwhile, Lix TCing over here, securing this peninsula, I guess, but that still doesn't really feel great. Yeah, the Sudan War, and to a lesser extent the Myanmar Wars, are both incredibly underreported in international media. All right, here we go. Big fight happening over here. There are some good monks being used by Bad Koala. Also, the heavy camels are, well, good against paladins, but is it going to be enough? Not quite. Again, the comp bowmen are really helping out lay down the damage, but you still have the closer production here from our green player. We have some ranges coming in for Lix. He's got archers on the way, but that's still going to be a long ways off. And although we have Daniel starting to expand his eco over here, it is simply much slower than what his opponent was able to do. And you can see here that although the numbers are better militarily for LY, it's the actual land presence that's much stronger, as these galleons aren't really going to do all that much, especially if another castle can come up over here and really restrict their movement on the outside. And then, yeah, exactly. Yeah, no one wants to blow that one up. Heated shot coming in for Sora as well. And there we are, all 4 players in the Imperial Age here for LY. And yes, Sito is stuck in Castle Age at least a little bit longer. He's about to click up. But is it going to be enough to help out on the land? That's really the big question. Look at this, so much repairing happening. That castle's taken 20,000 damage. It is a Byzantine castle on a hill. It's very tough to take down. Man, this series has been like nothing but good games. Volksvigar, so eventually you are getting some very important upgrades here for your Arbalests as the Vikings. And yeah, this is what the 2 castles that are very well positioned are going to do for you. I guess Killnet's finally coming in right now, and look at this, the Drummonds are going to be here, and yes, you still have a decent amount of eco on your mainland as the Sky Bear. I don't know, guys. LY trying to keep themselves in it. The scores are super close. These trebuchets are starting to fall, and again, it's so huge that Lix is able to come back online and reasonably support his ally, Bad Koala. Again, those cheap Byzantine camels are also enormous, saving this castle's huge. 30,000 damage taken there. And although the eco is amazing here for Red, he's still only working with Castle Age units. Also, at the very least, Daniel's had a lot of room to expand, so it's not like he's really been able to contribute a ton on the land. At the very least, he hasn't actually been pressured himself. And now Composite Bowmen are getting more upgrades. You are going Skirmishers here as Sorakuma, which, you know, off-counter, I guess, the Composite Bowmen. Yes, Blast Furnace is a slow researching upgrade. You got Vineyards on the way here for MBL. Lots of farms coming in, but he's actually going to have quite a few vills stranded right now. This is where you really have to question the 2 TCs on your starting island. Not usually a fan of that play, and a lot of docks coming in for Sora. He wants to get back out here onto the water. No, Yo's not playing in this one. Mixing up the players. And look at this, LY with a lead here, despite just being absolutely crushed on the land for quite a while. Now, the camel numbers are pretty low, at least right here. And the paladin numbers are quite good, but there's so many good ranged support units that are helping out. But is it enough? You have more comp bowmen on the way, more relevant upgrades coming in as well here for our red player, but is it enough? 50, yeah, isn't 50th anniversary next year? All right, even more naval upgrades coming in. How is the water looking? Just a few ships sailing around. Is fishing okay, fishing is still quite decent for MBL. That's certainly relevant. Same goes for the other pocket. And even Daniel himself is also fishing quite nicely. Guard towers are in. Now remember, you have fully upgraded guard towers as Vikings. You have architecture and arrow slits and heated shot. And here we are. Again, Lick's just coming in just in the nick of time with both the repairs and the arbalests to help out right when needed. And that's after getting pushed off his initial landing zone. But coming back over here and coming back over here. And, you know, it's just about never giving up. Late comp bowmen coming in now for Cyan. Again, the composite bowmen are still a very good range support unit. Oh, you can't be caught out of position there. That said, the Arbs do outrange the composite bowmen. But is this enough? LY still taking good fights, guys. And it's not like they have a ton of navy at this point. This is all land army. And Tag could be in for a very tricky situation. Yeah, the composite bowman numbers are also starting to look a little bit lower there. We do have Drummonds on the way. But have LY just been able to hang in there just enough. And let's, got Sicilian fleet coming in. Get that extra projectile. It helps the Drummonds out a lot. Getting 6 projectiles instead of 5. SO. I'm afraid SO have been restricted to game number 1. Also, none of these civs get SO. You start on the outside and go in. That's how this one works. All right, another castle coming in on the side, and we do have, again, more reinforcements on the water coming in for Sito. Going to start to go after that castle. But, I mean, this team play from LY has been just good enough. I saw Rogue One recently, and I enjoyed it. Was it a cinematic masterpiece? No. But did it do a lot of interesting things that weren't done by other Star Wars movies? Yes. And it also set up Andor, and I absolutely thought Andor was fantastic. Like, absolutely fantastic. Yeah, I did the exact same thing. I rewatched it after watching Andor. Anyway, Cilician fleet now in here for red. So again, pressure on both sides from the Armenians players. They try and take back water. So I didn't see Solo. Favorite Star Wars movie? I mean, in terms of, like, quality of movie, it's definitely the best one that isn't one of the original trilogy. Anyway, you have Arbs here on this side. They still don't have all the upgrades for Sora, and it's just this unrelenting damage. And you also have the siege drums. Again, Lix is such a good supporting player, man. Now, you do have this on the side, right? You have Sato coming back over around here, and he will be able to start drumming up some damage, if you know what I mean. I actually think A New Hope is way overrated. It's, like, super cheesy. Not everything can compare with the cinematic masterpiece that was A Phantom Menace. I mean, let's take the most exciting action space story possible and make it about a trade war. I mean, absolute genius, right? All right, BBT coming in here from Daniel as well. Well, the thing with the prequel trilogy is that and I think, you know, many of you who are around my age grew up with the prequel trilogy, so we always have a soft spot in our heart for it. Really bad here. I mean, they are a good support unit, but you still need to have that nice tanky meat shield, and camels are so much cheaper here, especially as, remember, it's going to be very difficult to get trade established on this map. No, it wasn't Grievous riding a lizard, it was Obi-Wan riding the lizard. All right, heavy demo coming in here as well. I mean, there is fighting on both land and sea. I mean, the only, like, meh game was Nomad so far. They've been just, like, mostly good, mostly good games here. Yeah. Here's his riding Count Dooku. Now that's the fanfiction I want to see. All right, more BBTs coming in here, and it just looks like this late game power here for LY is really coming online. I mean, yeah, you got a bunch of composite bowmen, but you are lacking a strong siege component. And the fact that Lix is able to support with these siege rams is so huge. 15-bit, that's true. It's hard to argue for... Like, only Lord of the Rings has produced as many good memes as the prequel trilogy. Anyway, now it's actually going to be Bad Koala switching into Byzantine Paladins. That'll make T West happy if he's watching. Ornlu draws? Not anytime soon. Made into a meme? I don't even know, man. I mean, that's a lot of Drummonds here on the outside, but I just don't know if the outside is valuable enough at this point. We got some bombards here. I mean, it's not like the Byzantine army is, like, all that great. Huddle of water? Exactly. I mean, again, it's like crazy that you have players still going out at it on both the land and on the water. Bombard cannons are going to push back the ARBs for now. Okay, random lag spike. That's okay. I mean, skirms are also here. Again, those siege rams are just so good at absorbing damage, but Tag now are actually ones with a huge army lead. Like, look at this. They just have a huge number of units. And blue is only on 87 vills. It really isn't all that great. Out of gold, I mean, everybody should be running low on gold soon, except for Daniel, who just happened to secure a large section of the mainland. English, I mean, if you can understand it, reading anything in its native language is probably the best experience possible. But obviously, the requisite is that you need to understand it. Anyway, more Bombard Towers coming in for Daniel. I mean, look at Daniel's score. He is playing super well here in the late game. He, you know, was having a rough time in the early game, but is now really coming online. In Dutch, is it Sting? Is Sting Sting?
Pipe out? Yeah. For sting as a verb? Yeah. B-butt. And one terrible one? Yeah, I mean, that usually seems to be the case. Oh, here we are. Daniel also getting to get ready into the champion switch.
I mean, Zito, like, look at the populations, guys. There's, like, no eco for tag, but they have a huge army, all three of them.
Raid Cog production even starting here for MBL. Uh-oh.
Percy? Indeed.
A trade fleet? I mean, you have to start sooner or later. Oh, look at this! Lix is coming in with trade cogs as well! Okay, so Bad Koala is trading on the land. Lix is trading on the water. Wait, there's ladder pilgrims? That's amazing. Oh, guys, you know it's a good game of AEB2 if you're seeing trade cogs unironically. Almost an hour into this game number 4. What a sick one. Again. Like, this series has just been amazing. I mean, right now, you have Cyan low on units, Blue low on units, Green with a lot of units, but also not the highest quality of units. Well, I mean, that's just too many galleons at the moment. Can't really deal with that. Seadram coming in for Sora. Again, those Seadrams earlier from Lix were super huge. But now, look at this. MBL starting to hold the line. He doesn't have a ton of Paladins, but he's got some. He's getting his trade going. It's a play all 7. Oh my goodness, look at all these mule carts. So many mule carts. I mean, look at this. Long swordsman, go! Destroy the market before Caravan is researched. No, I don't have enough time for that. All right. Here we go. Galleons here on each side. Is it going to be enough? The cannon galleons help out a little bit when it comes to blast damage. And Daniel's still struggling for gold income. It's like everybody's running out of gold all at once. There's only 600 of it left on the map. Like, all you're getting are relics and trade. But look, this MBL has 6 relics as Burgundians. That's pretty crazy. But, like, where are you realistically going to be trading? Where are the trade cogs going? Seems like maybe this burning dock over here to... I guess you have no docks over here. Maybe one over here. That's something. But the trade is in general going to be significantly safer here for Team LY. Doesn't it make wood and gold? It can. You can basically set up the ratio that you want in increments of 25. But yes, this is current match. All right, there is masonry in, but no architecture. So the galleons are still doing a little bit of decent damage to the buildings. But here we are, more ships popping on out. The only civ to get shipwright is actually Byzantines of all of these. But I mean, Sato absolutely holding down this left side as well. And pushing with the water. Like, this is a really sick play on 2 fronts. I mean, the fast fire ships just aren't quite doing enough here, and this navy is slowly but steadily going to be getting right here into the trade line before too long. Yes, the Hitchhikers is sci-fi and parody. Is not a book? Well, it's a series. All right, guys, look at all these bombard towers. It's still going to be so difficult to push through that. Now you got these Byzantine castles that are even under siege. But the army numbers are getting closer, and you'd think that you would just not really be able to sustain this in the long run here as Tag. LY still have a very healthy score lead.
Even got some pikemen here for Sorakuma. On our hands, I mean, did you see game number 1? Game number 1 was like a true game on our hands. This is still a very good one, though. Team game series? I mean, especially with games being as long as these ones are. Anyway, that castle I don't think can be saved. Yes, it can. All right. MBL helping out his ally just in the nick of time. Still, 18 trade cogs for MBL. His gold income is okay, although he's missing some upgrades. Missing Caravan. Also, you don't get Dry Dock, and yes, Dry Dock does affect trade cogs. Yeah, game number 1 is literally one of the best games I've seen in a really long time. Like, I would even put it up there for, like, Game of the Year arguments. For a random show match, which is wild. Oh, Paladins unsuccessfully sniping the trebuchets, and that castle is still under threat. Serum action. I know. Because the map? No, it's 3v3 because Mihai is the 4th player for tag, and he had to leave. No, Team Game Arabia is amazing if you make it past early game. If the game doesn't end in feudal/early castle age, Team Game Arabia is amazing. Alright, you got the Halbs here for Bad Koala, as Byzantines, of course. Monks are trying to support as best they can, and of course the cheapness of the Byzantine units is so important here. Especially as wood starts to become an issue. There's 84,000 of it left on the map, which again, split between 6 players isn't all that much. And the castle does stand. Again, both teams have absolutely been playing fantastic. Anyway, skirmishers are skirmishing. If they're on Thalassocracy, yeah, but we're not on the Thalassocracy patch. I'm sorry. Anyway, LY does have 2 players close to max pop. MBL trying to defend here as best they can. Yeah, MBL still missing Caravan is so huge for his eco-efficiency. And the fact that we have 29 trade carts, 24 trade cogs, 16 trade carts. For some reason, Lix is the only one using trade cogs. But MBL just going to say, we are out of economy. We cannot make any more units. Sora basically has nothing left, and they are just losing on every single front. And that is going to be the GG as LY take 2 in a row, are now up to 3-1 in this play all 7, rather. But we'll see if they actually play all 7. They might call it quits if LY win the next one, because it's been such a long series. But we'll have to see. But yeah, what a sick game. Daniel, amazing KD. Sito, amazing KD. Both are Minions players really helping lock down their respective sides. Bad Koala and MBL just really good back and forth, trying to take control over the middle. And then Lix and Sorakuma both on the water, able to really apply pressure throughout the entire game. Great, great stuff. Again, guys, we got lots of people watching. Just pointing out that team games are awesome, and there should be more team game tournaments. Said the guy who's not hosting tournaments anymore. Still, they're fun. All right, so let's see what the next map is going to be. We have the 2 African maps, African Springs/Waters and Team Islands. We have 1 aggressive land map, 1 aggressive hybrid map, and Team Islands. Setting. Team 3v3 is the most skill-intensive team game setting. I think by a pretty sizable margin. 4v4s are the most fun setting. And 2v2s are the most manageable setting to follow as a viewer. Sometimes, yep. Maybe we don't really have enough 1v1 hybrid maps. Aggressive 1v1 hybrid maps, even. That's true. Yeah, still don't know what the next map is. And remember that although we are casting this show match for today, we did start the day casting the Thalassocracy Cup, and we will continue to cast that throughout the weekend. And... oh, we also have TTL Bronze tomorrow. Okay, so there's a lot to cast, and obviously I'll cover as much as I can. So, TTL Bronze... Blue versus Turs. That's at 15 GMT. Or 16. 14 GMT? It's like 14 GMT, I think, because, yeah, time change. Thalassocracy Cup. Maybe we don't have a set for that tomorrow? Okay, yeah, that's not until the 16th, so in 2 days. And that'll be ACCM versus running it, because apparently, you know, what we need more of in this world is more ACCM versus running. How does long as TTL goes on for quite a while. Alright. Okay, looks like African Waters might be the next map. I mean, yeah, there's not going to be a ton of interest or player availability over the holidays. For the YTD? 12 and 2 versus sets? Yeah. Oh yeah, is KOTD in December? Is he yet to win any of their team game and invitationals? Rip. But they get to play in all of them, so... easy money. Single them? Good stuff. December? Oh, so it's like right before Christmas. It ends. I wonder how that's going to affect viewership. Christmas list for Santa? I want more socks. I'm not very good at asking for gifts. I like giving gifts much more than I like receiving gifts. Sora Kuma, the best up-and-coming player. I mean, Sora's been around for quite some time. He was an up-and-coming player when I hosted Ornlu's Big Nomad Cup. And that was... 2019? The only real up-and-coming player right now is Lewis. Well, Bamelt, he hasn't played in a tournament match since, let's see, around 3 hours ago. We casted him this morning. Lucho, yeah, Lucio and Prisma, okay, they're also up-and-coming for sure, although not quite up at the top yet. Watch. No, Sebastian's. I don't think Sebastian's up and coming anymore. I mean, he's already, I think, just established himself as a top 10 player. But I don't know if Sebastian's making that next step yet. AOTD, okay. Top 10 players are there? Probably like 12 or so. Okay, which KOTD are we on? King of the Desert 6. All right. Up, too late. They started the game. Oh, do we have... Oh, we almost have 6 unique civs. All right, guys. Here we are. Game number 5 in our best of... Or, I guess, play all 7. It will feature Sito in the red as the Chinese here for tag. Yes, they are down 1-3, but it's still been so competitive. Oh, geez. Hold on. Need to do... that. Who's the other player? It is Vivi again. There we go. Wait, why is Lix in parentheses? Lix 2465. What? It doesn't say that here. Why is he the only one who has his elo next to him? Oh my goodness. Anyway, Sato. I mean, he and Tag have been playing very well, even if they haven't won a bunch of the games. But he'll be the red Chinese here to the western flank. Pocket will be MBL in the yellow as the Jurchens. And to the east in the purple as the Celts, it will be Sora Kuma. Their opponents will be LingYuan, looking good so far. Placements? Oh, I guess maybe. Vivi going to be in the cyan as the Malians on the east flank. Yo is the green Georgians in the pocket, and Lix in the blue as the Celts on the west flank. The map is African Waters. It is a map from Warlords. So, again, both teams have Celts, although they are on opposite sides. Very good aggressive civ, and you can also fish boom, and you can just see how much freaking fish there is on this map. So much. Yo with a very early dock here is the Georgians. Oh, whoa, hold up. No way. Lix losing 3 bills? Lix lost 3 bills. 3 bills. It's 3 bills. 3 bill kills. Oh my god. Sato is not playing around for sure. Oh my goodness. Already a 4 villager lead here for Tag. Now, Yo is the first one out with a fishing ship, which is something. Yeah, it was no Loom versus Loom. Yeah, Lix just not paying enough attention there early on. Only 9 villagers for him. Oh my goodness, that's like... And you're also going to accrue some idle time. And that, it very much is game defining. 3 Dark Age villagers is usually, like, that is, you probably have a 95% chance to win if you're the guy who didn't lose the 3 villagers in, you know, early to mid Dark Age. Oh, I mean, Sato's also Chinese, right? And 11 seconds idle time is Chinese because you have the hunt so close to the TC on this one. So, I mean, you can see why Chinese are such a powerful civ in this situation. One may even say so powerful in this situation. Oh. Anyway, Jurchens are going to be a solid choice. You have the extra hunt from the elephants, which is really nifty to have. But then on top of that, faster attacking scouts is going to be very good on a map that is going to feature very heavy feudal age play. That said, Georgians are going to be in a bit of a better spot economically, especially because Yo got such an early dock. I mean, both of these civs are going to be very good for sure. And Celts versus Malians. Again, they're both pretty similar. Both good, strong, aggressive civilization. 7K viewers. I mean, if I'm only losing 7 at this point, you know, could be worse. So look, that 7 villager lead, and a little bit of that is Vivi being a bit behind. Lix also has 19 seconds idle TC time. Literally more than the Chinese player. He's not going to TC drop, is he? No, he doesn't have the resources. So I'm not too sure what this is. I mean, this is not going to be very successful. Yeah, no. And while everybody is fishing at the moment, even Lix is fishing. But I don't see any forward docks yet. Vivi is coming over in this vicinity, though. Hard to click on the bills here. Yeah, so you're one hit ahead here is Vivi. Meanwhile, this is, as they say, a thing that's happening. Oh, man. So many dead vills, man. I mean, I guess Lix is technically only 2 vills behind right now, but that's because Sato's going to be in feudal age here in a moment. Meanwhile, Men-at-Arms coming in. Only one player has gone for the early infantry of this game, and that is going to be the Sky Bear. And as the Celts, it is going to be a very, very nice effort here. Be able to go after the Lumberjacks, the Gold Miners. What is the scouting like? Okay, yeah, just go to where the villagers are. Still need to force your opponent to go for quick walls. Wait, that dock was denied? What? I thought the Vill would be able to quick wall herself in. It must be Vivi slipping on the quick wall attempt right there. That is going to be a dead villager very quickly as the Celt Men-at-Arm is having a grand old time. Thor's got a fire galley coming out, but he doesn't even need it right now. He can just keep on adding in the fishing ships. Same can be said for MBL to the north. Meanwhile, again, it is 2 players docking here to the south, so they're actually already having to sail fairly far away from the dock. And, yes, here we are. This was the thing. I thought he might be TC dropping. Yep. I mean, that's really all you can do. Like, you take that significant of a loss early on, that's literally all you can do. Unfortunately, this game is going to be likely very fast and one-sided. We have some archers on the way here for Vivi. Men-at-Arms are still hanging around. That is 2 villager kills on them. Men-at-Arm? It is Men-at-Arms. It's singular is man-at-arms and plural is men-at-arms. The arms is always single. It's not man-at-arm because the arms are referencing to you know, weapons. Anyway, obviously annoying for MBL, but this is still a terrible situation here for LY. They're down 10 vills. It's 17 army to 5. Yes, Yo is on his way up to Castle Age. I guess he was going to go Cav Archers. Sato's also over here with his fire ships too, so still finding a way to go aggressive. MBL with another dock here to the north. Sato also over here. Oh, he sank the fishing ships as well. I mean, this game is tag saying no, 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 no. AT West. Even the infantry armor upgrade coming in here, and Sorakuma can really start to go after these vills pretty soon. Archers are going to need to be careful against the Celt Men-at-Arms that they are slower than. Yeah, I mean, I'm not too sure how much you can get done with Cav Archers here. Yo's only on 23 villagers anyway. I mean, good fire ship play here in general. Where'd the men-at-arms go? Okay, just running around on both sides. Actually splitting up the different groups of men-at-arms of Sorakuma. Just trying to find a good angle to get some damage. Sato still applying plenty of pressure here. And indeed, Cav Archers are on the way for Yo, as is Bodkinero. I mean, it's not like Sato or MBL can realistically defend against that. I mean, I guess Sorakuma can't either. And you know what, guys? Vivi's coming in here with some villagers. I mean, at the very least, nobody's even close to Castle Age right now on Team Tag. No. Nope. 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 I mean, that's not bad. That ain't bad at all. I mean, still, just so many fishing ships, and MBL's on 9 fishing ships himself. Yo's adding in a second TC there to the back. I mean, obviously, it's very difficult to defend yourself. How is Yo Castle? Have you considered the fact that he's Mr. Yo? Also, he had a very good early game, got the fishing ships down faster than anyone else, and just rushed up to Castle Age with all the boars. Still, Yo does need to carry right now, because right now, Sora is on his way up to Castle Age. Some Celt Scorpions are going to do a ton of work in pushing away enemy Cav Archers. Vivi over here as well. Sato not giving up on the water, though. And MBL still with a decent number of scouts. Have to be so careful, though. Still trying to repair there. I mean, this is just, it feels like it's way too much work cut out for these Cav Archers, of which there are, again, only 4 at the moment. Even the skirmishers are finding some decent value. I mean, again, you're getting some okay damage here and there, but it just doesn't feel like enough. Now, VV's actually also on his way up to Castle Age. I mean, credit here to LY. They are trying to make this interesting for sure, but now the scouts are going to come in. They're going to easily clean up all those archers. I mean, it's not like MBL can click up anytime soon because he's been stuck dealing with the TC war. Thor is going to be in Castle Age in just a moment. And he's going to be in a good spot. The Toe is still going to be stuck in Feudal Age for quite some time because he went so aggressive so early on. He went for 2 pawns. He also went for land units. So he just spent a huge amount in the Feudal Age. It's still a 34 villager discrepancy. Long swordsman. Oh, man. Sato's still finding some value over here and killing the fishing ships, so those are all going to go down. Like, what more do you want from this series? Anyway, CA are doing CA things. Arson, the pirate's favorite upgrade. Meanwhile, Vivi is indeed going to be going for some knights. Yeah, I mean, 0 fish left whatsoever is not something that you should be able to recover from, especially since they all have their own ponds right now, so they can fish for a very, very long time. I'm not sure what upgrade that was researching, but perhaps it didn't come in. I mean, Tag are trying. They really are trying. I mean, fish is OP in general. And now Sato's also found a way to click up. Oh, there's the siege tower, guys. There it is. Oh, boy. Tag are losing? No. But Team LY is giving it a very real effort, but it's a 50% villager advantage for the AoE gamers of Taiwan. Yeah, Sato's gonna be in Castle Age in a moment. He'll be able to go for some E-skirms. Zooming! Woo! They see me rolling. They hating. Alright, now the Celt Scorps are gonna come out too. I mean, this is good. I mean, if the fishing wasn't a thing, then this would be, I think, a very fun and exciting game, but it obviously is. I mean, Sato still isn't taking any damage. Entirely seriously? I mean, some of the games are. I mean, this was like the first actual, like, meme strat that was happening. I mean, how is he supposed to click up? He's having to make scouts just to stay alive, and he's with a ton of villagers stuck in the town center. This TC's taking 18,000 damage! But yeah, I mean, the siege tower is the only thing that's been kind of a meme, and even then, it's only a meme-ish, because you already had 8 men-at-arms left over from Feudal Age, so it made sense to invest into Long Swordsman. And I guess if you're going Long Swordsman and Siege, you might as well try and go for the Siege Tower. Anyway, gonna be a good amount of value here for Sorakuma. Anyway, how are Yosie doing? He's got 12 of them. Yeah, but now you're gonna have some Fire Lancers out. You're gonna have some Skirmishers out. Emil's actually on 56 vills, which is pretty cool considering how much pressure he's been under. This just does not feel like a winning recipe at all here for LY. Oh, Kelt Mangonel eat Kelt TC? Nightbot dashboard? Alright. Oh my goodness. Third TC also coming in here from Sato. Oh, the peasantry! It's always the peasantry, guys. Every single game, it's the poor peasantry. And looks like... I mean, I know it's a play all 7 anyway, but we'd rather it still be in the balance going into the final game. Lix Gaming. Lix is on 9 pop right now. I will confess that isn't good. Second TC now coming in here from purple. Again, all the fishing ships. Helping to funnel this economy. Or fuel this economy. Another TC on the way. Yeah, I don't see that. I mean, this is cool from Yo. Sinking all the fishing ships over here from Red. I mean, the thing is, Red's on 3 TCs anyway. Yeah, I mean, it's just 2 over. And tag not done yet. Wild, wild game, though. Poor Lixman. TC drop and Swordsman and Siege Towers. And that leaves us with African Springs and Team Islands. So 2 very different maps. African Springs, if you remember, guys, is the one where, like, you all start in a forest in towards the middle of the map. There's, like, a circle of shorefish around it, and you, like, they're all the different ways through the forest to your opponent. It's a very aggressive map. It's from Battle of Africa. And then Team Islands is Team Islands. I'm aggressive. I'm an aggressive person. Oh, yeah, the KOTD6 map. King of the Desert. All right, let's check it out. Guys, it's on Coastal. Also, why am I getting Thracians, man? That Age of Empires too, man. Those are some very far wood lines, guys. Yeah, this is gonna be aggressive. For better zoom? I mean, yeah, it just doesn't matter that much. Also, you start with 4 sheep right next to your TC, so it's gonna be insane for Chinese. Okay, so you can get the chickens, or chicken equivalents. I mean, yeah, it just looks super open. A very open version of Arabia. Gold is forward here. I mean, there's just some very small hills. Most of the hills are far away on the map. Like, the hills are very low. Oh no, my dad is here and apparently wants to show you guys my Playmobil figures from when I was a little kid.
It all acts.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
So why are you giving me these?
Why?
Oh man, look at them, guys. Little kids' toys. Can you tell I liked Age of Empires as a kid? All right, Team Islands will be next. yeah. Plastic kids' toys with swords. Exactly. All right, guys. I want to see some Sicilians on Team Islands. Sicilians are such a fun civ on Team Islands. Lurks on the stream. I mean, I don't even know if he knows how to find me on Twitch. Find it that hard? I mean, he's tech literate-ish. Ish. Am I still casting? No, I'm just staring at my screen.
dash in human form? Something like that. Anyway, they're all in the lobby, so hopefully we get this going in just a moment. For a solid minute? Well, I mean, been live for 6 hours, almost. Wasn't anything happening. What? Why did everything reset? Ah. Oh, because I opened it in single player. All right, so it was ly tag ly tag. No skills? Yeah, who knows? Who knows? All right, guys, here we are. Game number 6. We'll have MBL in the red as the Saracens to the southern flank. Sito in the yellow as the Sicilians in the pocket. I'm telling you guys, Sicilians are an amazing civ for Team Islands. And Sora in the purple as the Bengalis here to the northeast. Meanwhile, Yo is in the blue as the Saracens to the east as well. Wait, Lix is the green Turks in the pocket. What? And then it's Sicilian's flank for Vivi? Turks? Like, why not just go Spanish? I don't think we didn't even see Spanish. Oh, wait, no, Spanish were probably banned. Yeah, I mean, I guess you're just kind of running low on civs. So, both teams have Sicilians. Both teams have Saracens, but they're on opposite flanks. And then Sicilians has one player in the pocket and one on the flank. Yes, Turks do have a very serviceable navy. So, we'll have to see. Generally speaking, somebody's going to be landing somewhere. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Why? Why is that a message? He's gone rogue, indeed. He thinks I'm unaware of how to get rid of that. Oh. Ahlem. So, Saracens are going to be galley rushing, of course. Bengalis are also probably galley rushing. You still have the regenerating ships, and you have a great eco. Saracens, the best galley rush civ that wasn't already taken. Right, we had Vikings and Armenians played already, so they're the best galley rush civ that hasn't been banned already. Banned or played, I guess. So, my question comes from the two Sicilians players and the Turks player. Turks? Okay, I thought I was thinking, like, if anything, Turks are probably just going to go for, like, defensive scouts into a fast castle boom. I mean... Huh. Yeah, like, maybe... Green goes defensive scouts FC, Cyan goes forward, and then blue just plays water. Boulder makes emotes, and he does a lot of the command stuff. He also helps moderate the Discord server. All stuff that I never feel like doing. All right, first player up to Feudal Age will be MBL. So just going to be, I mean, I would be shocked. One might even say flabbergasted if MBL did anything other than just go pure galleys here.
And I don't use the word flabbergasted lightly. Everyone on the way up to Feudal Age here for LY. So, I mean, for himself, Sato could just go defensive light cav into a boom. That's certainly possible. Again, Sicilians have a very serviceable navy. Nothing wrong with it. You just miss Elite Cannon Galleon. That's the only thing you miss. Turks, meanwhile, have everything except for fast fire ship. And you also have artillery on your cannon galleons. So again, good strong navy. And of course, they also have some very powerful options on the land. So everyone's on up, but Sato is on the highest population. Now he's going to get Loom as well. The trade changes. I mean, you don't really use trade cogs on Team Islands much. It's usually just markets on either end. The flummoxed? I would be flummoxed. I do love Team Islands. I mean, in team games. In 1v1s, it's pretty mad. It's a great map for team games. Alrighty. Lix is coming forward here as the Turks. Not, again, something that you would typically associate with the Civ, but... For his part, Vivi also coming forward. He has the donjon here defensively, and then is building the stable, so cool stuff there from him. Meanwhile, it's galleys from MBL. The transport ship is literally right in the middle of it. That's hilarious. And on the flippity flip, as again, all the cool people say, defensive donjon in for Sato. He is also building a stable, so he is going for the aforementioned, like, defensive scouts into Fast Castle. Well, I mean, a faster castle. And then Kianen with the 31 months. Thank you so much, Kianen. That is a long, long time. Thank you so much. And again, good quick wall there for MBL. He's got his own galley production incoming. Yeah, I think you just go ahead and snipe the transport ship first. But yeah, make a decision. Fishing ship's actually here at a forward dock. Forward range coming in as well here for Vivi. There are 3 scout cavalry, and that tower is going to be done just in the nick of time for MBL. I mean, this is just all forwarding stuff here for LingYuan, except for, yeah, of course. So, like I said, I thought it'd be defensive scouts from Lix in the same way that we're seeing this from Sato. But I did think Vivi would be coming forward here even on the flank, and that is exactly what we are seeing. So we'll have to see how much MBL wants to invest into water, because that's really the next question. If MBL invests heavily into water, he can, alongside Sorakuma, 2v1 Yo and, like, completely crush Yo. Alternatively, what he could do is start powering up fishing ships and then get a good Castle Age time. Both are reasonable options. Second stable for Sato. The surprisingly saucy second stable for Sato. Win water? I tend to agree. I think that you go for, like, again, if I'm seeing this as MBL, I'm probably going for 3 galleys, maybe 4. Sniping at least my counterparts fishing ships at the very least, and then just rushing up to Castle Age, especially since you had to already build the defenses here on the land. Fletching coming in, though. There are 11 more villagers right now for tag. And it's already a very interesting game number 1 here. Scouts are running around, but purple is gonna be fully walled in time. Oh, the peasantry! Oh, it's always the peasantry. And MBL will lose a villager. And you're gonna see that the thing is, the eco is completely uninterrupted at home for LY, although BB's macro kind of leaving much to be desired there. And the defensive scouts are here. Remember that the Sicilian scouts also take less bonus damage from the spearmen, which is helpful. Game 1, yes. In reference to what? I don't remember what I am talking about, ever. Anyway, 18 fishing ships here for Sato. Game 1, hey man. I'm tired. I woke up at 6:30 in the morning to cast this.
Well, scouts here getting some good damage in. And the archers are going to prevent easy rewalling. And again, we just have to wonder what MBL's the next step of your master plan is. Now, he was actually able to get the Pockets fishing ship, so nicely done there. Not, I guess, trying to bother with Vivi's fishing ships, because Vivi was still making some navy, so at least he's getting some good value there. But I think if you're going to do anything, you should probably keep sailing around to try and snipe Yo's fishing ships. But right now, the biggest advantage for Tag is their eco. In terms of villager numbers, the advantage here for LY is that their economy, although much smaller, is more efficient, and that they're not getting harassed at all. So interesting stuff all around for sure. Oh, there's the DJ. That slick record-scratching DJ. I want to see some Sargent. Again, precarious position on the wood line. And it will be +1/+1 of the scouts from Sato. They are coming back home. Well, I guess coming back to help the ally. And with bloodlines in too. And this is going to be a pretty easy cleanup as Sato doing a super good job here, getting a huge fishing eco, recognizing that, okay, only one of my opponents is playing water, and so is Sorakuma. So Yo wasn't able to get like a huge lead early on. Sorakuma just kind of defending the side, even though he also had to defend on the land. And so you could just very, very safely fish boom here as Sato, and that is exactly what he did. So good spot right here for Team Tag. Sorakuma now in Castle Age, and he will be able to match those upgrades, but Yo might be able to get a good fight here before those upgrades come in, and that seems to be the case. They are Saracen galleys, remember. Faster attack speed. Still, of course, you're going to try and take the best trade you can. It's really hard to force an engagement in this sort of situation. I mean, Yo's doing the best he can in the circumstances, but you're still losing quite a few units. Anyway, now have the War Galley upgrade in. And Yo is still going to be on his way to winning water, which means that all of these fishing ships are going to be extremely threatened. Actually, 3 sergeants in here are going to make it kind of difficult to take down. Other 2 tag players are on their way up to Castle Age. Meanwhile, both Vivi and Lix are in the Feudal Age. And of course, literally as I say that, Lix clicks up. But yeah, now what you need to recognize here... Okay, I love this here from Lix. Lix scouting here with the transport ship, seeing, okay, how much of a fish boom is going on with Sato, because Sato's score is super high. So you would very much suspect that there is a big old fish boom involved. So scouting that out, seeing what's going on, and now our tag pocket is going to have to do a lot to defend against that. Drop the ball. I mean, Sora was pressured on the land and Yo wasn't, so it would be very difficult for Sora to not... Like, it would be very difficult for Sora to get ahead of Yo in that situation. Defensive Siege Workshop coming in. Now, War Galley is not in yet. We are not sailing down Warg Alley. That said, these fire galleys are getting some value. And with the reinforcing ships coming in here from purple, this looks like it is going to be enough as Tag are just taking a big, big population lead. Again, Vivi's still very much stuck in the Feudal Age. MBL in Castle Age, he's getting War Galley. And you still have 18 fishing ships alive, 18 scout cavalry that can easily be transported across, which is, of course, exactly what's happening. And now, for the first time in forever, it is actually going to be the LingYuan players who are being pressured heavily at home. I've been saying that for years, man. Never, never, never doubt Masanori. That was me singing Frozen, I think. It was my beautiful singing voice, Magnet Mood. I don't really know what the confusion is. Yes, but remember that in addition to getting 1 extra Pierce armor, you also get 3 melee armor, so you negate almost half the bonus damage and 1 of the Pierce damage with Masonry, and you get 10% more HP, so it really, really does matter.
Second TC coming in for MBL. Second TC coming in here for Sito. He's got a villager here on the enemy islands. The Light Cav are still running around. They've got Bloodlines and +1/+1. Knights are going to be on the way. Yo's base is under heavy attack, and right now it is just all tag at the moment. Without audio? Yeah, exactly. And now that you have these Castle Age units, it's going to be even more difficult for Vivi to do anything useful at this stage. And with Sora buying some stone, we have to imagine he is going to add a TC in just a moment. And the Mangonel there, going to be able to take down the Watchtower. Light Cav still here. Which song?
Hi.
Oh, no. Why does anyone even watch this stream, man? All right, another dock is even going to be placed here on the side to keep up that fishing ship efficiency. I mean, that's it. Yo still does have a good navy. And again, now that you have Tag who are trying to be the ones who are making something happen, now Yo is going to be taking the more efficient fight as he is just scooting and shooting as best he can with that faster attack speed as well. No ballistics is in for either of the War Galley players, notably. There's Dad coming. I know. You guys are all masochists. Third TC coming in here for MBL as well. Again, Yo is taking, you know, reasonably efficient fights. He's also won 70 vills? What? What is this man doing? His macros... It's too powerful to be kept alive. How on earth is Yo on 72 vills? I mean, Yo has 11 villager kills. I mean, he has a minute idle TC time. A Gillnuts check? No. All right, some fire ships over here as well from Vivi. Again, just trying to bleed through with the occasional unit, and fire ships are so good, of course, at taking down fishing ships. And looks like that is a Doubt Donjon, not a phrase I've used before. Oh, God. I'm going to need to go on Nightbot, find that command, and then delete it. Oh, my goodness. Look at this, guys. Yo is on his way to Imp. And, like, again, if this series isn't more evidence that we need more team game tournaments, I don't know what is. It's just really unfortunate that you have GL. Well, two Mangonels here. Oh, he's doing the Ornlu strat. Oh, man, Sicilian Pocket. Make OV and C2 happen? I wish. I wish. I mean, that is the Imp TC, too. I mean, more fishing ships getting sniped. I mean, Vivi's doing a good job of that. MPL only a little bit ahead in terms of vills. 73% to Imperial Age. The Navy's still looking good for Yo, although obviously... Oh, wait, is this going to be the oh baby, a triple? Yo, just trying to squeeze through competitiveness of team games, because one of the arguments for having team games in the first place is that it's more competitive than 1v1s. Because the default stance of World's Edge, I think, and most tournament organizers is just don't do team game events at all. So it's more of a why do it instead of a why not do it. Anyway, those guys are going to get cleaned up. And another Tout Donjon. And look at this, Avini dropping a castle here. What? Imp coming in for our purple player, but is LY fighting their way back here? I mean, we are 92 vills as yellow, but is that enough? Especially without Imperial Age. I mean, this is a big navy here, but Yo is keeping his own fleet alive, which is huge. Hero Archer. Oh, yeah. with its 0 kills. And again, 1v1 events are way easier to organize and way easier to find sponsorship money for. It's like very, very significantly easier, and viewer interest is, again, also heavily weighted towards 1v1 events. Which is a shame, of course, but it is what it is. Anyway, how's Lix doing? He's on 58 bills, which is the lowest in the game. He's been rated a lot by Sito, but he's not dead yet. I'm not dead yet! And now, yo, with Saracen Galleon in, they have Bracer, they have Chemistry, they have Ballistics, and they are sailing right forward here, and we are going to need to see Sorakuma just fall back. Just fall back. Sicilian Cav Archers here for Vivi as well. Is he ready to drop another castle? Not yet. Still, Sora actually immediately getting dry dock. Yeah, no, you want Galleon first. Galleon, Bracer, Chemistry, and then Shipwright, then dry dock. That's probably the flow chart you're looking for. Anyway, another castle is coming in. Vivi selling a ton of resources at the market. And Vivi's own eco, it's not, like, horrible. He's on 76 fills. That's still slightly more than MBL. But MBL with a much more defensive approach. He's got the towers here. He's got the castle. He is on his way up to Imp. And, of course, Mamluks are going to be extremely powerful if you want to go for that as opposed to anything on the water. But considering MBL has very few ships left anyway, probably not going to be too big of a deal. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Arabia and Arena are the only maps that I would ever enjoy a 1v1 tournament on, and it's like a single map tournament. But we'll see. I mean, KOTD was one of the earlier tournaments I casted. Fun fact, KOTD 1 happened before I started casting. I think it was like earlier that year. But I made a full-blown spreadsheet chart with stats and write-ups just for the Civ. What are you doing there, yo? Uh-oh. What do we want to know about? Nah. I would get really annoyed by that. Oh my goodness. I mean, that's something. Fast Fire Ship is now in. Remember, Saracens themselves don't have Fast Fire Ship. Houseboat Hoedown. That's a good one. I like it. Shoals? Shoals is actually relatively diverse, especially for a hybrid map, which I do appreciate. 1v1 Kalasan. No! You guys like to make me suffer. Yeah, there are some maps that actually do have a fair amount of civ diversity and strategic diversity on it, and you need both of them if you're going to create a successful one-map tournament. I mean, LY still have a big army advantage. Now, Vivi's up to Imperial Age as well. Remember, the sort of the big advantage you had here as tag was that you only had Yo in Imperial Age, and Yo only had a navy, not any land units. Vivi's on his way up, though. And look at this! Oh, man, it is going full Ornlu. Those conditions? Yes, which is why I think that, again, if you're going to have a 1v1 single map tournament, Arabia and Arena are like the two best candidates. Regicide Rumble? Houseboat is a map that I don't know about. Puns only. No! I never got the whole idea of, like, oh, you can only play Fox when Fox is literally the best character. Even though I was a Marth main, because, again, no mechanical skill at all. But I can sweet spot the tip of the sword. I mean, that's a pretty good... That's a very good hit, in fact. I mean, again, you have Lix who's trying to defend on multiple fronts at once. And Vivi's an imp, though. I mean, obviously, you don't want to go for freaking Sicilian Cav Archers in Imperial Age. I say that as he's actually getting more Sicilian Cav Archer upgrades. Guys, Sicilians don't have heavy Cav Archer, unless I'm very mistaken. But if I know my tech tree, Sicilians don't have HCA, and yes, that is the case.
And this does leave Lix and Sito, the two pocket players, stuck in Castle Age. And yes, Sito's in a way better spot than Lix, but how much does that really matter? And you also have Yo here, who's, again, just locking it down on the water. Michi, honestly, it wouldn't be the worst one ever. I wouldn't love it, but it would be far from the worst one. And ECG coming in here from Yo as well. And again, like, Vivi is just being so annoying here on the land. He is just not being gotten rid of entirely, and the same goes for Lix. So it really is both Vivi and Lix creating so much disruption so that Yo can really just focus on winning the water and has actually been able to kind of do so 1v2. No, Coastal's the default map, not Continental. And of course, these Galleons are doing a pretty good job of taking down buildings that have no HP/armor upgrades. Yo dropping a forward castle over here. And we have the Sicilian mirror. Oh boy. Greening coming in here for MBL. And MBL is amassing up a pretty good navy. For sure. Rip. It's okay. They're two very similar maps. Continental is like Coastal, but even worse somehow. Anyway, I mean, this whole area is getting trebbed, but LY taking a huge population lead. Remember, they were in a terrible spot in the early game. I mean, the eco of Sito was just insane. Now he's lost his entire fishing fleet almost. Yo somehow was able to get to Imperial Age at a good time with the power of the Saracen Market. Doing enough damage here on the water, and now things are looking very good for LY to go up 4-2. And again, we would still have a game number 5 on African Clearing, or whatever the name of the map is. African something. That said, the Trebs are trebbing. Trying to rebuild. It feels like Sito's built so many TCs this game. Does it? I mean, that would be a weird bug if that was the case, but it's DE, so who knows? Okay, here's the thing, guys. You have 42 Galleons for MBL. That is not at all, you know, insignificant. You have careening in for both players. No dry dock in for MBL yet, whereas it is in for Yo, so he's got all of his upgrades. I guess Siege Engineers. But yeah, now Yo's getting some stables over here as well. And yeah, the Hussar raids could be a very dangerous option here for our blue player. And look at this, guys. Cav Archer streaming for it. It doesn't matter that green's in Castle Age and if yellow is also in Castle Age, and these Rams are just going to go to town. That is a lot of arrows from the Donjon, though. But those Rams are going to take down the TC so quickly. And LY looking great here in this game number 6. Random Bombard Cannon also here from Yo to help clear out the forward town center. And those trebuchets have fallen. I mean, again, Vivi doing an excellent job in this Treb war, making sure he has not been gotten rid of completely, even though his castles have gone down. Now got Yo here as well. Got all these galleons, but it's a good number of galleons on the other side. Elite Mameluke also in here for MBL, but like, how much can MBL realistically do at this point? You can't go for Navy and land at the same time. You just don't have the pop space for it. And right now, that's the biggest issue, because Sito's got nothing anymore. I mean, Sorakuma's done a fairly good job of just, like, not being dead completely. But, I mean, you're going to have Sito on his way to being defeated at this stage. And there is the GG called, guys. LY will ultimately be winning this series, even though, again, we are going to play that final game, unless these guys don't choose to. But I don't see why not. Just one more game. If it was a 4-0, then, like, okay, I get that. But, I mean, all of these games have been very competitive. It was a rough start here for LY, but able to pull it back, just being relentless with the landing pressure. And Yo able to get that really good imp time. I don't even know how Yo's eco was so good. That's wild. Yeah, like that 18-18 in Castle Age time. Way faster than anyone. And then a good 3 minutes faster to Imperial Age than Sorakuma as well. Yeah, I have no idea what's up with Kappa. All right. Kappa got hold, yeah. All right, guys. So the final map is, what is it called? African Springs. So what are we going to see here? I mean, just pick the most powerful aggressive civs that are left. So whichever's team didn't pick Magyars in game number 1 are going to pick them here most likely. Bulgogi? Bulgogi's fantastic. Do you have the thinly cut sirloin? That's the traditional way. No, I don't want to join the lobby. Cut pork belly? I mean, yeah, yeah, and like the Korean way of cutting it's called samgyeopsal. But I mean, it really is just thinly sliced pork belly. Well, not that thinly sliced, actually. Thicker than an American's cut bacon. Pre-buried trade chart, that also works. I make my own bulgogi though. It's not that hard. Bulgarian bulgogi? From bulgogi to bulgogi to bulgogi? It's bulgogi. You don't need mirin for it. I mean, you can use it, but you don't have to use it. But if you can't find gochujang, like, that just seems very weird. I mean, it's pretty international. I can even buy it at, like, my local supermarket. Germany, Ripperino. Very American perspective. Oh, no. Wrong pronunciate. Oh, were you saying bulgogi? Ah, yeah, it's bulgogi. All right, we got 4 players in the lobby. International food? Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, if you're in the boonies anywhere, it's going to be hard to find harder to find international stuff. Mexican food here? Well, yeah, it's going to be tougher. Now we have 3 players in the lobby, 4 players again. And we got one more game here, guys. Then I can get some lunch and take a nap. Five players in the lobby. Do I drive to my local supermarket? I mean, that's the only way you can do it. I mean, I guess you could take a bike, but you'd have to be biking on the road, and that's not really the most safe thing most of the time. I mean, how else would you do it? Helicopter? Think about it, makes it local. And it's the closest one. Actually, we have several ones that are equally close. We go to for different things. Use those? It would be like a, 45 to 50 minute walk each way. I mean, it is legal to do it, to bike on the road, but it doesn't feel safe. At least for me. I guess we need to wait a moment.
And the game still hasn't started. It's not a bike-friendly road? No.
All right, come on, guys. Let's go.
I'm sure literally any point will start the next game. / last game. Alrighty, let's do this. Game number 7. It is on Anatolia. Okay, don't know what makes it Anatolia. Migration happened, was like the same for some reason. But we are here. Yes, it's a play all 7. So there's still like $100-something on the line. We'll have Sito in the red as the Bulgarians here on the flank. MBL going to be the yellow Magyars in the pocket, and Sora in the purple as the Romans on the west flank. That is a very aggressive trio of civs. Oh my goodness. You know, I said they picked the most aggressive civs they had left, and you know what, guys? That is what they're doing. Meanwhile, Vivi's going to be in the blue as the Vietnamese here on the southwest. Yo going to be in the green as the Slavs in the pocket, and Daniel going to be in the cyan as the Chinese on the east flank. So this is like a much more standard Arabia-esque lineup. So let's see what tag have in store, because what are you going to do? Just play archers as Bulgarians against Chinese? Play archers as Romans versus Vietnamese? That doesn't really feel good. For Daniel? Because Daniel is apparently, I guess, maybe the only one who plays enough team games to be consistently ranked there or something. I am not too sure, honestly. I do not know what makes this. It's also not African reed beds. That's a different map. This is African Springs. But yeah, no idea. Wish I could tell you. Do not know what this has to do with Anatolia. Just 0 ELO? I think that's pretty fair, honestly. Have we ever seen any evidence that Yo has won a game of Age of Empires? I don't think so. So, let's see. 21 seconds idle time. That's still a decent enough start for Chinese. Nothing too bad as far as that goes. Of course, everyone else is next to 0. And I mean, obviously, this has to be a men-at-arm rush. Like, Bulgarians doing anything other than a men-at-arm rush feels so bad, man. At least Magyars can also open men-at-arms and don't just have to open scouts. Romans, I mean, they have the eco. They can do literally anything. So we shall see. At least, you know, Chinese are a civilization that don't love having to deal with hyper-aggression. Wait a minute, what? Why are we seeing this again? Hold on, what? I mean, we don't have Lumen. We literally saw this exact same thing in, from Tag in game number 4, I think? Where because the Chinese player gets Loom and the other person doesn't, they just send some bills forward to get the early punch out. Oh, rip the back tree and camel. But, I mean, I guess that's still worth it. Punishment for the phone, oh no. Tragedy. I mean, Red's only on 15 bills. It's not very impressive, especially as there's 18 bills for Cyan. More bills coming forward, though, and it's not like you're going to be able to do anything here long-term, so I think you probably just send your bills right back home here as you're Daniel. Like, I don't know how good that is in the long run, but, you know. It's something that happened. You did get the villager kill. It's probably not worth it at all if you don't get the villager kill, and it's probably okay if you do. Because you also remember sending the villagers all the way forward and all the way back. Is already in the works. Cool, I guess. Neat. All right. It's actually okay. Feudal Age. Oh, and yeah, he doesn't even have anything close to the resources to click up, so it's not even going to be for a Men-at-Arm rush, just a drush. Because I don't think any AoE 2 LAN has ever been successful in terms of paying back the amount of money it costs to do. But was the host satisfied with it? I mean, I have no idea. Hopefully. Meanwhile, gonna be a Men-at-Arm rush here from Sorakuma. That said, Vivi is still gonna need to be careful. This gold is not secured. No way he opens scouts, right? That would be kind of weird. Is Vietnamese on flank? Okay, yeah, there's the mining camp coming in. But yeah, just gonna be a very defensive opening here, which I think just makes tons of sense as Vietnamese versus Romans in this situation. Anyway, scouts from the pocket. MBL is up a little bit later. And yeah, everyone else is basically on their way up. Lots and lots of early walls incoming. So, I mean, that's still, like, a lot of investment from Daniel, right? And it's causing a fair amount of idle time. But at the end of the day, he's going to be able to drop his archery range. I think. Oh, but now he's going to the pocket. This is where Yo's going to need to be careful. He is already building a defensive watchtower, though. As note that Sato has only just now clicked up, so I guess the forwarding really did more damage than you might have thought. And Nabil gives up 5 scouts. That's a lot of scouts. That's a lot of scootage. Infantry armor coming in here from Sora, so he is definitely committing to that early Men-at-Arm rush, as Tag is just going to be swinging for the fences here in game number 7. Or militia at this point. Oh, actually, hold on. How many militia are you going? 3. Well, the first game was 4v4, but then Mihai had to leave, so then it kind of had to be 3v3. I mean, they could have done 4v3. I'm sure that would have been great content. Anyway, good save there. But this is where those archers of VV are going to come in and help. Including Mamadou. No! Mamadou will never be taken down. Shoot the camel? I mean, it's still a scout. A second PC. Guys, do you think Don Capron was available to play? Anyway, big fight happening over here. There was one dead villager, but it looks like everything else is ultimately going to get cleaned. Other players? Yep. hosting PA. Pay for money. I mean, if it's not, he's only banned from World's Edge sponsored tournaments. They don't have the authority to ban him from anything else. Because he didn't actually cheat in AoE 2 itself, so you can't ban him from AoE 2. But again, isn't that what B did in AoE 4? And he's still playing. Exactly. Anyway, Sora Fall Up Archers here, already getting some very nice kills here. And another big scuffle happening here, and the Men-at-Arms are getting a lot of value, actually. Never doubt a man who goes for 7 Men-at-Arms. Which, to be fair, we saw 7 Men-at-Arms earlier. They also won a game. Alright, Scale Mail Armor coming in. That's still finding some value. LY is still a net 2 villagers ahead, though. And Red's even mining some stone, so I'm kind of curious as to what that's going to be all about, as we have 1 defensive tower here, and he might even just be going for more. Secondary sanctions? I mean, I'm sure he'd like to, but I don't really think you have the authority to do that. Again, unless somebody's literally cheating in-game. Like, using map hacks or something. Anyway, at the very least, we do have Vivi starting to push back his opponent. He also has the +1 defense, so you have the extra tanky archers there for the Vietnamese. And actually, also, I didn't even know you could fully weld us. Tariff him. Has to give authorization. Oh, for any tournament, you mean? Because World's Edge really only has a direct say for World's Edge sponsored tournaments. Now, theoretically, they have a say over everything, but like they don't really care unless it's like a huge prize pool tournament that isn't sponsored by them, but those don't really exist anymore. But I mean, in theory, yes, they would have a say over everything, considering they own the game. I mean, look at this big old team wall coming in for tag. Again, I didn't even know you could do this on this map. Man, I mean, you would ban their account. Against doubt? I don't think that's a punishment. Alright. Well, that's going to be another villager kill. First player up to Castle Age is Vivi, though. He's still relatively safe. He lost some archers earlier, and the overall archer count is 14 to 18, still in favor of purple. And yet, being on the way up to Castle Age does give you something. 38 fills for yellow, 34 for green. So at the moment, MBL doing a great job here with his scouts. And one of the reasons that Slavs just aren't as good on this map is because you're spending so much time fishing that the farm bonus is, relatively speaking, less good. Hey, rebets? I have no idea. Anyway, Daniel also on his way up, but we have all 3 players on the way up here for tag, which means that Yo is the last one to click up. Yo has lost 5 vills. Wow, I didn't realize he lost that many. So yeah, that's definitely a very substantial loss for Yo. And again, you have much less of an eco bonus here as Slavs than you normally do versus Magyars, because Magyars can just fish. And it's probably still even better than Slav farms. The game rules? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Again, if somebody's literally map hacking or, I don't know, using some crazy macros program or something like that, like that's actually manipulating the game itself, then that's when you're looking at, like banning the account. New account? I mean, that's also true. Players will participate. Over? Okay, I mean, I have really no idea. All right. Well, I mean, you're still going to win the fight here as purple. And hello, Nick Stirs. Thanks for the raid. And that is a nice mop up there. Now everybody in the Castle Age for crypto laundering. I mean, that's generally what, you know, the rules I try to live by. I mean, it's difficult to follow sometimes, but we do our best here. Dreamer, well, welcome, welcome. Hope you enjoy it. All right, University coming in here for the Sky Bear. Sato is actually going to be the first player to add an extra TC, which is pretty crazy, all things considered. Meanwhile, Daniel's going Cav Archers here. Well, I mean, after the initial crossbowman, but big push here. Is it going to be enough, though? I got like 16 Light Cav, 15 Scout Cav. The Light Cav also have full upgrades. This feels extremely good for tag. And right now, things are just going all sideways. Streamer, definitely not. We're coming up on 8 years now. Nearly a month old? I mean, 1 month, 8 years, what's the difference? One true streamer, I don't know about that either. Alright, Siege Workshop coming in. Third TC for Sato as well. So, I mean, it was a rough opening, but he's getting it figured out. Qualify? I mean, they probably could ban the account. I don't know what else you would do. I don't think you can... Like, I don't think you can literally stop somebody from playing the game they purchased in any circumstance. Like, I don't think it's even possible to ban somebody from playing single player. Up. Never happened. I mean, it should never happen. I don't even know if it's possible for that to happen. I mean, you still paid for the game. Anyway, second TC here for Vivi, but, I mean, things are just getting very, very out of control. Be able to play... I mean, yeah, again, ban him from World's Edge sponsored tournaments. Other tournament hosts, I mean, it's going to be up to their discretion whether or not to allow him or not. Really? I had no idea. Playing ladder? I'm sure he is. On a pro team? Who? Oh, Beery? I mean, again, as far as I'm aware, Beery's still playing AoE 2. Slam's current status? Inactive. Is he? I have no idea. I mean, LI just feel like they're way too far behind. MBL and Sato are both on 3 TCs. Vivi? Like, what does being on a team even mean? I mean, starting, it's like, what is, again, like, what does a team in AoE2 mean? Are people drawing a salary from it? Is it a business? Or is it just a clan? So I feel like the difference between a clan and a team is a clan is just an informal group of players, whereas a team is like, again, there's some sort of established financial obligation and revenue stream. Anyway, honestly, great fight here for LY. Really the best you could possibly ask for. USE is a way of life. Exactly. Okay, wow, that was actually super, super impressive. Darkside? I mean, again, is Darkside a professional organization? I have no idea. Oh, it's a crep host! It's so cute! I mean, right now it's just red making skirmishers, which isn't super exciting, of course. Go away. CA can at least help take fights better together, especially if you're fighting on this side of the map. It's way easier for Daniel to reinforce his army than it is for Sito. I mean, things were looking really bad. USAE, of course. Know what that means? Oh, no. 4th TC even coming in here from MBL. And Daniel's going to try and go for the aggressive castle. Remember, he's on 1 TC only right now. Skirmish don't even have +2 defense, though. I mean, is it inconceivable that LY are going to find a way to win this game despite being behind by 50 villagers? I mean, again, weirder things have happened, but this would be the biggest hole that LY would have had to claw themselves out of. Castle is actually moved slightly, but still, it's going to go up. I don't see any way you can actually stop that. MBL going to go on 5 TCs here, oh boy. I mean, Yo is on 3, but obviously is, like, horrendously far behind. And Vivi doing a great job of defending against the pressure from Sorakuma. And, this is tough pressure to defend. But that fight that Vivi and Yo together took against the much better army was so huge. Anyway, Yo and Daniel are now together. Trigger, I mean, he just has it set up on a timer. Alright, another Crepost is coming in. Uncle again, I couldn't even do it. It's on a different patch, right? Alright, I mean, MBL, a lot of knights here. Oh, we got some Codex! Still, again, it's easier for LY to get their armies together than it is for vice versa. And Vivi finding a way up to Imperial Age as well. Wow. I mean, again, he's only on 2 TCs. He's still a lot of defense that needs to happen at home. Vivi only just now starting to mine some stone. But, I mean, this ain't over yet. Just like that ain't Falco. Wombo combo. Actually, pretty good attack round there with the Mangonel for Sorakuma. And I heckin' love Roman Scorpions. Here we are. That is a big old blob of units, but is it going to be enough? Oh, splat there at the back as well. And honestly, it could have been a worse fight there. Cav archers are also here, and they're getting some nice value. Alright, alright. Daniel has his castle here. I mean, these guys are fighters, man. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, Ellie's calling me again. Oh my goodness, guys. Oh my goodness. Ellie calling me to entertain her friend who is watching the stream. Because apparently I'm not being entertaining enough. Because Ellie's trying to work. Real struggle. Anyway, Vivi is in the Imperial Age. Still, without a castle, it's not exactly the easiest thing in the world for him to push. I mean, he's on 3 TCs, even adding a 4th one way to the south of the map. But honestly, again, the fact that this game has even gone on as long as it has is pretty darn impressive from LY. Now, we do have MBL on the way up. Now, if MBL hits Imp, and he still has a decent enough amount of Knights to upgrade to Cavalier, that is probably still it. Oh, no, I don't believe you? Oh, my goodness. No, I've met him in person. The phone into the stream? I know, guys. What are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to do? All right, Yo clicks up too somehow. I mean, he's on 96 fills to 115, but I mean, that army difference is staggering in favor of MBL. But look at this, the arbs are here. Now, can MBL delay until Cavalier and +4 defense? I mean, it's not like those upgrades take super long to come in. But it's tricky, guys. I mean, these are, what, fully upgraded Arb? Yeah, fully upgraded Arbalests here for Vivi. Is he cute? Well, he's not Ellie's boyfriend, so we can't say that. All right, T-Net's coming in. I mean, we saw from Sito just how powerful that Slav late game transition can be. Classic Slavic Konik. But Daniel, he's on 56 vills. How many has he lost this game? 31 vills have been lost by Daniel. 28, though, from Sora. But Sora... I mean, that's still a lot of Scorpions, man. Yeah, 60 vill lead is actually less of a vill lead, though, than it used to be. But now Cavalier is in. You have 54 Arbs here as Vivi. Can those Cavalier get enough of surface area, though? I think so. I think the Cavalier still should win this. Yeah. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. I mean, it's like about as good as you could hope for if you are Vivi specifically, but it's obviously still a losing fight. Obviously, wish those Scorpions were there for sure. And Vivi's just coming in with reinforcements, man. He don't care. Yeah, I mean, 170 pop for MBL. He is in a very strong spot. Elite Boyar somehow on the way for Yo. No way he's not getting slung, right? No, this is just Yo doing Yo things. Way behind in wood collected, but that doesn't matter if you're going for your cavalry unit. That's a Sito coming in here with Konix. Now, I don't know... Okay, Elite Konik, we have Stirrups, +4... Okay, that's probably still way too good. That's probably still way too good. I mean, Daniel doesn't really have anything going for him. It's not like Sora has a ton, but he's still probably able to help out more, and MBL is still way ahead of Yo, and Yo's going to be losing so many vills here. Again, Boyar still should deal with the Konix pretty well, although it's less one-sided than it would be versus, like, Cavalier or even Paladin, I think. Yeah, I mean, the army value advantage is enormous. Vivi's back up to 39 archers, which, again, isn't bad, but it's also not that big of a deal. And you're pushing the guy who's dead already, whereas Daniel is just a non-factor at this point. He doesn't even defend his allies. He doesn't want to. It's just he isn't capable of doing that right now. +4 defense coming in, or +4 attack rather coming in, and again the Cavalier are running around, and LY just feels like they are really running out of steam. I mean, great effort, don't get me wrong, and I mean it looked like they were super dead long before, but I think it is really just too far gone. Exactly. Daniel just doesn't even like his teammates. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. Looks like MBL's also going to prep a Cav Archer switch, because sure, why not? They're going to be good against everything else that's on the field. But hey, it's not like we get to see Elite Konix every day. That's always fun. We got Recurve Bow. 100 population advantage. I mean, you still even have to be careful of those Castle Age Scorpions as VV. I mean, yeah, so when do we get to see Bulgarians and Slavs ever get played, man? Fun stuff. But of course, MBL being very active with his army, him and Sato are just in way too good of a position to lose. And now you're going to be in the spot where it's like Konik Meat Shield plus Magyar Heavy Cav Archer backline. That is indeed a very strong army composition if you don't have Great Halb Siege on the field, which obviously these guys don't. Like, half their eco is freaking idle right now. Konik's doing work. Wait, why are there different elite dismounted Koniks? That makes no sense. Yeah, honestly, again, credit here to the Showmatch. These, especially since it's going to likely end in 3-4, these are two very evenly matched teams. And it's just been a ton of fun. And just, again, lots of great examples of why AoE team games are so fun to play. And I'm really, really glad that we were able to cast this today. And yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed this as much as I did, because watching these high-level team games, seeing the different ways that players can communicate and use different units and strategies than we ever get to see in 1v1 is really, again, it's something we get to see all the time. And the map selection was very good. The civ selection choice was also very good. So, I mean, there's lots to like here. But of course, we will be back. I think it's TTL Bronze tomorrow, and then Thalassocracy the day after. Is washed, yeah, certainly. But I mean, yeah, we got AoE happening every single day these days, so we're gonna be fans of that. Well, Magyar Cav Archers are definitely going to beat the Vietnamese Arbalests. I've been trying to take the high ground as best you can. Bombard cans trying to do what they can, but again, there is literally only so much you can do. Oh no. Oh no! Oh no. Well, that is indeed it. At the end of the day, Tag, they still do lose, but they do take that third win. Really, really fun series. The watchedest of all players. Oh dear. Of course, I mean, I don't even know how Yo and Vivi even stayed alive for as long as they did. Good stuff. And that will be 3-4. Yeah, if they had 4 players, it would have been so one-sided. Alrighty, guys, that is going to be it for me today, though. Don't know anyone else who's going to be online at this point. I guess Kingstone will. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. I'll be back tomorrow morning with more tournaments. Again, I think it's TTL Bronze tomorrow. Streaming.